What I did is I was just watching the trend line, put it in the trend line, and buy on the bottom, sell on the top, making $80, $100, little money because it was like a sideways action, not too much. But end of the day, it was beautiful.
Well, you gotta try to time, and time it so that you quit your job when Bitcoin has been like sitting at support for a whole year. Not when it's sitting up here, in my opinion.
What's going
you
on,
wanna
good people?
accumulate. Hello.
How
Are we
long has this
live?
stream been off? Anybody know?
Dude, it's been off all morning for me.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
on
it's
Been up for a
since
long time.
yeah, about 6-7 hours.
That's so good. Something must have flashed.
We
Yeah.
love you long time, and it's been down long time.
Well, should
Wake
played
up
out.
to... Dude, you called that big time, man. I can't believe it, but it was right on the dot.
Do I have to go see what the story was, or
You forgot to
Who's
put
gonna
Musk
defend this
on the.
Yeah, we
stickers.
want to listen it from you, bro. What actually happened
let me
there?
get some coffee in me?
Yeah, take your time, man.
Damn, that sucks that it didn't play out in real time. I was hoping you guys got to watch that shit live.
You got a good attitude about it, man. But I'm the I told you so guy, so that's probably good because there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to be arguing.
That's funny.
It's like it's been in your chart for what, over a week, I think.
Yeah, Elon and Trump are beefing hard though, man. Or it seems like, at least. I don't know. It almost sounds like a setup.
Dude, Elon's
does,
not
right?
wrong, man. Elon is not wrong on this. I'm so sick and tired of us spinning into oblivion.
Trump came out and said apparently it's to do with the electric car bill that he's cutting or something.
Yeah, somehow USDC Circle, they just rose 200% in their stock from 94.4 to 31 IPO price. What a coincidence. Elon says without me, Trump would have lost the election. Trump says he's very disappointed with Elon. Trump says he doesn't know if he'll continue to have a great relationship with Elon Musk. Trump held telephone conversations with the Chinese president to discuss trade today. Trump's executive director of digital assets meets with El Salvador's president to discuss Bitcoin. Ooh, interesting.
All the people that moved away from Elon is now coming back to Elon. Let everything phase out a bit, and then they carry on as normal. I believe it's a setup.
Yeah, don't fall for the circus, guys.
Yep.
We already told you what the plan was here. He needs to distance himself from Trump for business reasons.
Exactly. If you look at the way that he left the office and he knew already about the great big what's his name that they set up, Bill, that was pre-planned a long time ago. That's not something that just fell in their laps now.
Maybe from the Trump side, but from Elon's side, man, I really do believe he's an optimist. He probably felt that he could have influenced that bill to the positive, and it didn't, and I think he's frustrated.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
But I do agree that it could have been Elon's like, hey, man, I'm going to come out against you on this, and it's going to get nasty, and Trump will be like, okay, let's play it out. I could see that, but I still think he's sincere. I think Elon Musk is sincere about the deficit and spending.
See, what I'm thinking is maybe Elon doesn't know that they already have a backup plan for what's going on, and Elon's kind of not on the inside in the know of what Trump's in the know of why they're doing this, because they have some.
Come on, Drew. They're gonna keep spinning us into oblivion, man. They don't give a shit.
Well, maybe for a good reason they don't give a shit, and Elon doesn't know that reason. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, I gotta switch internet things because I'm about to leave right here. I'll be right back.
Word.
Yeah, when I saw that Elon and Trump were beefing like that, I was like, does Elon know something we don't? I mean, obviously he's not happy with what they're doing with the spending bill, but how much of this is a script and how much of it is real, you know?
Yeah,
You
I
got to
mean, it's
remember that him and Trump have to kind of argue in some way so that Elon can save face and go back to business as usual and stop being enemy of
I
the
get
state
it,
no
man.
longer.
I totally get that. I just think that sometimes, we give Elon too much credit calling him a genius, and I think sometimes he thinks in very simple and naive ways, and I think he's naive thinking that he's going to change the machine because he makes so much impact and influence in human society that he's not used to not having the ability to make impact or influence people.
Well, let me ask you a question.
It
Let
seemed
me
it
ask
seemed
you a
like
question.
Trump was.
Give me a second. Let
Okay.
me ask you a question. When has a person that did not have a certain level or a high level of naiveness, I'm not sure if that's a word, ever
Naivete.
succeed at changing the status quo? I mean, that's part of the credentials to making a change in the world is you have to either be crazy or you have to be naive about what you're up against. Because
Okay,
if you ponder everything, if you ponder the size of the machine against you, to
I get
really,
it.
yeah,
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But I think he really sometimes thinks he's bigger than his britches, and he's probably in our lifetime. And I know I sound like an Elon Musk fan, but I'm just saying there's nobody has done as much stuff as he's done in the short amount of time that he's done it.
correct. I agree.
So he's different. Like it really is. I can't think of one other person who's got the credentials that he has that has came in and thought that he can make a change.
You know when you fucked up though? Trump was all good until one moment, and I'll tell you, I'll call that moment out, and I know exactly where things went sour. Even though he was talking about the bill. He was directing a lot of the heat towards what's it called? Towards Congress and the Senate. He wasn't directing it exactly towards Trump, but then he tweeted a meme that said Trump's big beautiful bill with the train wrecking through it. And Trump got touched by that, I think. And that's when Trump started going on a tirade right after that tweet when Elon kind of shouldn't have did that because at first Elon was first like, Congress this, Congress that. He wasn't pinpointing Trump, but with that meme and it says Trump's big beautiful bill with the train wrecking through Trump, that's when Trump started. Up until then, Trump was chill. And then he was like, he's like, okay, you want to go that route, Elon? He's like, you stupid messing with me? You're gonna be rich.
I think that's very funny, but I don't think that we can believe that guys that are in that position are that emotional.
Well, that's Trump, though, man. Trump's been doing that since the Rosie O'Donnell days, man.
They're very emotional, man. They're
trolling guys. We need to teach these guys some trading so they can chill out.
I mean, I would say that, Elon's definitely got an ego, but Trump's ego is, man, like super hyper ego, man. He gets super sensitive if you criticize him personally.
I think you have to when you get to get to that level. It's like those are the type of people that kind of they guard some things like that. Like it's precious.
No, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's kind of a superpower, to be honest with you. Do you remember what's his name? Dean. What was his last name? He ran for president, and he went on stage and he went. And that was enough for him to not even make it through the primaries. Look how much Trump has done emotionally, called people names, et cetera, and it didn't stop his path to the White House. There's something special about Trump, man, and I haven't really pinpointed the phenomenon, but it could just be that we're in a big circus, and we had to hire the biggest clown to run the show. I don't know what it is. I mean, I love Trump, don't get me wrong, but he's definitely unhinged.
Maybe not the biggest clown, but the most effective clown. But definitely clown.
Yeah, but if you look at $37 trillion in debt, and you look at everything that's happening, we're fighting over transgender bathrooms instead of fighting over things that matter. Like all these things that we're divided on, it's literally a circus in this country, and in other countries are feeling it too, I think. It's like what is it? The emperor has no clothes. It's kind of like when everything else it looks like it's falling apart or everything. No one's taking anything serious. Why not hire a guy that is not traditional? Like you're basically you're voting for a guy that's not traditional because everything else is so chewed up. You might as well do a Hail Mary and go for it. I think that's why he got elected.
Yeah,
I mean, the United States had a cowboy named Ronald Reagan that played a cowboy, So.
Is that
Yep.
Drew?
Yeah, Drew, you sound like you're underwater, buddy.
You sound like ships.
I'll
You
be
sound
back.
bad, Drew. You gotta work that. I
You
definitely, you gotta work that out.
Is this better? Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
A little better, but it's still echoing. It's echoing
It's
like
still,
you're
all
in
right,
a.
I just wanted to say that with the U.S., I just wanted to say real quick, the U.S. did have like a cowboy as a president too, Ronald Reagan. He was just a movie star, and we've seen people like Schwarzenegger almost run up, even though he wasn't born in the United States back in the days. Like, it's just wild what's going on, and it's a circus, and watch it.
Yep. I mean, people could not fathom that Trump won the first time, and those same people got a taste of humble pie, right? And yet they forgot that message. They forgot what happened, and they were saying the same thing again. There's no way he can get elected a second term. And I don't think those people have their eye on the meter. They're not seeing that people are frustrated, and they're like, well, look, I've done everything I can. I've done my part. I've worked hard my whole life. I've been a Boy Scout, and this is what I get in return. And they're just like, screw it. I'm going to go for the most chaotic candidate that I could vote for. I mean, I really do believe it was as simple as that. I mean, I voted for him just out of spite. Seriously, I didn't even look at his issues. I just voted out of complete rebellion.
Would you call that an emotional vote?
Absolutely. Because, dude, my whole adult life I've been bitching to friends and family on how important our debt is and how important the reserve world currency is. And everyone wanted to argue. Wait a minute. Wait, though. They all wanted to argue over social issues, which I'm not saying are not important, but they're definitely not priority.
Right. Well, I don't think your vote was emotional because it sounds like you used reason, and your reason was, we're headed for a brick wall and nobody's batting an eye, and it was the smartest thing to do. It doesn't sound that of rebellion. I mean, it sounds like maybe you decided this is more important than all the other things that are wrong or that we're bickering about. Yeah, so that's not emotional, dude. I would say that's pretty no frills, kind of straight to the point.
I think I think emotional is when I'm explaining it, I get heated because
because you're passionate about it.
And I'm a veteran. I fought for this country, and I've had lost friends.
Thank you for your service. That's phenomenal.
Thanks. I was infantry, man. I was like, it's the dirtiest, most violent job you can do. And to see your country just fall apart over things that we could totally fix if we just work together, right?
Yeah. Now, do you ever, or did you ever ponder this? Is the system broken, or was the system designed this way? Is the hand behind the hand purposely making things go in this direction?
I mean, I think to some degree, but those weird like Illuminati concepts, which I still believe
not so much Illuminati.
Well, I guess
who the hand behind the hand is.
I understand. Maybe I shouldn't use that word, but like definitely like what is that? What is that called in the Communist Manifesto? There's the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Like there's definitely classes of people, and we have to run the world that everybody has their contribution to society, and so there's always going to be classes. There's always going to be poor. There's always going to be rich. I get that. The poor are always upset, and I think that those things where you talk about, is it destined to always be this way in a bureaucracy, in a pseudo democracy, a republic per se, like nations last top high quality nations only last for so long and then they collapse or whatever. Like all of those things I was okay with. I was okay with all of that until we had so much debt that the interest on our debt is now higher than our defense spending. And what are we criticized for in America the most? We're criticized because of our defense budget more than any other country in the world. And we have people pooping in the streets and we have all this crap that's going on. And yet now the interest on that debt is larger than the defense budget, and you don't hear a peep from the left. And you don't even hear a peep from hardcore Republicans either about it.
My observation is that your passion is highly valuable. And the important thing is to learn how to channel it.
Yeah,
because
well,
screaming to the wind sometimes, and
I
I'm
know,
not
man.
judging
That's
you in
why I
any
gave
way,
up.
man. I'm
No, I know,
supporting you.
I know.
I'm supporting you 100%. I'm with you on this. Um, so it's not easy, but it could be done. It could be done.
I mean, the only reason why I'm ranting is because I know we're not live. I don't think we're live.
Yeah, I think he's working on it. Thank God.
Yeah, it's gonna
Oh,
be done, and Dogecoin is gonna do it. Let's go, baby.
Oh shit, we are live. Never mind. I'm gonna shut the fuck up now.
Elon Musk is plotting with Dogecoin. You guys don't understand.
What's up, boys and girls? Beast here.
What's going on, Beast?
Yo, Tesla fell hard.
Where is it? 270? No. Harder than that. Fuck.
We're at 282, but coming down a little more. I think just had a little bounce.
My uncle hit me up. I was like, yo, I sold some Tesla and bought some Dogecoin. Is that a smart move? I was like, hell yeah.
No, I'm sorry for everyone who had to listen to that. I thought the stream was still down. That won't happen again.
Yeah, dude, come on. Don't apologize about venting.
No, some of these guys in chat though, man, they get really triggered and butthurt about it, so I apologize.
It's good of you to be self-conscious that way. Interesting times we live in, for sure.
Crazy times with him, man. That escalated so fast.
So do we head to 101 now or what? Can't believe how we've descended from 104 to 101 in just 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Dude, I was waiting for this, man. Like not because I'm shorting, because I wanted to, and I've been sitting on the sidelines, and I've had faith in Dbloc's calling to 100. I didn't think it would drop this hard.
It's just been very, very steady.
But as I said yesterday, when it goes sideways and you don't got a lot of news, your news cycle is slow, and then all of a sudden something comes out, it's so vulnerable to movement in high volume, right? Either to the upside or downside, and in this case, it's to the downside.
The cutoff for high volume, isn't it today? Like around.
I mean, just look at the dude. I mean, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that.
But look at the chart your volume moving average and look at the spike in the graph. It's nutty right now. RSIs are bottoming out. All sorts of crazy fun stuff's happening right now.
Yo.
What's the word, family?
Well, I'm thinking we might even drop further now to the low 101s.
Yo, Dbloc, do you see this head and shoulders on Bitcoin on the daily? Or am I just is it an actual head and shoulders or not?
No,
Yeah, I've been looking at that head and shoulders as well, wondering.
no.
Oh, it's okay.
The
I can never
neckline
tell
is
if
all
it's
screwed up. Remember, the power of a head and shoulder comes from one single price point that price can't break through multiple times. Right on the shoulder, the other shoulder, and the end, but it's gotta be flat. I don't like angled shit. Somebody might come in here and tell you, yeah, this is an angled head and shoulder. But to me,
Tesla was
that
forming
smells a lot like trying to make something happen. You know what I mean?
Tesla was forming a head and shoulders like 2 days ago. I was like, I saw my buddy, right when it was like 348. I was like, the measure move brings it to around 290. He's like, nah, bro. And then this stuff came out with Elon and Trump today, and it came right down to it came out a little bit low, 280.
Yeah.
After that Epstein bomb. Dude, did you see that?
I didn't watch the news today, but we knew it was coming.
Bro, oh my god, you have some stuff to catch up on. So Trump like goes at Elon claps back, and then Elon just 20 minutes ago, which is what knifed like everything apparently. He was like, Trump was in the Epstein files. That's why he's not releasing it. You're welcome, DJT.
Hilarious.
No, really?
He tweeted it. Yeah, that's what the knife. I mean, again, we knew the news was gonna happen, but that's when everything like just knew.
That's also something that we didn't already not know. Like we knew that already. Like he's pictured at these parties. It's not like it's a
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, got confirmation from
no.
Trump.
Yeah, it's still gonna hit like a bomb when someone says it though, even whether you know it or not. Especially if it comes from Elon.
And you know that's everything else they were doing back and forth because they were having a little back and forth on Twitter. Like he was posting some memes. Anything he could have walked anything back, but that last one, you can't walk that back, man. You can't walk that back.
Man, you can't
Well,
trust
I
anybody.
apologize, guys, for not putting Elon and Trump
Yeah,
in the
we
pictures.
missed
But I
that.
mean, hey, it's a Trump story, right? So Trump's there. And it's even a little more fitting that he's doing a little kissy face. Like that wasn't intentional, but now it's got a different. Now that hits a little different with today's story. Oh, my bad, Slick, man. I'm gonna try to do better, bro. We all fall short.
Dbloc, you think 101 is possible?
Yeah, I'm still looking for 100K. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, but
So
if
far,
you
we're on
look at
track.
it,
My target 2 is sitting right at 100. Target 1 we just hit today at 1016.
and the
Yeah,
liquidity,
I've been in it
it's
since
all swings.
30th. I've been in this trade since the 30th. So I've been on this for 6 days now, waiting for this moment. So I reckon when it goes down to about 101, I'd say 101.114, then I'm going to buy again. I'll just leave it there. We're not far off now.
A lot of this has to do with how bored and overtired I was last night. but I'm glad I did it. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Well, this drop happened quick today.
Well, right when I think that I compliment you on your presentation, especially your charting skills, but man, this is definitely something you've got over other chartists is by putting entertainment value in the chart. So keep that.
Bro, we
keep that
have to,
going.
bro. This shit is just way too boring. I damn near got on and did a little song and dance for YouTube yesterday. It was so boring.
How's it going? Oh,
Just give it time before TradingView will have their own generative AI characters you can put
Oh
into
my
the
god, that
chart
would
in
make my
real
job so
time,
much easier.
doing different animations and spitting on the candles and
I'm sure you can design a bot to do that for you.
oh, easily. It just you'd have to pay for the whatever cloud service is generating the content. You'd have to pay tokens.
It's all right. Quick little Google search and a background remover is working fine.
Yeah, no, it's awesome, dude. Do you use Hugging Face or anything like that to remove the background?
Not just from random. Whatever the first one on the list pops up when you say remove backgrounds for free. Whichever the first one is, that's the one I've been using.
Well, do me a favor and spend some time when you got some free cycles and look at Hugging Face. Has a lot of open source ones that actually have a UI, and
Okay.
the reason why I say use those is because they're not tied into any sort of ad BS or tracking your cookies or anything like that. It's just raw dev experiments.
What did you say the name was? Hugging Space?
Hugging Face.
Oh, Hugging Face. Thanks.
It's kind of wild because it's very devy and you kind of got to know your way around it. But once you find like a demo that works, it's and sometimes they die and then a new one pops up or whatever. It's kind of 0-day-ish, but it's wild, man. It's like the edge of tech of like what's latest of going on with like background removal and voice cloning, et cetera, et cetera.
W Super Sticker Crypto. Appreciate you, brother. Look at them go. One of the things that we were talking about yesterday when we were looking at the news is once it comes in, is it long lasting? Right? Is it something that changed the market? Something that made a huge difference in money flow? Is it something that affected people's will to buy? Or is it just fluff and emotion?
All right. Well, now you need a fluff icon thrown in there somewhere. Put a little fluffy cloud with some hand flippers coming out of it.
What you guys
And you need
don't
to add Elon photo as well to
well,
this.
what you guys don't realize, and I don't blame y'all for not seeing it because of the cloud, but in this smoke somewhere is Elon with his Twitter account setting off explosions. Just can't see him. If you look really closely, he's in there just dropping bombs.
Actually, I was away from the news for the past 2 days. So what actually happened? Can anyone brief me quick?
Hopefully somebody that was up this morning. I've only read one of the Elon tweets so far.
Drew, where are you at? You had the best take on it.
But the same shit that we talked about last week when Elon left the office, that they were gonna try to distance themselves from Trump, just being sort of aggressive about it, maybe even a little bit parasocial. But it's all fluff, bro. It's all words. It's all sentiment. It's all, you know. There's nothing real there, in my opinion.
Jesus, all the coin are dumped,
Yep.
bleeding. The whole market.
You guys are
Trump's
asking
coin.
me to look at alts right now, but I promise you it's not going to make a difference until Bitcoin.
Yeah, yeah.
It really doesn't, guys. Just wait for Bitcoin here. It's theater, bro. Political theater. Political and business theater.
They're gonna sort it out somehow.
Microsoft all new time high today. Yee.
The stage, I don't think there's anything to sort out.
Might be another tweet.
Part of the plan.
Hey, at least it wasn't, at least we didn't get Putin wrapping his arms around Xi Jinping. That news would have hit a little harder.
I'm sure there's a video out there of that.
Are you gonna start with your jokes, bro? Here we go. Putin hugging who? Doing what?
Would expect to retest the support that we broke. We do have a small vector up to like 129. That would bring us up to that mean reversion on the 50. Don't get too excited here, guys, with any of these pushes. If this was going to be it, we should have seen a nice, long, juicy wick at the bottom of this. Pause.
Yep.
Ja, fortsättning. Ja. Har vi dåligt timmarna? Ja.
You got to open mic RLA. Wow, Mod is sniping today. GG's.
I think that's so funny. Like when someone says, "I thought Trump said he was a patriot," and then someone goes, "Oh, that's old news." Like that's from yesterday. That's so Trump, man. That's so Trump.
Yeah, there's definitely some soap opera to this. I love soap operas, though.
Oh man, this is gonna give the view content, and I hate it though.
Yeah.
I don't know. This still plays out for me like it's all staged.
It's all a simulation, anyways.
Right, John? It makes that black eye make sense. I told you. Told you when that happened. Trump punched this man right in the eye before letting him out of the office. He came in there and said, "Bro, I'm going to expose you for being at Epstein's party." And Trump was like, "Yo, my wife is right there, son." Like, really? In front of my wife? Bam! Knocked him right in the eye.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
That's funny.
Literally, what you guys just were talking about reminded me of that.
It's so funny because when it happened, I was like, man, people are gonna use this as a meme for the next 20 years.
For a lifetime, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, when people are still going, Leroy Jenkins, I mean, you know that it's going to last forever.
I mean, who would be so childish to just turn that into a meme and use it for random points in the chart?
I'm telling you now, at some point, these guys are going to come out and say, haha, fooled you guys.
Nah, they won't say it. They need people to believe it. Elon's got some fixing to do, man.
Yeah, there's something going on. They're taking a lot of people for a ride, and then a few months from now, everybody's going to go, oh, shucks, I fell for that.
Somebody on YouTube said something funny earlier. Let me see if I can find it.
Too quick, man. It's just too quick and too much. It's totally unnatural. It's a snake in the grass here. It's not fishy.
Let's remember that this move was going to happen regardless. Insert story here is here to show that they'll just blame it on something. They'll do something to help accelerate it. They'll highlight something that's happening. Right? Something happens every day. Interesting news happens every day. It's what they choose to highlight, what they choose to put in front of our face, what crypto Twitter chooses to spam out.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yo.
Yeah, they were putting a Bitcoin ATM FUD out the other day, a couple days ago here, everywhere.
Yeah, I was sort of leaning on the Tether FUD, or there being some bad numbers, or Trump saying something. These were my 3 picks for the news today.
They've always got the money laundering FUD. They can just pull that one whenever they want.
Tether FUD shows desperation. When you see Tether FUD, they've tried everything. That's like the big gun that they bring out.
Yep.
Yeah, Ruben, that's been my target this whole time. Yeah, that 50 EMA on the daily. To the point where I feel like a broken record saying it. It's like any TA, anybody's asked me, hey, what do you think so-and-so is going to do? I think it's going to the 50 EMA on the daily. It just seems like you know, giving a lazy answer, but honestly, that's where everything is supposed to go. The 50 on the daily. We're just in one of those weird situations where almost every asset is fighting the same fight.
Speaking of fights, who's going to win the Elon Trump fight?
I think Elon already won, bro.
It's getting spicy.
Yeah, Elon just posted now another thing right now on 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's getting
4 minutes.
getting spicy right now.
It's stupid, man. It's really stupid. It's not good for the country what they're doing. In light of the president's statement about canceling my government contract, SpaceX, I will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. The easiest way to save Trump said the easiest way to save money on our budget is billions and billions of dollars is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do this. But they're having a full-on go. It's just still stupid.
When that partnership first got announced between those two, you remember me saying, how's this ego fight gonna work? Like, how long are they gonna be able to play nice with each other before somebody's tired of being the bitch?
It's inevitable, man. Everything is scorched earth around Trump. It just, and I mean that in a flattering way. I don't mean that in a negative way. It's like he just moves on. He uses people and he moves on. Gets his job done, moves on.
I would have loved to be in the office a couple times when Elon came in with some ideas on what to cut, but it wasn't something that they wanted to cut, or it's something they put into place. Like, I'm sure enough times of that happening, and Elon would have been sick of it. You know what I mean? Like, you called me in here to do a job. What's kind of crazy is, you know, a lot of people that were complaining early, their complaints were that these cuts were very targeted, right? It wasn't like just a blanket net thrown over the entire. It was like very targeted to certain programs. That's the kind of information I want to hear coming out of Elon. I want him to drop some dirt on how Doge was operating.
I'm still not believing the narrative. I don't think they're really fighting. I think it's to set.
No,
that's part of the plan.
My whole point. That's what I was saying. He needs separation from Trump. They're too buddy. It's affecting business.
100%. That's the real reason. It's almost like a going away present. Here, you help me now. Let me get you back on your feet. Break all ties with each other.
Bro, you kidding me? You can almost hear some of the like radical left wing people scraping their "I hate Elon" bumper stickers off of their car right now.
That's funny, bro.
That's gullible.
It's
Really?
just it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's like
man.
they will switch that quickly. I promise
Oh
you.
man,
Well,
that's so true.
they switched on the pharmaceutical companies during COVID.
I promise you they'll
That
switch that
is
quickly.
funny.
I
How
love
people
Elon
can
again.
quickly change.
Might actually be able to buy a Cybertruck and not get it vandalized. It's good news.
People running. I just see in my mind people running after Teslas with a little buff in their hands. Let me help you. Let me help you. Let me take out what I've done. Stupid.
Dude, the people who write stories for Netflix can't even be this creative.
Bro, we were buying French champagne. We were going into our own liquor stores, buying French champagne and pouring it into the drains outside of stores as some sort of protest. Like, I don't understand how that was. Or when we stopped eating French fries, or started calling them freedom fries instead. First, we stopped eating French fries. Then Americans were like, look, something's got to give. I'm not going to stop eating French fries. McDonald's is the shit. They're like, all right. They're freedom fries now. And they're like, all right. And then everybody started eating French fries again.
Freedom fries.
You got to love us, bro. We're special.
Oh,
Yeah, I got a bit of an Aussie beef about that one.
Yeah, same thing. It's what you call righteous indignation, right? Like, feels good to get up and wave your fists and rage against the machine and shit, right? So, like, whenever you give people something that they consider a righteous reason to be indignant, that happens with young kids, right? With kids, the world that you woke up, you realize the world's not fair, everything is shit, and you just rage against the machine, right? Because you're justified to do so. Shit is not right. This is not the way shit should be. Adults do that shit too. It's just they give us shit to kind of rage against. Oh, this is horrible. But yeah, if you don't think that things can switch that fast, just go back 7 months from when Tesla was here to save the planet. Remember? Elon's here to save the planet like 2 years ago. He went from save the planet to Nazi.
Yep.
And something that I don't think anybody's mentioned, but it's an extension of what you've all have said, is that his next round of what am I trying to say? Productization are going to be his humanoid droids. And if he cannot get the people on the left to buy his humanoid droids, like, I totally get why he needs to distance himself, because I don't think he's trying to protect the cars at this point. I really do believe that he thinks that everybody in 2035 is all going to have an assistant robot in their house, and he can't do that if he has 50% of the country going, bleh, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, he already said.
All right, here we go, guys.
The robot is going to be the big thing.
Bitcoin's
Whoa,
coming home.
Look at this.
It's Autobots versus Decepticon.
Look at the tape. Aggressive buys coming in.
Yeah.
Michael Saylor, get out of there. He's like, you start getting some aggressive buys, and Michael Saylor pops up. He doesn't want to move. All right, I'm gonna let him keep his eye on the tape, bro. He's
I don't
not
know if this
listening.
is new news. Yeah, sorry to cut you, D. I don't know if this is new, but Elon just said that he would like the president to be replaced by JB, like by Vance.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, so Dbloc, is this news related or technical? What do you think? Is it more? What do you? Yeah, I was
Guys,
gonna ask you that.
guys, I love you, but this is technical. This is literally here
No, all right,
as a
that's what I'm
joke.
saying,
This
yeah.
is here to expose the joke.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering. I was gonna ask you, Dbloc. I was like, let me ask Dbloc if he thinks this is like the news or it's a technical move.
Guys, I was waiting for this move while Elon was still happily in his Doge office.
I was
So
gonna
D-Block,
say we've been
what?
waiting for this for the last almost month, almost.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, D-Block, what levels are you looking at for, let's say, spot level? Spot zones, not like shorting or anything. Like if you were gonna accumulate, which zones? What if, like, kind of?
I've already started to accumulate. My zone was between 1 and 2. Like I said, because I
Okay.
do expect that there's a very high possibility that it could get front run. Not saying it
Okay.
will, but it
And
could.
then
And if it could, I'm not trying to get, But I'm
okay,
ready to
and
buy
below
all
that,
the way
D-Block,
down to like
how
97
much?
if I have to.
Okay. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, so I guess anything below 97 could be, and I'm just saying if probability, what if hypothetical, could be fair game, right? Below 90, obviously, below 97.
Listen, what we want is if we come underneath 100, we want it to be a daily wick.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Anything under 100, we want it to be a wick that recovers itself within a day. Worst case scenario,
Right.
within a week.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah.
You
101.
finally made a nice wick.
Not
Yeah.
yet.
101. 101.5.
Welcome
I'm
back,
sitting on
Zeusy.
daily.
We were worried about you.
Hello.
Hey, Susie.
Really?
Yeah, we figured you were out there leading a band of rioters, and we were hoping that you made it out okay.
It's not as bad as it's in the news,
No, I know. I figured.
figured.
I figured. I even noticed when they showed the news, I was like, I'm pretty sure these are the same two corners that they keep showing me from different angles.
Right. Yeah. In France, right? Oh, hey, Zuzi. Just joking with Debug, but BTC 1 hour, Zuzi, head and shoulder.
Don't
Yeah.
do
Just
that.
for you.
Don't do that to
Yeah.
Susie.
No, I know. I said I'm joking.
Zeusy, look,
I gotta
you'll
mess
enjoy
with
this.
Zuzi, man.
Look at my chart.
No, I mentioned it earlier this afternoon. So Bitcoin is gonna get heavy shorts probably down there because it's gonna give you a head and shoulder pattern, while Russell is giving you the one. And Russell actually is trying to break upward, not downward today. It did close green the session, not by much, but it's green. So it's really about alt season, right? For summer.
Look at my chart real quick, Susie. I think you'll get a kick out of this one because you love the news-based trading.
Well, yeah, and with Bitcoin putting a lower low, it's a nice stage to
That's funny, man.
potentially catch a dip.
Need to put
Zuzi,
picture there.
look at D-Block's, what do you put there? It's like the Elon Trump fight. Elon Trump sheet.
There's Powell too there, and Putin.
Yeah, we weren't. When they're gonna insert that news story, we don't know what it is beforehand. This was, before any of this happened, so I was covering all the bases. It's either gonna be Trump, Michael Saylor, nuclear, USDT FUD, Powell, Putin, or China related.
And nukes could become real. I listened to the news yesterday in France, and when this Zelensky attacking Russia, that guy is gonna nuke something in the end.
That was one successful ass attack. A bunch of drones. Oh my god, they took out like 30% of. What's crazy is it was successful, but not really for Ukraine, right? Because they took out 30% of Russia's long-range nuclear capabilities, right? Their carriers. That benefits Europe. And then when you start thinking about the intelligence that was needed to be able to know exactly where they were and which planes to hit and where to go, and I think Europe kind of had Ukraine come in and set them a little buffer.
Yeah, but that's a chess game because the pieces have to move. The money's gone. The hole's there.
Whoever came up with that operation played way too much Command and Conquer because that's exactly how it was done.
Yeah.
Well, it's about the red line, right? Like that's what we've been doing with Ukraine these last 3 years. Now it's not pushing them too much to not go, to not anger Russia too much so that they don't nuke Ukraine, right?
Real quick, ETH, because we were waiting for this to come down to support.
Yeah,
ETH is coming down, right?
ETH is down to support, and it's wicking off of that demand. So just heads up here. We were talking about this range.
Hey, Dbloc, I was gonna ask you, why do you have Tether there in the picture? In that picture, you have
There's
Tether,
always
the
tether.
Tether.
There's always tether FUD. Tether FUD is like
Uh,
when they're desperate.
okay.
This daily was at about 101.5 a week ago. It's coming down to 101, the bottom of the range. So it's right where it should be.
My point of the news was when you go sideways like this for this long, right? And the obvious intention or the obvious motivation is down. They'll just feed you news until something actually works. It's not like we just got news story now. We've had news. It just hasn't been enough to dump.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll
Yeah,
keep trying and they'll keep trying and they'll keep trying until something sticks. So while technically I knew we had to come down to 100K, I knew for a fact that when we got down here, you'd be able to insert whatever random news story you wanted into this range, and people would point at it and blame it on this. And just just like I said, people came in here today, I'm sure, and said we're dumping because Elon said this about Trump.
Yeah.
And you guys got to say no.
That's progress.
No, we're not.
It is progress a bit because that means we're giving up the idea of blaming our government. Now we're blaming a private individual.
So
That's a
if
bit
you
of
look at
progress.
Yeah, I mean, I've been.
Nah,
I call
Elon's
Dbloc
calling for Trump to get replaced and shit, bro.
Yeah. I'm
Elon's
hearing
like,
that.
tell him about what you did at the Epstein parties, bruh.
Right.
Yeah.
Yo, you guys saw Dbloc, you saw the Tesla stock down 16 or 17%, I think.
Mm.
I just looked at it now. Pretty sick.
I sold the rally and bought the dip today on Tesla.
Oh yeah, you trade Tesla, right, Zuzi? Yeah.
Yep.
All the MAGAs are dumping their.
Real quick on the macro for Bitcoin. Remember yesterday we were saying only 3.5% to that target. And we ate that up.
Yeah, that's gone, man. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see, Dbloc. I'm not gonna jump in too soon here. Because Bitcoin, it'll like stretch, right, Dbloc? It'll keep stretching, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Give it time. Just shake
Yeah,
off,
it might try to
shake off the
liquidate.
adrenaline, shake all of that shit off
Yep,
that you're
yep.
feeling, and treat this like
Yeah.
any other fallen knife that we trade on a daily basis, right? Wait for
Right.
wait for your confirmations. Look at
Now, you
dominance
have
though.
vector
Like
there,
dominance is really ugly, guys. Your alts, I don't even have to look right now. I know your alts are getting smacked.
Hey, Dbloc, I'm looking at your chart. Do you have vector trails there? Vector candles leaving vectors there? Like coming down, like that they need to fill, I guess,
Underneath,
right?
no, not too
Is that-
much.
all right.
Not a whole hell of a lot at all, actually.
No. Okay.
Our last one, if we look at
On the top, right?
Hold
Yeah.
on, let's look at so the 97, right? Like the wick past 91 where I was saying we can come down to 97. That's that vector recovery there. But it's also the measured move from that bull flag, from that bear flag, sorry.
That looks like a good zone, man. Hey, Dbloc, can you pull up the silver chart, SI? I want to show you that one, SI. Yep. To check that out, man. Look what this thing did.
Beautiful. Yeah,
Look
gold.
at that drop. That was
Silver
a
is
sick
gonna
drop,
go
man.
for the most part with gold.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to show you that real quick.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hey, also, are the other alts pumping, guys? Like Doge and
Guys,
all the other.
Nothing's pumping.
Okay.
You look
Nothing
at
else is pumping,
dominance,
right?
nothing's pumping. Things are in double-digit drops. DBCN's down 17%, KDA's down 15%,
Yeah, it's all red.
Launchcoin is
Wow.
down 14%. We'll take a
You
look
come in
at
to
the
get your- Sorry, D-boy.
AIOZ coming down into that vector gap. We'll run through them real quick. Hyper putting in new lows. Pepe still coming down into its vector. VRA needs to hold here or it's going to get ugly. Trump coin, I guess, is, I don't know. I thought maybe this would pump it, but maybe not. Weird to know what excites Trump holders. Mu, breaking that. I mean, everything's breaking their 50s. Monkey still coming down into its vectors. Doge just completely filled its vector and it's at support.
Wow.
That vector that
Yeah, I
nobody
see
wanted
that.
to talk about filling, but yeah, we're at 17 now on Doge.
You know, with
Tia, look at Tia. Okay, this is not a good project, y'all. I know that people are gonna tell you that. Oh my god, see it already, bro. People are gonna come
Please
here.
just don't say tier again, Dbloc. Let's
People are
just
gonna
move
come
on.
like this and grab
What about Sui?
this
Sui
and go like
SI,
this
the other
and
one
tell you
do?
there's a 10x to get to all-time high. Oh god.
Well, yeah. Sui.
Wilder, I'll get to it. It's on the list.
Okay.
Spec
I
putting
thought
in
about
new
Chili's today
lows.
because Chili's, you know, with the PSG win, somebody asked me a question.
Jasmine is at its SR flip. Right? Jasmine is where you want it to hold if it's not going to come down through these vectors.
Damn, Jasmine did good though.
IMX.
Jasmine.
Stacks is filling its vector gap above support still.
Oh, sure.
Virtuals is still above
Oh, that one's
support.
good. That one looks good, Dbloc. That
Virtuals is
chart.
great. Whiff is still coming down to support. Brett is still filling vectors. Its support is underneath it right here. Hold.
Oh.
Toshi, still above, still looking good. Moondang is incredible. It's just now touching its 50 EMA. Sui is down into my buy zones. Right? So,
All right, thanks.
yeah, this
I want
either
to, yeah.
holds here or we're coming down through these vectors, but I'm already starting to buy. Anything under 3,
Okay.
I'm buying on Sui.
That looks good.
SU's putting in new lows. Tau is a little bit weak. Tau needs to hold the support right here. IOTX is still at its 50. Ondo, man. Ondo's down into that scary gap. There's still like 10% left. No, I'm lying to you. Still like 8% left that this can come down if it doesn't hold some support here. Bitcoin's going to need to make a turnaround here real quick, guys. Gala's almost done filling its vector. Good. Nothing underneath. RSR is looking like shit. That's bad. That's a bad chart. Yeah, that's a bad chart. AR. XCN is into the death zone. It needs to hold its 200 here or it will come down through that level. Hype still looking good. Hype hasn't even touched this 50 yet. Ronin in the middle of some intense vector recovery back into its old accumulation zone. Prime. Cookies at its 50, holding strong. The strong coins are standing out. I shouldn't even have, you know what I mean? You can see, definitely see the difference between the strong coins and the weak coins. ICP is still trying to come down and clear this vector, maybe like 4-6. Gun is down into my area of interest, 1618. I will be loading up on this as soon as Bitcoin makes some sort of a recovery. Voxel into the danger zone. SCI is looking kind of weak. SCI needs Sui. Watch that 1665 on SCI. Ray is down to the bottom of that vector. That's cleared. It's already leaving vectors on the way down, so watch for falling knife on radium. Bobcat. Morph. Beam. Beam looks like shit, bro. We really need this gaming narrative to pop. Or at least my portfolio does.
Where it going?
AIXBT still looks strong, just now breaking its 50. Sol has come down through 2 of my buy levels. I've got 2 more buy levels for Sol, and my grid will be full. My bottom buy level is at like 136 for Sol. That bag is filling itself nicely. Hole cleared its vector gap. Right, so Matic is done with that vector. Now it just needs to hold support. Venom, I've been saying it for weeks, bro. I've been saying it for weeks. AVAX looks like shit here, guys. AVAX has a lot of work to put in some sort of bottoming formation here. We could hope for is a higher low. Nitron, I hope dude got out of this. He had a lot of hope for that coin. Render's still coming down into its vectors. ADA's coming down into its 800 EMA and its macro support. Well, it's close to a macro support we have for right now. ETH, like we said, just coming down to its 200s. Probably still come down to its 50 in my opinion. 235. Zero Bro, basic attention token rolling over. XRP about to lose $2 if it doesn't hold this 200 EMA. You don't hold this 200 EMA, you're coming down to like 190 on XRP. H-bar. H-bar needs to not invalidate this W pattern, which means it has to avoid its vector gap. If it comes into its vector gap, we have to reset here completely. Litecoin down to through its vector. Oh, I need to probably pick up some Litecoin. Through its vector at support. If we show strength here, that could be your bottom for Litecoin. Dot looks like shit. BCH, surprisingly enough, holding its 50. Meta's still coming down through its vectors, probably come down to like 15. XLM is trying to not invalidate its W pattern here. XLM comes down underneath 25, then a good chance that it's trying to come down to its 800 at 20.
So you should have just inserted Fly's birthday as the news Dbloc.
Well, your birthday's today?
Nah, it's next week.
Link BTC. Remember I told you guys I was waiting for Link. I wasn't going to pull the trigger on Link because Link BTC looks so bad. And still getting more Link right now for BTC by waiting. Bitcoin still at the bottom of its accumulation. Swift is breaking its 200. Quant still looking strong. Quant's interesting, man. Quant is coming into its own kind of late here, but that's nice.
I think it's because quantum is trending, yeah, with quantum computers.
Yeah, I mean it's one of the only big utility coins that didn't really get its run. It got skipped, honestly. All right, this is where we need to worry here, guys, because remember, here's our overlay from the last time that we hit bottom on ETH BTC. Right? We've been holding ground, but we are at the point in the overlay where this thing rolls over. And what this does, remember, when we go back to the other, what this does is this gives Bitcoin dominance that double top or that lower high. And if we look at what's happening with dominance right now, it's kind of matching up. Right, we come back here to the last time that we did this. It's that dip that we're worried about. We haven't had a higher low yet on ETH BTC. Remember, ETH BTC just came from a massive drawdown. And while it had a great recovery, we still have not put in a higher low. Don't want this to happen. I want that 50 to hold. But you have to be aware that if we do break that 50 and come down, that the pain might not be done on alts just yet, especially your lower alts.
Just give it a week.
Others is bleeding out. Nvidia still chugging along.
What day is your B-day, Fly?
Flex.
It's the secret bottom, is it?
PYR is looking like shit. CRV is holding its own. I'm almost done here. CRV actually looks decent. XMR hit that 50. And Octavia AI is just running flat. And if we look at USDT dominance, we can see what the issue is here, right? We had our accumulation for BTC dominance. I said if we go into this range to clear this vector, alts go lower. So there were signs, right? There were signs we knew what to look at.
What's the maximum viewers that can watch your stream, Dbloc?
Not sure. I think like 40 or something like that.
Okay, because I'm trying to come back, but I get kicked out now.
50. It might be
So I'm
45.
watching
Yeah,
you on YouTube, with muted on YouTube and volume on Discord.
Oh, so you got that delay going. Look at dominance, guys. So we drew this bull flag out yesterday, which we were really hoping didn't play out, right?
Mm. Well, the delay isn't that bad because Bitcoin's here at 114,000, so I'm not far behind.
I think it's like 2 seconds.
Delay's like almost like 30 seconds.
Are people going to wait for July to start accumulating though? Like, just let this half yearly be done with?
I don't know what people are doing. I'm gonna start deploying some capital.
Mm. You're not a people?
Robot.
Thought
Boop,
so.
boop, boop, beep, boop.
Pretty sure you're Optimus Prime.
When's your B-day, Fly?
Yeah, Thursday next week.
Ah, cool, man.
I'll be right back.
Then you're 21 again. Nice.
Yeah, multiply by 2 and add a few.
It's only a number, bro. It's only a number.
Hey, scientists have proven that there are such things as time reflections. So you can always say it's your time reflection age.
But
Explain.
I'm fine. I'm not worried about it.
What's time reflection? Haven't heard of that.
So it's essentially the events that take place behind your viewpoint. So if you're going forward in time, it's what's on the opposite side of what you visualize going forward. And it's a reflection of an event.
All right, I'm back, y'all. We got 300 people in here and only 46 likes, guys. That ratio is insane. You could please slap that like button if you've gotten any value over the last hour. Let YouTube know that we're not just in here talking shit. Yeah, we were just looking at Doge, Troy. It's interesting. Cleared its last vector. It's at support. Just make sure any buys, guys, today, not financial advice, but keep those stops. Keep them short. Right? Keep really tight stops. There's nothing wrong with swinging at it again.
Right under 100.
Damn, dominance is just showing off, though. Damn right, y'all got the likes up to 118 in no time. Good shit.
I'll always like when you mention it, but I won't like it when your mods are spamming it. It's annoying.
Just doing their job.
I know, but it's makes me want to freaking not do it when they do that. But whatever, that's just me being a rebel.
Not trolling the mods, are you, Jacket?
They already don't like me, dude, and I really don't give a shit.
Dbloc question. So I know subscriptions help you,
Smash that
but
like
how does the
button.
likes
This
help your
emoji.
algorithm?
It's for the algo, right? It lets people know that people are coming in and they're interacting with the video. Right? They're finding value. Anytime somebody comments or hits the likes or sends a super sticker or something like that, it'll just make YouTube promote it to more people, right? It puts you higher up.
Okay.
Subscribe and hit the bell.
Santo.
Yeah, likes is up to 133 all of a sudden. That's cool.
That's it. I'm shameless. I'm going to jump on YouTube and like it.
Damn right. Well, there's a chance I haven't even liked the stream today.
Dbloc. I think Elon's put a like in there as well.
Kids are home from school today, and I screamed in the house to like Dbloc's stream.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, if you said, okay, you guys are going to get a certain amount of Bitcoins for every like, then all of a sudden everybody will like. It's weird how it works. The minute you can get something.
Sometimes it's forgetting, man. I used to watch streams all the time, and I was guilty of it.
That's also true.
I was super guilty of it. There's people that I watched all the time that I never even subscribed to. Now it's different. Like now that I have a channel, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hit everybody with a sub because I know the difference it makes. You know.
Your ratio argument's the best argument, though. Like that's totally uncalled for to have that many people.
Nah, that just looks crazy, bro. You have like 300 people and only 20 people have liked. It's a bad look.
Just because they're all reading X on Elon's tweets and are distracted.
No, yeah, especially on days like this, bro. People are glued to the chart. Chris with the 10 gifties. Appreciate you, Chris. W gifts.
Twist got a membership.
Damn right. Just in time, Eddie.
Dude, it needs to do a better job and not give mods membership. That's so lame.
They have the funniest thing on X where people check if their dog will save them if someone attacks them. So they give the dog food in their kitchen, and then someone runs in a mask and they start punching the shit out of this person, obviously staged. And then they check if the dogs help or if they just keep eating. Dude, these dogs just keep eating. They don't give a damn. Going down again.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end of that 10% correction after the golden cross, Yash.
Wow. Next one is 106. 100.
We're running out of licks down here. There'll be seller exhaustion here soon.
There's gotta be. This is a lot.
Yeah, there's really no gas left. You got some 25 X's down to like 2, but let's go look at the order book. Oh, came down, cleared those. You have a buy wall at 105 flat, 230 Bitcoin. Not much after that, and then you got some people down here playing the vector at 221, 179, at 97, 98K.
Oh.
But if we look at liquidity, we ate all of that up. Not a lot left. Not a lot at all.
Yo, Dbloc, what's your opinion on this Trump and Elon beef?
I think it's creative story. Fun. Soap opera-ish. We knew it was going to be something. I'm glad they got creative this time.
My money's on Elon.
Billionaire beef, bro.
You think they might have like
none of
a
my
pissing
business.
contest? Like who can make the market pump hardest, and then that's what makes things go crazy? That'd be pretty cool.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Aggressive buys coming in.
Like Elon just start posting mad stuff about Doge.
You mean sells, right?
No, there was some
Like
aggressive
both?
buys there coming in, a lot of them. Now that we got some sells, but the tape is lit up. Yeah, if you didn't see an eventual blow up between Trump and Elon, you're just not really good at human nature, bro, at reading human nature. That's such an easy call.
I thought it was gonna happen like around election time. I didn't think it was gonna happen this soon. Like, damn. Y'all were just living together, like, you know?
Is that aggressive spot or leverage, Dbloc?
Spot.
You reckon that just limit orders kicking in?
Yeah, people like me that have been waiting for these numbers.
Take a stab at 100K, yeah.
Keep an eye on volume. Yeah, good luck keeping your crowns, guys, with 300 people in the chat. That's gonna be a tough job.
Yeah, I just got in.
Wall, take profit, bro. Pay yourself. Pay yourself. You just reminded me of hold on. I think it's a good time to bring this one back. We gotta bring back our old buddy.
Alright, so look, I'm up 6 billion. Yeah. I'm up 6 billion right now on BRK.A. I can't take the money out though. Look, on Bitcoin, I'm up 2 quintillion. Look. Boom, look. Account balance. Look at that. Account balance. I'm up. That's 100,000, 100 million, 100 billion, 100 trillion. That's 1 quintillion. But the whole amount I'm going for, my take profit at 100,000, that's 100,000, 100 million, 100 billion, 100 trillion, 100 quadrillion. I'm going for 46 quintillion at the resistance of 100,000. You see it right there. 30,000 in receipts. Remember that. Receipts.
Receipts.
That header, who's going to tell the bro before he buys another 5
Oh,
loaves from his bedroom?
oh, it's great. It was the funniest shit ever. My man's sitting on 3x the total global market cap in his account, yo. Can't tell him shit.
Like the guy that got a super chat in one of the third world countries, but it's another third world country that sent him one, and it's like, I think it's like 2,000, but in his currency, but he thought it's like 600,000 or something. He's going ballistic, and everybody's like, okay, who's going to tell him?
Yeah, it does feel spooky entering here, just chilling. It does, but remember, the best entries usually feel like the wrong thing to do. Me personally, I haven't seen enough of a bottoming pattern here. Some of my alts are already filling in, right? Like my soul is slowly filling up, hitting its grid. Excuse me. But I'm still waiting to see something sexy here on Bitcoin.
Altcoin is going up as well. He's recovered.
That's great. That's exactly what you want, Wall. You want to hear major FUD at macro support when you're buying into projects. So it's music to my ears right now that there's some soul FUD. Damn, I really should have put Elon's face in there last night, bro. That's such a L.
No, you should make this banner bigger and insert the news story there. Elon versus Donald Trump. Shaking the market.
Dbloc, do we have any big vector gaps unrecovered below 100K?
To 97.
97.
Mm-hmm.
So if we because I just checked the volume thing, and it's showing that there is strong resistance at there is 97, 96, something like.
Yeah, there's some buy orders down there too. That's probably the biggest wall of buy orders that we have is down there. Reason I'm targeting 100K is because I'm not trying to get front run. Right, so at 100K I'll start loading up all the way down.
So you
But
just set your grid according to the resistance.
yeah, I'll probably do this manually though, because I'm gonna be watching Bitcoin. So, but yeah, and if it was an alt or something, I would just have a grid set from 100 to 97.
Nice. Oh, my country is going crazy. We just booked our seat on the World Cup 2026 today.
Nice, congrats.
The first time in the history of the team, actually.
Oh, that's huge.
So you
Well,
can
that,
imagine.
Yeah, that's huge. Gonna be all
Yeah.
types of parties.
Mm-hmm. Especially tomorrow is the first day of Eid.
Oh,
So like everyone is in holiday. So you can imagine what's happening outside now.
oh man, it's gonna be great.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear the horns of the cars.
No, I can imagine them
Yeah.
though. I know how it gets in
Let me.
Miami, and we're used to this type of shit, so I can just imagine.
I think like this you can hear it. I just the noise suppression.
The people, they are out on these events.
Really cool about living
Actually,
in an
it's
international
pure luck.
city is that like in Miami, like if Brazil wins the World Cup, all the Brazilians party here too. So you'll see them on the street with the flags and the honking the horns, and so there's so many people from different places that I guarantee you there's probably a little party out here too somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, it was pure luck today. We had to like win against Oman, and Iraq must lose against South Korea. And the hopes of Iraq losing was very minimal, and us winning in 50 degrees Celsius with a huge humidity in Oman was like never gonna happen. You know that we never faced such weather to play in, and they did it. That was like crazy.
50 and humid. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 50 and humidity. Imagine that. Like, wow.
Oh,
They had to pause the game twice. One at the minute, like 30 minutes after starting the game for the players to cool down.
Wow.
And then yeah, to cool down and drink water, and they just hand them cold towels in order just to refresh them. And they did that again at the 75, I think. Yeah, it was.
It's like 132 Fahrenheit for us American friends here.
Bro, I'm not going outside. I don't care who said the game is when. I don't care how important the game is. I will be indoors.
Yeah. Crazy.
Market's not turning bearish now, Gustav. It's been bearish. It's been bearish. Let's not get fooled
Yeah,
at the end thinking that it's just starting when it's coming to an end. We're a lot closer to the end of this than we are to the beginning of the drop at 112.
Actually, Iran just announced that they have full cycle of nuclear fuel today, and they will not stop enriching uranium.
Hey, okay,
You have it
so
in the middle.
2 of my emojis have hit so far. All right, so we got the Trump news and we got some nuclear FUD.
Yeah, they
That's
just announced.
definitely, yeah, that's some definite FUD right there.
The word flipped crazy actually in this past 2 days. I was in a trip to Turkey and I just came back. I decided to take one day off out from news, from trading, from work. And when I came back, everything is falling.
No days off.
I think everyone's mad because Bitcoin's coming down. It's Bitcoin's fault.
And even the third one, okay, as well. Your Putin with North Korea, they just signed today an agreement having like war support. War support, yeah, it
Oh,
was
stop.
war
I
support.
love this guy. All right, boom. Now we need some Michael Saylor, some Fed news, and some
And let
Tether
me tell
FUD.
you that the Chinese, and you have the Chinese
Well,
one as well. One second.
USDC did IPO today, if I'm not mistaken. So that's competition to Tether. So that could
Let
be
me tell you.
seen as Tether FUD. Ah, see
That's
where
the
we're
end of. That's
see
the
where
end
we're
of
going
Tether.
here.
That's it for Tether. It's gone. It's done.
I'll tell you the news for China. I just read it now. One second. China.
If you're new here, guys, we're not usually this silly. It's just we've been waiting for this shit for a minute, so. Actually, I'm lying. We probably are usually this silly, but
We're more silly.
we get to the bag though. This is the important part.
We take TA 100% serious. The rest of it's fun.
Yeah, we've only got a couple of slots left on the bingo card, man. I'm gonna have to go do some research and see if Pal said anything crazy today.
Okay, the North Korean one was Kim signs an agreement for unconditional support for Russia in its war with Ukraine.
So we're at complete war with North Korea. Great. Nice.
Macro FUD, massive FUD on macro support. Seen this episode before.
And I invite him to visit the US.
You broke up there.
Yeah, it was roboting. There you go. The whole internet's gone down in Jordan as well. More FUD.
Let's see if the news ripple effects. Looks like these days every little thing is an excuse to mass hysteria.
Man, everything is an excuse. Everything is something to point at to cover up the fact that you just sold. A lot of this news is meant to shake people and make them sell, but a lot of this news is meant to cover for you dumping off bags that normally you wouldn't be able to dump off. But you're like, well, I mean, it'd be irresponsible not to sell with all the news that's going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Gives them
Trump
a good
dumped his
excuse to
Bitcoin.
sell.
Trump dumped his Bitcoin bag before Elon did, and they got angry at each other. I see.
So that's the last. That's the last war we want. Bareback.
Yeah, there is something as well with Israel. They just strike South Lebanon and Southern Beirut as well, the capital.
Oh, but on the other side, Greta Thunberg is on her way to give people food on a yacht. She's a quarter of the way there.
Yeah, she told
They
her.
got caught.
She told everyone she's on the boat. I mean, just like heads up. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Nice play. I'm on my way. I'm right here.
Look out, I've got a red flag.
Stop me. News.
Yeah, all this is heaven sent. This is super exciting to make money.
Yeah, there is one code like from Trump. The Trump tariffs will cause recessions in the second half of this year. This is from Elon tweeting.
They should just arm wrestle and get on with it. Who's the best in arm wrestling? Ping Chong Chow or something, you know?
So what about Tether? Why we have Tether logo on that photo? We expect
Dbloc said
something
that
from
that was
Tether.
the last FUD you'll hear before everything was completely wrecked.
All of this was here before. We did all of this yesterday. The point of me doing this was to say that
Yeah, I
when we
was not
get
here.
the point of the
Yeah,
point
I'm
of
asking.
the point of doing this was to say that when we get this drop to 100 like we've been supposed to, that they'll blame it on something. It'll be blamed on something that's not technical. There'll be some sort of news story. There'll be some sort of FUD. So we were just covering our bases. Right? So far, we've hit 4 out of 7.
Yeah.
What we need is a Trump Elon Rochambeau match.
Yeah.
But there
we
is some slight
get
tether
Elon.
FUD right now with people saying
Call you
US
the Illuminati,
with
my God.
USDC IPOing. They're saying how that's gonna affect tether negatively or something. Somebody is breathing into their microphone.
Might
Why?
need noise cancellation put back on or something. I'm not sure if it's coming.
Heavy breathing.
Sorry, no, that was my AC. The fan was blowing on
Oh,
the
okay.
microphone. My bad.
Oh, that makes sense.
Sure,
I didn't know
Qui-Gon.
my mic was open, but when it reconnects now, it opens my mic even if I'm muted.
I think that from now on, whenever somebody has an open mic, we should make them do like a 10-second rap when they come back.
Why would I want to suffer through that because they did something wrong? That's like I'm being punished twice.
Double punishment.
That's true, Dbloc.
I'm going to leave my mic open on purpose.
Knowing you, you would.
Not to Dbloc.
I got an idea. Why don't they put Trump and Elon in a MMA fight, and Joe Rogan is the referee?
You can get AI to whip that up for us real
Now you
quick
will
if
see
you
it
want.
run in the AI.
I accidentally left my mic open. I'm really hoping that I'm not the pun of everybody else joking.
Mods, please.
I did everything to just try to quit smoking.
Guys, all I'm saying is treasure your position in this group.
I moved
There's
him to the
300
open mic gulag.
Thanks, Dbloc. He's quite gone.
He's quite gone. I'm dead.
Dbloc, serious question. What is your favorite pizza?
I'm sorry. What's what?
What's your favorite pizza?
Oh man.
New York cheese.
Man,
Yeah,
I
I
kept
mean,
going for like another 30 seconds.
bro, the funniest thing was as soon as I said I moved you to, as soon as I said I moved you to open mic gulag, Fly goes, he's quite gone.
More like fly gone.
Yeah, nothing beats a good big cheese slice, bro.
Dude, I hated how
That's
that,
like
Hawaiian
the
was
OG.
pineapple, and now I'm all for pineapple, pineapple cheese. Oh, I don't know. I've never thought I'll say it, but yeah, I actually like pineapple pizzas now.
I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys.
Oh no, he started the pineapple fight.
It's pretty ironic that just that short rhyme made me more fly than the guy who's actually named Fly.
Why did I open my mouth?
I'm gonna change my name to Qui-Gon Fly because I'm too fly for y'all.
People are rhyming for no reason now.
I've already got a lawsuit against Dragonfly. Take it easy.
Hey, I don't know about you guys, but I always knew Trump and Elon were going to fight eventually, but fighting on Gay Pride Month is just the icing on the cake.
They're gonna start slapping each other.
I thought they renamed it to Veterans Pride Month.
I didn't hear that anywhere. Maybe. I'm not sure. Who knows?
Bullish engulfing, babe.
All right, I'm back. It's not just that, Lick. It's Trump removing those EV tax credits. That shit hurt. Right. Part of the good thing about getting a Tesla is that if you were in the right state, you got a good, you know. I think there was even a federal one, honestly.
He was deregulating autonomous vehicles less than a month ago for Elon as well. What's going on there?
Yeah, John, I mean, whatever you move to that ledger, if the market dipped while you moved it, it's going to be worth less in your ledger. But if you're moving it to a hard wallet, it's probably because you're, you know, accumulating. Nah, he's making it pretty public, though, Isaac. I think it has to be public. He's got to distance himself. We've been talking about this for a while already. It's good business for Elon to distance himself. This is a crazy way to do it, but, you know. It's best when billionaires beef that we just sit back and eat our popcorn, bro, and just watch.
Yeah, now that we got Bitcoin under 102, I decided I had to sell a vehicle, so I put up my Mitsubishi up on Carvana. Bang, bang. I already got an offer.
Nice. How long does it take to get paid out?
It depends. If I want to go drop it off, I can do it tomorrow, but I'm being lazy and I'm having them pick it up, so I'll get paid in like 3-4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to pay like $90 extra for them to pick it up. It's a hassle dropping it off. You got to have someone come follow you, you know, with a car and all that.
So you're gonna wait till Monday? You're gonna wait till Monday, Drew, to start thinking about
Yeah,
this?
dry powder, man. I'm like, let this market drop. Now I got a little extra dry powder. I was thinking to sell my motorcycle too, but I'm like, nah, I just got the motorcycle. I got to hold on it, have some fun with that a little more.
Guys,
But it's crazy because I just tested the market and everything's good.
this Elon Trump shit isn't dumping the market.
No, this is technical. This was
This is
coming down
doing
to
this is
101.
doing absolutely nothing to prices, guys. This
Nothing.
is just entertainment. If their plan was to dump the market with this feud, it's a dumb plan.
No, yeah, it's definitely has nothing. It's coincidence.
Well, we knew. Did you see? Look at my chart. I don't know if you were here last night, bro. I had that insert news story here box, right? But then last night we filled it with
Dude, no, you
potential.
stay on that. You stay on that. It's like,
We
you know, it's like something's gonna happen when the chart's gonna be there, but like you stay on that.
What
I was
is
hoping that 103 would hold though. I was crossing my fingers.
what is Doge at now? Did I jump the gun too early?
Nah, it hit support, man. It hit that vector, cleared that vector, hit supports at like 17, right? 17.5, 17.7, something like that.
It's right at a little touch under 17 right now.
I got in right under 18. Wait, it's under 17?
17.7
Yeah, it's
or
at
something.
right now on Binance it's at 1694.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I jumped the gun. All right.
Yeah, so did I with my buy this morning, but I got a bunch more Doge, so I'm happy.
It was free money I got from shorting Doge anyway, which is something I promised I would never do. But as long as Elon doesn't tweet about it, then it should behave properly.
We just need to see Elon change the Doge.gov site to a big Doge logo.
Man, Elon's going to unite everyone. We're going to turn into a purple revolution, unite everyone. We're going to have a whole new government kind of paradigm shift. We're going to rewrite the Constitution. We're going to rewrite the Bill of Rights. It's on, baby. Technocracy at its finest, where the technocrats will reign, and we shall serve. All right, I'm getting excited over here.
Trump is getting a little old.
You've been on nothing, and you will be happy.
Eat the bugs. I think that was the funniest thing, though, like the eat the bugs.
To be honest, Drew, I was starting to feel a bit of FOMO, and I was wondering where you were, man. And now you're here. This is getting nasty now.
Well, you fear missing out on a dump, or fear missing out on now climbing back up?
It'll come back up. We're going above. We're going back up, but
yeah,
baby.
Doge scan. That's hilarious. Now I'm mad I didn't tweet that. Somebody tweeted blue-haired women and red-hatted men are both keying my Tesla.
Everyone's mad.
Yeah, that was purple hair.
That's funny as shit.
But yeah, man, my port, my port is down as much as I would make a whole year hustling.
Guys, don't look at the portfolio today. Don't do it.
I had to.
I gotta look at it if I'm gonna buy shit.
I like to set my shit. If your exchange lets you set your shit to percentages and not fiat value, good idea to do that.
Yeah, I used to put a piece of tape on my phone right where the portfolio would show. But yeah, I learned to roll with the punches, man. It's just like, all right. You know, it's like you can always say the push-ups could have been, would have been, and that would have been a great scalp if I would have sold that dump. But it's just like, you know, it's risky losing position too. And I don't want to risk that. Big buys coming in, big buys coming in. Watch out.
For me, it hurts even worse to be like, look at how much of a percentage value I'm down. But like, it also is like, okay, if I'll have all of this friggin' money if I just get back to break even.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm eyeing a certain amount every time, like whether I'm in Ethereum, whether I'm in Doge or whatever else I was playing with, like I have a certain number of each coin that I know I'd be happy with. I'm like, once I get that count, it's like I can really set and forget. And it's, I want to be able to have like, a set and forget so I don't get greedy with them, but well, I can get more and more, and just every time there's a dip, keep on running around like a madman trying to get more money. So I'm just going to be like, at a level where I have, whether it's Ethereum or Doge, bang. It's like once I'm at that number, doesn't matter. I'm just setting and forgetting. And then of course, I'll be playing with some like little DGen plays just for the fun of it, but with everything else locked in.
Just to rewind to where all of this sort of broke down yesterday. We had our stopping volume candle that sort of gave us our up here on the 5 minute, that dotted line. This is where we said bulls need to hold this. And that's what broke. And that's why we sent. And we've hit every measured move except for our last one as of now. 1000% expected this to get front run though. If we don't close bodies, if we close bodies underneath 100, like if we close maybe 4 hour or daily body under, then we could start looking at it maybe going down to that 97, but I'm nobody's dad, guys. I can't tell you when to long, but I will tell you to keep very tight stops.
Time to cook that bear meat.
99,999.
No, not yet, Yash. I haven't seen anything down. If there was a really strong stopping volume candle here or something, we could say that. But I don't see anything really sexy down here to sink my teeth into just yet. On some alts, though, my grids are already filling. We've talked about these levels for the past, 2 weeks. The reason that we plan is so that when shit like this happens, there's no thinking involved. Right? You pre-plan, you set your play, and then when shit plays out, you just go into action. There's nothing wrong with being hesitant, though. Like I said, there's no clear sign here that, we haven't seen any huge volume come in. We've seen some aggressive buyers and some aggressive sellers. That's been cool. But nothing sustained. What's more important is that we've come down, we've cleared that liquidity, and we've loaded up with what I consider to be enough energy to get past that all-time high again. Now we can make a real effort at it. Once we're done with these bottoms, done snatching everything up. And remember, the same way when we got to 110 and then they shorted the shit out of it and they made us go to 112, same thing can happen in reverse. We just invert the chart, right? We've pumped up. We've run out of liquidations for the most part. Price comes down. People decide to long this thing. It gets filled back up. Price goes up and sweeps that liquidity. Right? It's the same way that we watch it on the inverse. You just got to get used to seeing it to the bottom. Not every time that price goes up is because it's time to recover. Sometimes it's time to build more short side liquidity. Right? Like that's the plan. Or to build more long side liquidity.
It's funny. Dogecoin said Barron needs to marry Elon's daughter. I mean, Elon's daughter, I don't know which way she's one of them. He's got like 20, 30 kids already, I think.
This is like Game
But
of
yeah,
Thrones. Like we got to unite the families or something.
that would be like Romeo and Juliet. But I'm thinking Barron's gonna marry Trump's granddaughter Kai or something. You know, get on that weird keep it in the family. No, I'm just messing around. I'm trolling.
You ready for this to be the bottom already, JL?
Man, we just started cooking.
Yeah, with such move, I believe the best thing to wait to see that it's confirmed it's a bounce, because I feel like we must touch the 100 psychological number. This is what I think.
We pretty much did at 100.
Yeah, we're within the margin of error. $320 on a $100,000 asset. But I
So
haven't seen the reaction that I want to see off these bottoms yet, though.
Jealous, my birthday's 1 hour and I'd want to be in the trenches. Happy birthday, dog. But the trenches is the best place to be on your birthday. I mean, you could be in the trenches and be outside too, touch some grass while you're in the trenches, you know, take it on the phone. Speaking of trenches, I think that Doge operating system, they're about to have a little jump off I got to check out.
There's another June baby. His alt bags are down and he can't spend on his birthday. Sorry, mate.
Let's see. Mean reversion on the 5-minute. We know the play here. 13 has to drag over the 50 to get bullish momentum. Small vector gap above, but I don't know if it's enough to break that 50. More than likely reject, put in the right side if we're going to put in a lower high. I'm sorry, a higher low. Reject off that 50, come back, hold its support. That. Retesting its 13 bearishly here.
I love how Jerome Powell looks in your picture, man, on your chart.
If you do your maths, Dbloc, with the number of subscribers you have, your subscribers are 1 in a million.
You talking like world population?
Yeah, roughly. I mean, in the order of 1 in a million. It's not exactly, but yeah. So everyone that's subscribed is, yeah, you're 1 in a million.
I like that, Fly. I like that. And that's straight from the mouth of a mathematician, folks. And he's Australian, so you can trust him. If, of course, you believe that Australia is a real place.
Well, America can trust Australia, but I don't know if we can say the same.
Man, America doesn't even trust America.
Nah, it's a bit messy at the moment.
I'm here, yo. I'm just settling in. Looking at the news real quick while we settle into this bottom.
Hey, Dbloc, you around?
Good morning. More weirdness, you know?
What is going on, bro?
I
How's it
just
going?
woke a sea of red. What's going on? And it's, yeah, more gossip, more drama. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, like, at this point, like, I'm getting used to it. It's like, yeah, we expect this. We expect.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Just what we were expecting.
Yeah,
Punch
it's
for
like
Judy.
now I'm thinking what's next, like every day now, you know?
All my
What's the
sensors.
ultimate what's the ultimate worst thing that could come out of all of this? Like,
We go to the 786 pulled from the 70 from the low to the
I don't
110.
I don't mean no, I don't mean technically. I mean like uh with, you know, Elon Musk accusing Donald Trump of being on the Epstein thingamajiggy.
Bro, those pictures been out since forever ago.
I'm back out.
Yay, what's up, Dbloc?
Hey, you see how a little thing played out, huh?
Oh man,
We got
yes.
our
Bear
news and
flag sitting in
everything.
that. Yeah, snapping up 100,000. It's like I'll give you the charts. What is that saying? You give me the news, I'll show you the charts or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
No, give me the charts, I'll show you the news. Yeah. Yeah. It is very interesting how it all harmonizes with, oh, something sort of has to happen here. And then, you know, what do you get? A day later, boom, something happens. Just on cue.
High levels of FUD
Something
at
will happen,
macro
like a big
support.
thing will
My
happen.
favorite setup.
Yeah, quite. Exactly. I was just talking about like what could be the worst case scenario with all of this. And I don't mean crypto wise, I just mean like, you know, if it like ended up this big expose about Trump and all that, and like if it went to the place where Trump loses his presidency, like that's ultimate
I don't think it affects
biggest
crypto
dramatic
at all.
shake-up outcome,
I
right?
actually think it puts an
Yeah.
end to some of those tariffs and it actually pumps everything.
Oh, yeah. See, what I don't want is this anything to affect the progress made for crypto regulation and clarity. I'm glad that Gensler's out. Like that's a huge outcome. So that's good. Yeah, I'm just trying to think worst case scenarios. That's all. The Republicans will still hold the office, right?
Yeah,
If
it would
like
go to
let's say
Vance.
Trump gets, if anything happens, yeah. If anything happens with Trump, like it goes, yeah, okay.
Nothing's
So the
gonna happen.
polls,
He's the
like
one in
everything has been
control.
like,
He's the one in control of releasing all those documents anyways, so
right. I mean, look, to give Trump the benefit of the doubt, let's say, okay, yes, there's like manifestos of him being on, you know, the flight itinerary for that island. Does that doesn't automatically mean something? Like, can you visit that island
bro,
back in the
there's
day
been
and be
videos
completely innocent?
there's been videos of Trump at Epstein parties grabbing girls by the hips and slapping them on the ass for the past 20 years. I don't understand what anybody's so surprised about right now.
Right.
Well, I
Which
don't
is
want to
why.
see. I don't want to see a Diddy Trump freak off.
Well, Diddy,
No,
he's at all the Diddy parties too. Wait till that. I'm waiting for that Elon tweet when Elon starts posting the pictures of him and Diddy at the Diddy parties.
Oh yeah. Like, but like, why does that have to equal? Okay, everyone sell everything. You know what I
It
mean? Like,
doesn't.
why
It
does that have
doesn't.
to? It
That's
doesn't.
the first
Yeah.
thing I did was come in and say none of the news today has anything to do with any structural. There's been no double spend. There's been no hack.
Yeah.
There's been nothing that's affected any of your projects at all.
No. There's
And
no
it's
fundamental flaw.
also not the reason for the dip. The reason that this is here wasn't to
No.
say, wasn't to predict, oh, there's going to be some news story that drops the price. No. This was to show that they would say something, they would come up with something, we'd be talking about something. But this measured move has been there before all of this bullshit.
Oh yeah, we were talking about it like literally 8 hours ago, or
Yeah.
however long it was. You were measuring moving it, you know, and
Yeah.
targeting 100K. Yeah, I was there too.
I've got it, Rick. It's Ellen DeGeneres and Trump freak off.
Not even 8 hours ago,
Oh,
guys.
man.
Dbloc's had the 1 and 2 for like a week or two almost
At
now.
least, bro. Almost a month now.
Mm. And what, like, I'm sure a lot of you guys are too. It's like I'm just at the stage of, okay, what's next? Like, what's the next drama that spins out? You know, on the news, out of the newsroom. There's always something. Always something.
Well, what I'm interested in right now, what I was just researching, was that USDC IPO.
Yeah.
We've been trying to figure out how do we make money off of stables, right? This is it, guys. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not here to show anything, but take some time and research this and do some math and just be smart about this, because stable coins are about to go absolutely crazy. And so far, that's sort of the best exposure that you can get to it. Up to now, all we've been able to do is invest in the chains that have the highest stable coin inflows and sort of grab some liquidity like that. But this is a direct way to be able to do it.
So long the USDC USDT pair?
No, like you can buy the stock on what you call it, just buy Circle.
A Circle, yeah.
Again, not financial advice. Everybody, please do your own research.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Dbloc, I got a question. The news might not have affected the dump, but it sure has affected Musk's other companies. I mean, those have been going down.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Tesla's gonna have more of a direct effect. Whenever Elon does anything crazy, Tesla holders are known to overreact.
But wouldn't that roll over to crypto? I mean, he does have a lot of
No.
crypto too. He could be dumping it
I mean,
to
it's,
prop up his other companies.
yeah, maybe, but that would be a super indirect, you know. I doubt that he dumped a bunch of Bitcoin today as he was tweeting to make the news to drop the price. What it does, the purpose of the news is to make you scared to buy the dip.
Yeah, follow BlackRock, man. Where are they buying? What are they doing? What are their wallets up to right now?
I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm looking for that, Charles. I'm looking for volume to increase here. That's why I'm not too excited, even though we're close to target. This isn't what a bottom looks like. Give me a second.
Yeah, I feel like this is not rocking the foundations of crypto. This is like a guilty by association type thing, or affected by association reaction response. It's this won't have a. I don't think this will have any kind of lasting, impactful reason as to why like cryptos, you know, and having any kind of long term direction shift. I don't think.
Well, you know, we've seen political instability in France recently, and that can be bad for the stock market, right? I mean, Trump is unpredictable, blah blah blah, but at least Trump is Trump, right? Like he's the one in charge, and it's obvious, right? This fight with Elon doesn't change that it's Trump in charge and all, but no, I don't know. Things can happen too, right?
Yeah.
Maybe at midterms you'll be more like balanced Congress, no?
The worst Elon could do is shift public sentiment.
I'm just waiting for Trump to put that sticker on his Tesla. I bought this before Elon was crazy.
Man, isn't it wild how quick things shifted around with that? Like, he was sitting in a Tesla with Musk, like literally like a month ago or something like that. Those pictures of them sitting in a Tesla together.
He had it delivered to the White House. I don't even drive a car. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, but you knew at some point it was going to happen. Two egos like that.
Oh
yeah, we've been talking about it forever.
And someone has to surrender, right? Someone has
Yep.
to back down a bit.
Someone has to be the subordinate.
Yeah.
The submissive.
And they're both like domineering people.
Yeah,
like,
that's
they're
exactly
both
why we knew
alpha.
it wouldn't last 4 years. I had money on that relationship not lasting all 4 years. Lasted what? Barely 180 days.
Yeah. The length of the Doge regime.
But yeah, but when this happened, when he was leaving Doge, we talked about them needing, or Trump needing to separate himself from Trump. I mean, Elon needing to separate himself from Trump for business purposes. It's just bleeding. He was bleeding too much. He took his fan base and turned them into his biggest enemies.
They could have done it civilly, though. But you could imagine that Elon was friends with Trump the whole way through the presidency, and then Trump loses, like the Republicans lose.
Trump swung first here, right? Trump swung first when he said the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies. Wasn't that the first sort of shot across the...
Maybe public, but that sounds reactive.
Yeah. Like he knew Elon was gonna say something, or I'm trying to put it all in order because all of this shit happened while I was asleep.
Yeah, the chronology of it.
Yeah.
Because there was Doge, like Elon finished up with the Doge thing, and then he comes out and says, "Oh, thank you, cheers you too." Yeah, he comes out and says that he thinks that whatever that plan was of the government is a disaster. So he's very critical over that spending. What is it? The big something, the big beautiful bill or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's critical.
So he's
over
critical
the bill,
on that.
yeah.
He's throwing shade on the bill, and then Trump's like, I'll get you for that, for saying that about my beautiful bill. And now it's just like a tit for tat. Like,
So I'm on Elon's page 4 hours ago. Wow, he's been tweeting for 4 hours. I'm trying to see where it started.
Well, he said today during the news conference with the German chancellor he was very disappointed in Elon, and that's when it picked up from there.
Yeah, dude, he's golden boy. It's like a movie script, man.
All right,
All the infighting.
6 hours ago, he reposted something from the Doge office that said Democrats are calling for Trump's decision to end federal funding. 35 years left, blah, 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 blah. Elon reposted it and said, sensible move by the president. That was 6 hours ago. And then right after that, he posted, keep the good, remove the bad. And then he posts 6 hours. Then he posted, whatever. Keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair. ditch the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill, the entire history of civilization. So it's the EV cuts. It's like I was saying, when they tried to take out the EV incentive cuts, which digs into his car, because everybody that buys a Tesla, right, gets a tax incentive for doing so. That's when I think shit got real. Yeah, and then 5 hours ago he posted false. This bill was never shown to me once and was passed in the dead of night. So I guess Elon reacted to him saying that, and then he reacted to, I mean, Trump reacted to Elon saying that, and then Elon reacted to Trump saying that's bullshit. I never saw the bill. It passed in the dead of night so fast that no one in Congress could even read it. And then that's when he started going in.
Yeah. It's like they're such loose cannons, Trump and Elon, really. Like they're very volatile. Things can just amp up quite easily, it seems.
Yeah.
Like they're not a like save face first type people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is kind of good, like because you know what you're getting. Like they're forthcoming.
Sin Games, I hear you about the terrorists, but the difference with this is that this doesn't necessarily move price. Right? This isn't a real market mover unless you're in Tesla.
Yeah, it's like opinion like based gossip like stuff. Like this is no fundamental money thing.
Yeah, I don't know where
Like
to set
why
my
is
stop loss because of today's news. Like, you know what I mean? There's no
if any yeah, it's like sentimental confusion is what I think it is. Like people it's like rocking people's sentiment a bit. Like what are we supposed to think now?
Yeah.
We're supposed to
Like,
think Trump. We're supposed to think Trump's going to deport Elon.
Has Trump got an X account blocked yet?
No, that's a good point though. Let's see how petty he gets.
Well, it also didn't help that Trump threatened to cancel Elon's government contracts too today.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. That was after he took the EV tax credits out of the bill.
Yep.
They're both. It seems like there's like a spite war going on. They're spiteful.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
petty.
like, oh, you did this. Yeah, I got this on you. Just
I think
mudslinging.
Elon's setting up a trap, and he's letting breadcrumbs, and you can see it's a trap he's setting up right now. And it's probably been thought out before. I don't think this is something too spontaneous. And like Dbloc said, like he had to get back on his, on his Tesla hustle and get his investors happy. So that's one thing. But at the, on the other spectrum, I think he's been plotting on something that might be pretty interesting.
Listen, guys, just human nature wise, the only man on the planet more petty than Trump and Elon is 50 Cent. 50 Cent is King Petty. And then you get Elon and Trump are probably like a close second.
Yeah.
Like, just think of anybody who's ever crossed Elon or anybody who's ever crossed Trump, the lengths that they've gone to.
Yeah.
So what if Elon takes down Starlink, just turns it off for a bit?
I mean, the crazy thing is he's talking about cutting these contracts, and Elon's like, cool, how you plan on getting back and forth to the space station? Like, stop talking shit. You know what I mean? You're talking shit right now. There's no, like, you need me.
Full talk.
Yeah. You
This is
need
great,
me.
I think this is awesome. It's very entertaining.
It is. It's super entertaining. I'll give you that.
Causes for volatility. Yeah.
I mean, do you really think this is causing volatility? I think volatility was set
Nah,
anyways.
this is just this is just distractions. In my opinion, it's not really having an effect on price at all.
Well, like you said, it's like what's next? Like it's like it's being written out like a script. Like there's all this drama. It's like a terrible movie, you know. It's like
Volatility is very low, by the way, on Bitcoin.
Somebody has an open
Same on
mic
Spy.
with a that's picking up people's volume. My bad.
I don't know if you guys heard, but he's talking about starting a third party and backing those guys money wise instead of backing Republicans too. Now for the midterms.
Yeah, George, it's your mic. I think you're like on an open mic or something, or a laptop mic. It's just picking up all your background when you talk.
All right, I'm sorry.
You're good, brother.
Yeah, no, you can tell Elon was plotting, and there's going to be some kind of shift in politics, and something's going to come out of this, and whether they're going to call it the Purple Gang or something, but something's coming up.
I just don't think it's that deep. I just think he's trying to make some separation so that he can get back to business. And the problem is that if Trump is going to keep talking shit, then Elon's going to keep talking shit. And then whatever little plan there was before is going to go right out the window when it starts to get personal.
Yeah, but I think Elon pushed the envelope a little bit with the strategy behind it. It seems like he's setting up a trap. Because I think he uses AI a lot, and AI is keen on helping businessmen do things like that and set up traps with a lot of little blueprints that might take 2, 3 years, 4 years to play out, 5 years. So I'm sure he's had some very interesting conversations with his AI on how he can actually take over, the United States industrial complex, basically.
Bro, pass that shit. Whatever you're smoking, let me hit it just once.
Dude, it's the
just
good,
one
man. Like,
time.
If you were not Elon, would you not have those conversations with your super heavy, like, computational
I just
extra
think sometimes
RAM?
that the easiest explanation is the right one. And we all know the practical reasons why he needs to separate himself from Trump. I don't think it has to lead to global domination. I think he's just trying to get this stink off of him and trying to get his customers back.
Well, not global domination, but to capture the whole basic American market, like, somehow without, because he's not going to be able to run for president. He knows that. So he's got to be shifty and
Yeah, he came
really
as this is as close as Elon could have gotten to president. Was a presidential advisor. Legally, it's like the closest he can get to the office.
But for him to step up to the plate to do that, it shows me it goes a little bit further than that's why I think it's part of the whole plot and breadcrumbs that he's leaving. It's
You've
not
seen
just
his most recent tweet?
No, I haven't even been keeping up to this. I've been running around.
Oh, you can have some fun. If you want to have some fun, go on Elon's page. But look, his most recent tweet from 4 hours ago, and he pinned it. It's not his most recent, but it's the one that he pinned. It's a question. He put up a poll. Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle?
That's what I'm saying, man. I think he's been
I could see
plotting
him
on
putting his money behind the third party or something like that. But
I mean, Rand Paul, they leaned. His dad was libertarian.
wow, 81% said yes. There's
Yeah, man,
2.5 million votes, and 81% said yes.
I think this party is going to have to be a little kind
That's
of
crazy.
libertarian centric too, though. It's got to. That's what it smells like. That's going to pop out, especially the way Elon's leaning on Rand Paul a lot. And Rand Paul, even though he's Republican and he's kind of not a blanket Republican, but his dad is a straight up libertarian and not liberal, because a lot of people mix up liberals and libertarian. They're totally opposite ends of the spectrum. But it would be, I think Elon is plotting, man. He's probably going to ask Rand Paul for some help and whatever they're plotting on.
We'll worry about that shit after the next halving. When the elections come up. Right now, I'm trying to figure out what's going to affect price in the next 4 months.
Well, right now, I think if the dollar becomes even less stable and the U.S.'s reserve is in question, Bitcoin might be that option, or something on crypto, blockchain related is going to be the option to shift all of that. And that's what that Elon retweet of Brian Armstrong was, which made me I was like, man, these guys are really in it to win it right now. And Coinbase, they got a big bag of Bitcoin now. Like, I didn't even know how much Bitcoin they have. They just stacked up a lot recently too.
The Circle just IPO'd, right? USDC just IPO'd today.
Went up 200%. Yeah.
I'm waiting for a dip on that.
Interesting times, though, for sure, man. Just had to sell one of my vehicles. I'm like, all right, man, I see some opportunities coming up. Let me just have some extra dry powder.
Elon's #1 goal is his X app, Daryl. That's been his #1 goal for a long time.
Yep.
Well,
I
what did you
almost
say
I almost
going
think
tomorrow?
Mars I almost think Mars comes second. I think he understands that his X app gets him to Mars.
Yeah. Yeah, what if Doge gets him to Mars? Because nobody knows the size of the Doge bag that Tesla has right now for some reason. Everybody knows the size of their Bitcoin bag. They only sold Bitcoin. They didn't acquire any Bitcoin except for what they acquired when they were accepting Bitcoin for Teslas. Recently, they haven't bought anything. They just sold that last time that everybody went crazy about. But nobody knows their Dogecoin holdings because they've been acquiring Dogecoin slowly and surely just through the merch, but that's probably not that much.
Let's be real here. Once we go to Mars, Doge is gonna be the Mars currency.
That's what I'm talking about.
What if you can only spend it on Mars though?
Perfect.
Y'all
People on their
going?
way. I'll be sitting there at the airport. I'm like, yo, I got Doge.
I got for the low.
The space
Currency exchange right before you guys leave.
Man, if Starlink's available in Mars, then you'll be able to spend it through Starlink and use it on over here in the Earth.
Yeah, nah, honestly, Elon, guys, Elon's like for real. His main goal is that X app, and I don't mean just running Twitter. I mean turning it into like WeChat, right? Like what the Chinese have, where it's payments, it's all in one app.
Like an everything app.
Yeah, it's been his dream since PayPal.
People are getting kind of sick of Trump, though. I'm not going to front. I'm getting kind of sick of you, Trump.
It's what have you done for us lately? You know, it's like things are bad right now, and
I'm just looking back at the whole vaccine thing, that the way he was leaning, and the whole COVID, his angle, and he's a controlled opposition, in my opinion. He was put there because he's down with the program, and he seems like he's opposition, but he knows the plan. I think he knows what happened in 9/11. He doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't want things to really be uncovered, what happened in New York on that dreadful day. But he's part of the hush-up crew.
that dreadful day.
Straight up.
She's on one right now.
There's going to be a Trump link. He's going to start his own Starlink.
If I was Trump, why is there no real 9/11 investigation? That's what I'm saying. He's part of the cleanup crew. He's not down with the revolution.
So real basic textbook. This is a technical, like you would have been shorting this because there was a Bitcoin bear flag that we've been in for the last week.
Yeah.
On the 4-hour chart, like that's
right here.
It was clear. There was no secrets. That was like blindingly in the open there.
Opium, man.
And not to mention the liquidity around 100K to go snatch up.
Just opium, bro. Let people convince them that was it. I mean, how long did we stare at those 7 green weekly candles? How long ago did we look at the golden cross and talk about a 10% correction into a golden cross being the average? I mean, I really don't want to be the I told you so guy, but there were signs. And we didn't keep them secret,
Yeah.
Yo, so imagine maybe Elon got some dirt after this whole research they had to do. Imagine how much data they had to crunch. So he probably got some new dirt on the administration. That's what gave him the firepower to set off that tweet when it's like the train wrecking the Trump or whatever. It's like the Trump big, beautiful bill, and it was like a train wreck. And that's when he set it off. And I think Trump got, pissed off was when Elon did that personal tweet. Because before then, Elon was just like, oh, Congress this, Senate that, Congress. He wasn't really pointing his finger at Trump. And that tweet with the meme, when he memed Trump with the train wreck, that's kind of when I think Trump got pissed off and things started hitting the fan. But I think Elon got some dirt in his pocket. He probably came up with a lot of information that now, if he's going to be opposition to the administration, he has a treasure chest of ammunition, probably.
He's got it on both sides, right? He's done the insider. I love you, Trump, and then rug pulling.
Exactly.
Rick, look at this chart real quick. Our USDT dominance chart. I don't know if you were here when we looked at this and we saw the vector down, we saw our accumulation, and we drew our red box. I mean, this was our alt go lower line. We're well into it. Like I said, there were signs.
What's up, everybody?
What up?
Yo.
Yeah, Dbloc, High Def wants you to let things drop, man. He said you can't force the bull run. He said you got to do it, man.
Bro, I can never tell what side High Def is on, bro. He's always either like shitting on the Bears or the Bulls, but he flips, so it's like I thought this is what you wanted, High Def.
Power's in your hands, D-Block. You got this. It's all up to you, man. Please save us.
It's like someone was saying, or Trump was saying, "Oh, Elon, did you see that tariff crash that I caused? Yeah, hold my beer." You know, like, wait, let's start something else. What's next? How are we gonna make waves?
See, not only did they take away the tax credits for the EVs, they added an extra tax. I think that got Elon over the edge. He's like, wait, now a lot of states they're adding taxes.
It's a slap in the face, you know. It's a bit of a slap in the face. How many speeches did Elon have to sit there behind Trump, holding his flag while Elon talked about drill, baby, drill, and shitting on renewable energy? And it's like Trump. I mean, Elon's just sitting there like, doo-doo-doo. Like, don't mind me.
That's what I think Elon was plotting, man. He knew he had to do it, and I think his grok instructed him how to slowly take over the industrial complex of the United States. That's his mission right now.
His grok.
Yep, it's Elon and Grok versus the world. I'm telling you. And he's got a real Grok. The Grok we have is not even 1/100th of what he has.
He's got the Tony Stark version.
He's got the 10,000X Grok.
The Chuck Norris grok.
Yeah.
That's not a grok. This is a grok.
And to think he's not using it wisely while he's dropping these breadcrumbs, I mean, in my opinion, it's obvious what he's doing. Like, this is. I mean, of course he's petty, but this is still part of the plan. Like, you know, it's he thought about this whole left right wing paradigm that the United States has and a lot of other countries has, and he's like, all right, how can I, wiggle my way in here and create some kind of perpetual movement that can self-propel my businesses while I inject some kind of new party ideology. Maybe it's not even going to be a new party. Maybe it's going to be libertarian. Maybe, who knows? But I'm still all in Doge for a little bit, though. I got to see what kind of moves he makes in the next stage. He might actually scare me out of my position if he starts getting too wild.
Elon?
I'm not going to front. Yeah, if Elon gets a little too crazy, he might shake me out of my position. I shouldn't even say that, but I got to keep an eye on him. He's a wild one.
With Trump a little too much, gets to you. Did I miss any crazy news though? I mean, I just woke up. I'm heading to work.
Oh yeah, Elon
went
Musk
down.
and Trump. They're about to have a real fight. Like they're programming. What's that called? Celebrity deathmatch.
Get out of here.
That's what I heard.
I mean, it looks like Trump already won. No, that black guy. He gave
I don't
him
know,
last
man.
week.
Elon got a pretty good left jab.
Right.
Steve Bannon's calling for the government to seize SpaceX and to deport Elon Musk.
I told you they were going to try to deport Musk. I just said that 10 minutes ago. Yep. I knew it.
That's like Trump's brain. Steve Bannon's like Trump's brain.
Yeah, I knew it. I smelled that coming from a mile away.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna dig into this USDC thing. USDC thing.
I'm gonna get some food too.
Steve Bannon said that from the information that he's looked at regarding Elon Musk's status, that he believes that Elon's actually a legal alien.
That old trick.
Look what. Oh no! Look what Jim Cramer posted this a month ago. What a beautiful relationship between Elon and Trump. I'm very bullish on this. Jim Cramer put that up a month ago, literally.
Oh, there you go. That's the beginning of the end right there.
Jim, what are you doing, Jim? Oh, jeez. Come on, Jim. Start getting bearish on crypto, please.
The children, bro. We're governed by
Tell us
children.
it's going to hell.
That's it. They try and deport Elon, and then there's rallies in the street. There's an uprising.
All the Democrats start buying Teslas again. Oh, yes. Let's go.
You just did this on purpose. We know we still love you, Elon.
Yeah. Elon flips Democrat again. Goes like up that route.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So are we not
That's
technically in a good spot with Bitcoin? Like, I mean, we kind of wanted this, right? Like, just rip off the band and get it done. Liquidity
So
sweep.
this is just the lower band of the daily. It's been sitting there for a couple of weeks.
It's always possible to have that like super corrective downtrend. I'm assuming, right? I keep seeing that places, but I know anything can happen, but
Well, it's a bit of a milestone, right? We've hit this, and now what? Like, it was kind of on the cards.
yeah.
Yo, did he really say that? The time to drop the really big bomb? And Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Is that for real? Hold on. That can't be for real.
Yeah, he put that out. Yeah, he definitely did that. Musk did.
I think the next speculation is not about Elon or Trump. It's about why is America increasing military spending this much this year? Like that Pentagon bill, like, you're like decreasing education, decreasing agriculture, justice to increase military spending, right? Why? What's the plan?
Well, he was telling Australia to spend more on military. Meanwhile, he's like
He's
threatening
spending himself more, right?
And he's threatening not to sell us the subs. It's like, what do you want, mate?
No, but I don't know. What I'm wondering is which country are we invading? Because you do need to increase military spending before you invade a country, right? It's a foresee. Well, that's how you can foresee wars.
Well, they were saying that they're moving away from the Ukraine, Russia, and then focusing on Taiwan, China. So,
but why would you increase your military budget by 20% if your plan is not to?
Because China's the big threat for Trump, right? China.
UK is doing the same
China
thing.
is too big. You can't invade China. It's gonna be smaller than that.
Yeah, but you can try and get China to invade Taiwan and then start a. I don't know, you know. But Trump doesn't like China. He said China, China. I don't know. Maybe that's too big a thing to bite off. But I mean,
it's like that bill Elon is unhappy about. Maybe it's a bit the reason, no? It's because it's military spending increasing and other stuff, while everything else decreasing basically, except transportation, energy, and
how about
interior
this then?
security.
How about this? They're trying to FUD EVs to bring down BYD and China's influence on the EVs while they progress automated vehicles, and then allow the EVs back again. I don't know.
Transportation is stable, so but I guess that's mess. It's like the tube, it's not for EVs transportation, it's like for trains, for. Well, actually, it would have been for EVs, but not anymore. Huh? I don't know. For me, it smells war. Honestly, when you increase your military budget by 20%, it's not for nothing.
It's for defense, Zusi.
It's because everyone relies on America, and after Trump, I don't think they want to.
The best defense is to offense, right? Yeah, but it doesn't fit the narrative, right? Because Trump is supposed to be the peacemaker or whatever he sold us. Yet he increases military spending, so that doesn't make sense. If you're expecting to make peace, why would you spend more money on weapons?
He's failed at peace, so he's like, oh well, all right, back to the other. Let's do the other one.
Follow the money. So if America is going to spend more in weapons, maybe I should buy weapon stocks. Damn, it's too late. Those things are flying. It's the same in Europe. We're spending more on military stuff now. Is there any weapon crypto?
Dogecoin.
Gun.
Something like steel related, maybe, no? Yeah, we need those world token assets, right? All right, anyway, I'm done. Just wanted to point that out. The budget kind of. Well, I'm a bit late to the news anyway, but it's been like a month. We know this at least, no? The answer to my question is Bitcoin, by the way. Bitcoin is the war crypto. It did great when Ukraine war started. I mean, not great, but it did fine. It's a bit like gold, right? secured a deal for oil already, right? With this, so I guess it's not gonna be a war for oil. It could be a war for those rare earth minerals, though. Well, he says he wants to invade Greenland, right? Oh, not invade, but whatever. Maybe that's why he spends more money. It's to make military bases in Greenland. It's funny. When you think about it, it's really funny. Because the whole point of, well, one of the arguments during the election was we're going to spend less money for, well, Ukraine war, right? He's doing the opposite.
Maybe Elon organized those drone strikes in Russia and Siberia, and that annoyed Trump.
Wow, that's good speculation. Possibly. You think they needed satellites for those drones, though?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Starlink. Without Starlink, you wouldn't have been able to run those drones because they would have triggered off GPS signals everywhere. Yep.
What, GPS signals are passive? Like you don't.
That block. You can block them and trace them though. That's why you can't use GPS for drones. Starlink's essential for the drones. They basically
why would they use a GPS blocker on the military bases that are so far from front line anyway? You know? I think it's a surprise attack, right? A bit like Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, but it was a year in the planning, year and a half.
Like Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, well, it was Russia's Pearl Harbor they're calling it.
Really? I just made that up myself. I promise you, they're calling it.
Yeah, I heard it on the news. They're like, "Oh, this could be Russia's Pearl Harbor." I heard that a couple of days ago.
Damn. Well, if we could get like a little bit of that military spending into the Bitcoin strategic reserve, you know, that would be a good weapon for the future, financial weapon.
Qui-Gon, you have an open mic.
So
that'll be another wrap, Qui-Gon, and Dbloc's not here, so go for it.
Once again, I left my mic open, but it wasn't my fault because Discord's broken. Now I've gotten roped in to busting raps. This app is crap. Now rewind that and just let it soak in.
You're so wicked, Qui-Gon. Let's go meet in Saigon.
Saigon, is that a real place? Why not? I'd love to see your face.
It's Ho Chi Minh City now. The mods are going wild. They're just like about to trigger.
I'm going to put my screen up because I noticed something. It's very like similar to the previous bear flag we got in late May on Bitcoin. Check this out.
No work today?
Nah, man, I don't work till Monday. I took the week off.
But yeah, we had a bear flag here, like directly after the all-time high. We formed like a rising channel, and the textbook outcome, like it bear flags, and it even look at that, it retests the bottom of the flag and gets rejected by it. See there? And it's like, okay, well that's that schematic right there. That's the play, and they just threw another one directly at us. Look at the same deviation. See the deviation outside of the flag on the bottom side there? It's so similar. Like deviation play.
And the sizes are roughly the same.
Yeah, like the drops, like the outcomes, and it's like it's turned into like a 5-wave thing, like a 5-wave move down, and it deals with the all of that liquidity at 100,000 that Bitcoin had. Like, let me open a liquidity.
And
heat
the
map.
biggest is in the middle. I mean, you have 3 Elliott waves, but it's like hourly time frame, right? It's not really on the daily.
This is why I love the basics, man. Like, this is how simple crypto, I mean, technical analysis can really be this simple. Like, where you identify structures zoomed out, like, even on the 4-hour time frame, this is not complicated. This is quite basic. Like, you see the structure is going to the downside, the market structure. We're breaking,
Why not draw
continually
the?
breaking supports. Like,
You could also draw
very
the
simple.
whole parallel downward, right?
Yeah,
Where
this
we
is
just had
definitely a big channel. It's a fat channel, definitely. You're right.
where we just touched the for a third time the support, basically.
Yep. So this to here.
Something.
Yep. Totally.
And
then that parallels to here. Yep. Definitely. So
they tend
I can
to
see the people.
accelerate downward. They tend to accelerate downward if they can't hold the.
Well, and if we drop out of that channel to the downside, which could totally happen, unless that happens, this is like looking like some kind of a bull flag. It's yeah. I mean, it's certainly very dramatic. Like we're pulling back pretty dramatically, but yeah,
The characteristic of the whole up move since 75 was regularity. It was very regular. It's a bit the same here in the regular. Like you don't go up more than 4%, something like that. 3.8, yeah.
Just
twice
adjusting.
3.8%. Well, I mean, I guess we could get 3.8% again then. Which would be on a SR flip at 104.
That's definitely a good channel to track. Tracking the progress. And then on the way up, it was giving us triangles to use. So we're getting flags on the way down and then triangles on the way up, There's another really good triangle over here, like very clean. Right there.
Yeah, we're getting
This
a lot
one
of those
was,
lately, right?
yeah. This one even, you could argue, was, I mean, this was a range. This was just a parallel channel with a deviation on top. But look at the recheck of that one. See how there was this line here. There was like we tried to escape it here. Something happened. We rallied down, broke it again, and then checked it right there.
It happened, like a big thing
got
happened.
the permission to go higher. But yeah, that wasn't as, that was a little bit more confusing or harder to read than say this. This was like very easy. That was fairly easy. Although the escape, like getting out of that second one here, was very like
stop starting. Do you remember this drama? Like how we popped up, re-entered, popped up again bigger, dropped down bigger, and then finally we get the real move. Like, that was full of volatility right there. But taking a fib from the basement to the roof.
Yeah, we're not
like
even at the first
that
one
whole
level
level.
yet.
Yeah, I know we were trying to use the 236 for a time there, just here, the red line. We tried to use that as a reason to go up higher, but no, that won't cut it. It's like now we're dealing with 100K psychological big number, all of that liquidity. If that breaks down, then you're looking at a 382. But the most common targeting areas for a bounce would be the 0.5 and the 0.618. They're very popular like levels
So bring us
to
down to about
pick out a
90.
reaction.
Is that like 94? Are you talking from like 76 to 112? Or 0.5
Yeah, the
down?
0.5 Fibonacci is 93,200. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's if we lose the 100K psychological,
Yeah, we only just need to wick below 100, and that's going to start causing that fall down. It's interesting that we held it within $300. I mean, if you play half and whole numbers and stuff, you go like 100,500, 100,250, and we just sort of held that. We really are just holding 100. A little wick down into it, and that cracks it.
And just to show like what has actually transpired from a pivoting pattern, like a textbook setup, is a head and shoulders. This is like seriously, this is like very, very much, higher highs, higher lows, followed by lower highs and lower lows. That's a pivot straight up. And the neckline doesn't matter about the angle. The neckline's the neckline. The important part of a head and shoulders is the pivot points. That's how you like truly identify the pivot. It's like the head is the pivot. Like this is the most important part of a head and shoulders. It's like, yep, that's the information that we
Could
look
be
at as it's the high.
This could be fairly important for the next, up until October, November. This point here, I mean, what happens here? I mean, we needed to come down here, but to go higher, really.
It's the measured move of this. If it goes to the
We
full
reached
neckline
half of.
target.
Yeah, because it's
93.2.
upward slanted, it's not as low as you think.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with the slant of the necklines. Like, I'm not one of those kind of analysts that sort of picks
but
apart
because
the angle. But yeah, I know what you mean, though.
No, but because it is angled upward, your measured move, you started from higher, so it's not gonna drop as much as if it wasn't slanted. Right?
Yeah, well, you mean the starting point is higher because it's pitched higher. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like the breakdown. Yeah, and look where it seems to marry up.
94.
Like around here. Yeah. That sort of links up with this low here, this cluster of support. But that's the beauty of just the basics as well. Hey, like there's no indicators. I didn't pay for anything there. That was all TradingView for free right there. That's all just drawing.
Nobody ever made money paying indicators.
Yeah. It's cool to have the extra information to give you more confidence about certain outcomes and things, but you can really boil things down to the basics, and find the bones, the bones of what's going to happen.
Because most likely, even if you had the best indicator, sometimes you just wouldn't follow it, right? So,
you know what was really cool? I really loved this. This correction here was a falling wedge, and it was so beautiful. You duplicate the lows out, and you see that the thing is falling like that. you get some of these like on the high time frames. Bitcoin does a lot of falling wedges.
You know, this whole thing is the third Elliott wave since 15K, right? Like you would expect some sort of ending diagonal, maybe to.
Elliott, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
But
5
we
waves
just have
down.
1, 2, 3. No, one not necessarily down. No, ending diagonal would be upward. So I guess you'd have your first point at 110, your second at 74, and the third at 112 is a bit too low. It's probably not in the chart yet. Yeah.
Ooh, keeping it simple. Now we're talking Elliott waves. Oh man.
Well, it's pretty
Man,
simple.
these
Elliott
falling
waves.
wedges
It's
are
just
everywhere. Bitcoin loves a good falling wedge, man. Tell you what. And high time frame, like pretty high time frame. This is like you can even go on the daily to see them, but it throws a falling wedge like every other moment in the market. The bear market, man, the whole bear market of 2022 was a huge falling wedge. From here, pull it down. Like,
yeah, but you see, in the course of 2 years, you only touch that line 3 times, right? So
yeah, it's a very macro. See, we escaped it before FTX collapsed. FTX caused a rebound, like a recheck of that trend. But yeah, man, there was. It's hard. It's tough to find the uniformity on this one, but it is there. There is like definitely. It has the nature of a falling wedge, no doubt. Here's another one. Like they're everywhere. See this? You could argue that that was a descending triangle, like that. But then, if you look at the candle bodies,
it's triple bottom.
Look at the candle bodies. Like if you ignore the wicks, it's got that kind of feel to it. Chop the wicks off. And then look, another one over here. I can just keep going back in time and finding these things. They're all over.
So this is called a falling wedge, or that's different from the falling wedge?
Oh no, these are what I'm drawing are falling wedges. Yeah, they're very similar to a bull flag because they result. I mean, this one, like, I wouldn't call this one a falling wedge to be fair, because it's coming from a crash and then pivoting after, and a falling wedge is not a pivot pattern. It's a continuation pattern. So this like closer qualifiers. That's probably more of a bull flag, to be fair. To get, if you want to like get nitty gritty.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
this one,
Interesting. No, so it's a continuation in pattern, not a pivot point.
yeah, not a reversal pattern. But this did
That's right.
reverse. See how this? Yeah, this one triple bottomed. Yeah, pivoting and reversal mean the same thing. So totally. I agree. You're right. Pivoting. That was like, that was a descending triangle that, and then some catalyst came out and caused a breakout.
The interesting thing in that structure is that the lowest point was the middle drop. It's 3 sell-offs in the end.
I found another one. Yeah, three massive sell-offs in that area. You get all these flags, man. They're so beautiful. And then, like, when you're crashing, like, look at this bear market. Check it out. Like, we just had one of these. Bear flag. Channel rising after a fall produces a further fall. Here's another bear flag here, or triangle, whatever you want to call it, rising wedge. They all have the same effect. Fall out the bottom of it. Another one. Price tries to move higher.
The time frame?
Yeah, this is the daily. Yeah, this is the daily.
Oh, wow.
This is very much macro patterns, like what's happening on the macro. But that bear market, that entire 2022 right there, which started in late 2021, That whole thing is a giant falling wedge that we broke out of and like went up higher. So to boil like to oversimplify markets, they go up and down, right? They're like a peak and trough, peak and trough, peak and trough. It's like a wave situation. Markets cycle. So on a decline, you find your falling patterns, and what happens after a fall naturally is a rise. And so in the rising market, you find your rising patterns that produce falls. See? It's just waves, man.
Yeah.
Direction, market direction, like identifying what naturally comes after a rise, a fall, what comes after a fall, a rise, you know. If the market's oscillating like Bitcoin seems to be, Bitcoin's just like one big beautiful like oscillating, you know, you can oversimplify it like this. Like that's if I pull this away from the candles, you can see there's just these oscillations. Like that's literally
what's
Bitcoin
that?
simplified right
That's
there.
day one. Day one to present.
Day one? What do you mean? That was that's sort of like this is the start of the last bull market. This is the COVID drop, and then this is the daily chart, just zoomed out.
On log scale, the current bull run is just a parallel upward. You see that the current bull run since 15K?
Yeah.
You can almost make it line up with just a bear flag. Yeah.
It is, yeah. I agree. Like if you go like that and then
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a probability of breaking that to the upside. That's gonna be nice if it happens.
Oh, that would be pretty impressive, yeah. Check out that deviation over here. That's when we peaked before the halving. See how it deviated out of the channel? Halving was April 20th, 2024, which is right here. Right there was the halving, right there. And we deviated out of the channel too soon.
So how far before we touch that white line now?
How far? Which white line? The channel line or the timeline?
Oh, like today. How much do we need to drop to touch the bottom of the channel?
Oh, this channel? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
is it 94 also? Yeah, it's 94
like this,
also, right?
it lines up with
92,
yeah, like anywhere
yeah.
between 90 and say 93-ish.
There's a lot of confidence there, right?
It depends how long we take to get there. Because if we did it today, like in the next few hours, we'd be down at 90K, or 91 or whatever. If we took 2 weeks to do it, you know, we land somewhere higher up. Like if we were to bounce off it, you know. Yeah. So like high time frame charts, I feel like you get more clarity of like where things are going when you zoom out, I think. It's when you go down to like, for me, like some people find more clarity on the small time frames, but for me, I get more direction off zooming out and seeing the big picture. Like when you're like this, it's like you can only sort of speculate what's going to happen in the next few hours rather than days and market direction. Let's check out the 8 view. Oof. Look at Tron, man. Look at that V shape that Tron's doing right now. Tron is always deviating from the rest of crypto because, I mean, Tron's like it's the Chinese crypto in the top 10, you know? Everything else is pretty much American.
Anti-crypto.
Yeah, it's like the hedge against crypto. It's Tron. It feels the moves, but it does. Oh man, Tron does some really outlandish stuff, like out of pocket. You know, it's crazy. Look at it pumping. That's wild. So now that Bitcoin's gone and snatched up that liquidity, see how it's like put a stop to all of that like cloud there of liquidity. Look how mounted all the short liquidity is up here at 111,000.
Oh wow.
This is why I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some reason, or at least technically, for Bitcoin to, find support, however long it takes. But I feel like this is just so nearby, to
Yeah,
go
here's
get
one.
snatched up.
99,000 before 200,000. Which one?
Oh right, yeah, no, definitely 99. Yeah, it's like right next door.
Oh.
But look, it's not, the job's not done yet. I mean, when you zoom out, like there's still all this.
But it'll be very fascinating if it never actually dropped below 100,000. That would be
Oof. Yeah, if they let all that liquidity survive, yeah. If they leave it behind, yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Because we kind of have to expect something below 100,000 before, September. I mean, that's far out, but I mean, it would just be impossible for it not to want to go down there. Close to.
I'm trying to find a basic reason. Like I'm looking for the basics, just how this bear flag produced a basic textbook outcome. Like this is, crypto kindergarten, boom. Crypto kindergarten up here. Boom.
Well, the daily's played out. I might have a look
Basic.
a bit more closely at the weekly and have a look what. Let's have a look.
I understand. Look, this is a low. This is you could argue like a swing fail below that low. Liquidity grab, recheck of 100K. Like I can see reasons to suggest that that's that this local low is in. We've done like 5 moves down to it.
The dailies look
I'm not
fairly
saying
bullish. It looked fairly bullish for a while, but everything below it, from what I was seeing, was choppy or bearish. So, yeah, I want to have a closer look at the weekly now and see if I can make heads of this.
Yeah. I'm gonna run to my oscillators now and see if there's any hints down there. Start from like the weekly. So the stochastic is still hot, overbought, threatening to come down. Let me just turn off the drawings. RSI is bearish divergence. So you've got, and this is the weekly. It's been bearishly diverting since early last year. So it's been doing it for 12 months on a high time frame, like this bearish divergence. That doesn't necessarily have to mean the end of the cycle or anything. I'm just saying, like, it needs, I don't know, like it needs to cool.
Yeah, but you also had the opposite divergence, right? Comparing 48K and 74K, those two lows there, it seems like they're equal, or the right low was even lower, no?
Yeah, it was.
While price was actually finding support at 74, so it's like bearish divergence fighting hidden bullish divergence.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
They kind of cancel each another, no? Yeah, there you go. That's a higher low, but RSI,
higher low, but then
you go, well, it went
equal or
lower.
lower low. Yeah. So it doesn't harmonize properly. Yeah, I know what you mean. So the weekly's kind of, it's so slow moving and the data comes in very slow. But if you jump down to the daily, it's like, actually, let's go back to the weekly. It's like, why did we pivot here? Is there any hints that the stochastic was bottomed out? That's like one big clue. You had a MACD histogram color change. Like, I don't mean color flip, but you had like a dark red to a light red. So that's suggesting the peak selling has finished and that it's climbing back up. So that's like your pivot point when the color flips like that. So that's a little hint there. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the daily has a little bit more resolution to sort of find the reason for where things pivot. Bullish divergence right here, RSI daily on Bitcoin. You had a really deep push here, and then look, the pushes got weaker. Pushes down got weaker on RSI. However, in price, they got deeper. So that's divergent. Bullish divergence hint. Not to mention you had like the MACD swinging from being way oversold, swinging back up. This like interesting stochastic RSI double bottom. See there?
A nice signal there, yeah. Although we go
So,
lower after, right? Yeah, we go.
From the oscillator's perspective, on the daily chart, like what has more like room to move, upside or downside? If you look at the stochastic, there's way more upside move, like room to move and play.
Yeah.
Same with RSI, you know what I mean?
We've touched the bottom of the range. So the weekly's bizarre because the RSI 6 on the weekly is around 50, and
it's like an opposite story. Yeah, it's confusing.
EMA 13 is like the 97. Oh my gosh, there's some big numbers sitting on the weekly there, but we're sort of either way at the moment on that.
Yeah, this is why oscillators really shine in a range. They're not so amazing when it comes to a trend. Like when things are on trend, you kind of lose context a bit because oscillators will top out.
They can go.
They'll just stay pinned. Exactly. So what shines in a trending market is your moving averages and things like that, you know.
Yeah. And the moving
and it's like the opposite. Exactly. The moving averages fall apart in a range, but the oscillators shine. So it's like like, you know, one tool for one job, and then it's the opposite for the next job, you know? Yeah. So the fact that we've been in a very aggressive up bull market on the high time frames, I don't think you can get too much enlightenment or hints on the oscillators to be fair. Like,
yeah, but the EMAs on
at
the
least
weekly,
high time frame.
The weeklies on the EMA look very bullish, extremely bullish, and then down to
hell yeah,
support of 97. So, you know,
yeah,
and we've done the
the
daily
weeklies. Oof,
it's huge,
definitely. And yet the daily, we just had a golden cross, and of course it's lagging, right? Like we were saying yesterday night.
And if we're in a bull market, you'd expect a bit of front running. So maybe we won't get down to 97. This is crazy.
It's interesting, huh?
That's what I'm saying. 99 or 200. What's first? Let's go.
Yeah.
Imagine you got a 500x at like the bottom here. 103.
Look at where the wick has pulled up on the daily 50 simple moving average. See that check? Look at that. It's almost price perfect, but there's a little bit of a gap there, but that's pretty close. And and look at it. It's like lining up. It's harmonizing with $100,000. You got harmony there. So yeah, I can see reasons why this pull, like this correction from the all-time high, there's reasons to see at least relief at the moment. Like we could have some kind of local low in already to give anyone some hopium.
Well, 4% up? No, is like.
Yeah.
So from
This
100
is
to 104, maybe seems pretty reasonable.
You know how like the last 6 hours has been kind of terrifying, right? This is these are the kind of environments, not financial advice, but that's the kind of mode that you should buy in. You know, like you buy the fear, you buy the blood, you buy the drama and the trauma,
Yeah, I had those little
and then you
some
wait for it to get better.
There's little
Yeah.
butterflies in the stomach that say, "This is terrible. You should buy."
Yeah.
But it
And
was
just like
softening.
when everything's exciting and euphoric, you should be terrified of that. You need to, instead of feeling safe and bullish and everything, it's very much like a take profit moment, like in the highs. I'm still trying to master that, like the counterintuitive nature of positioning. It's so counterintuitive.
Just do 10,000 trades on high leverage. You'll get to know it really well.
Yeah. Give yourself PTSD.
You get rewarded for just trading when you feel absolutely terrible. It's not necessarily
Yeah.
the best thing to teach yourself.
Isn't it weird? Yeah, it's so
The whole
crazy.
reality. Yeah.
And then
It's
I know there's the
so
fear of,
happy.
oh, don't buy the falling knife, don't buy the dead cat, you know? Like there's that fear where no one touches it because it's, you know, we just had a violent move down.
Well, we've kind of
Oh,
softened.
violent, it's all relative on maybe, but on Bitcoin we just dropped 4% or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Soft landing.
I'm talking what I'm talking about is the local. I'm talking like 15-minute chart. Like that was a violent move down. If you're a scalper or day trading, that's a big move. And Bitcoin going 3% or 5% from that peak there, just from last night. Well, not last night for me, in the morning for you guys, like early morning. A 5% drop, like that's a because we're at 100, $5,500. That's what that means. How crazy is it that drop there is worth 1/4 of the entire bull market of 2017? Isn't that wild? That's crazy. Just shows how far we've come since 2017 in scale,
Well,
you know.
that drop was a third of Bitcoin at its 15K low. So
Yeah,
30.
yeah, yeah. It's amazing. Let's see how the majors are holding up, or if they're holding up. Look at Tron, man. That is insane. Look at that. Compared to everything else, like every other top 8 coin is doing this, like Bitcoin, and meanwhile Tron, massive spike to the upside. That's just wild. Well,
funny when you start TA, you trying to pick all these numbers, and after doing it for so long, they just stare you right in the face. There it is. There's the number. There it is. It's like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like sometimes it's like there's this presumption that we think that if we add brain power, we'll uncover the answer. You know what I mean? Like if you
it's
crunch
time
hard enough,
spent.
if you put indicators and do all this, like, you know, deciphering and whatever, it can like reveal moves and things, but sometimes it's just the basics as
What's the
well,
old
you know.
adage of trying to make a baby in 4.5 months with 2 women? It doesn't work. You just need to take the time, and it's simple.
Yeah. I don't mean like, I'm not knocking any kind of technical stuff. I'm just saying
No, but technical stuff takes
it's
time. Like it takes time to
yeah,
absorb it. You can't just
yeah, and
stay up
to
all night.
understand what it means. Yeah,
Yeah.
it uncovers like the nuts and bolts behind why the basics happen, you know.
or looking for hints as to why basic things might fail is another reason to go technical, like a bit dig deeper. Yeah, that's the beauty of like technical analysis is you have the freedom to go basic or as technical as you want, and both can be profitable. You know, both can be
Right?
work.
You can
Yeah.
always find a strategy that suits your like your
Oh,
requirement.
yeah, your lifestyle, your personality type, how much
Your
money you have. Like, there's something to suit everyone. Yeah. Yeah.
If you're impatient, if you're
Your
patient,
experience.
yeah.
Yeah, your impatience. Yeah. If you're
If you're
really impatient, if you want results today, like become a scalper. The trade-off is you're taking nibbles at the market. You don't expect any massive
well, the
results.
game investors, but that if you're really prone to time-based capitulation, you can't invest because you'll sell, you know, or if you don't have the ability to hold it for a long period. So, but then if you know you're more of a sensible, patient person, then scalping, you're probably not going to listen to those little flutters in your stomach saying, "Buy the knife."
Yeah. I've tried the whole scalping thing. I'm not good at it. Like I will put my hand up and say I've lost a lot of money like trying to be a high leverage scalper. Other people it suits them great and they've figured out how to
Well,
be,
I've tried spot.
consistent with it.
I was
I
terrible
just
at
suck.
because I would hold it, and inevitably I would need the money when the market's red. But at least scalping, I can get in and out before someone rings me up and says I need money.
Yeah. You can completely get out of the game and go sleep easily at night and then wake up and go, "Oh, look, I wasn't part of that disaster." Just like today, right? Whereas if you're an investor, you're feeling it all like it's, you have to accommodate
Well,
the
investing,
volatility,
you buy the lows and you don't look at your portfolio. You just sort of DCA. But
Yeah, treat it like superannuation.
very sensible. I've never known to be sensible. So
Yeah. I am emotional. I admit that I respond emotionally. Like it's one thing to sit down and look at a chart and do technical analysis. It's a logical practice, right? But then when it comes to trading and responding to what conclusions you made with your TA, that's another thing. Like that's, you can get overridden by emotion.
It's easier to do TA when you're not in position.
Yeah.
Or don't even have dry powder. You have no sort of attachment to it. You just
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. If you can align your emotional and logical side of your brain, like your cognition, and get them working together, that's really powerful. Or at least, learn how to tame one part and then master the other and train
a
it.
high risk trader sort of becomes robotic with no emotion, and that's also not good because you don't feel the pain when you're losing. You got to sort of
like you
almost
you lose the respect of money almost. Like, oh, I just lost $10,000. I don't feel it. I'm a robot. Whatever. Let's keep going.
You kind of have to break yourself down and rebuild yourself to sort of yeah.
That's when you need to really employ a good sense of risk management as part of your robot, as part of your robotic, logical trading machine mind. Has to
Well,
you have to put that
I've had
protection in.
I've had a mortgage for a long time. People say, "Oh, put more on your mortgage." I put enough on my mortgage. It's enough. The rest is fine. I'll do whatever I want.
Yeah. It's like you're punishing your lifestyle. Like, oh, what did you spend your 30s and 40s doing? Oh, slogging out and paying off my mortgage, man. Like, I didn't go on holidays. I didn't enjoy myself. I work overtime most of the year. You know,
Well,
like
when I
no,
was
that's not living. That's not living.
when I was contracting on a good rate as well, you'd get to Friday and
Oh,
do I cut it at 3 or do I do OT and stay back till 8? You know, it's like eventually you have to
yeah.
have a lifestyle as well.
You have to
But
strike a balance, man. Mm,
oh, you see. I've sort of flipped the other way
yeah.
now. I value my time more than I don't. Yeah.
I've definitely let go of the keeping up with the Joneses, you know, like trying to keep up with everyone else in my like my peers at my year level, like what
Yeah, but
society expects of a 35-year-old, you know.
that's like
I
keeping
let
up
let
with
go of all that crap.
that's like trying to keep up with people's fake Instagram life. Because I've had
Yeah.
friends that are, you know, even were on higher contract rates, and they're like, "How does all my neighbors?
Mhm.
Why are they all so well? Why do they all have great cars? I'm earning great money, and I'm struggling." It's like, yeah, but they're probably either they've inherited or they've managed to do something, but they're probably just highly credited, and they put on a smiley face and walk outside until
Yeah.
everyone knows how it is, and then go home and cry at night time. So
That's true. It's like the
we,
people that look like they have everything, you don't know what they're struggling with, like
not at
behind
all.
closed doors, you know? Like they could be having a terrible time and not enjoying life and very stressed and depressed.
Like,
They look like, you know, they got the mansion, the white picket fence, you know, everything
we,
going on positively, like
I
assets,
was,
whatever. But yeah, it's not
when I was
everything,
in
man. It's not everything.
when I was in the red in crypto, I thought everyone else was doing
Mm.
well, and then when I went well into the green, I thought everyone was doing well, and then they like, said, "Oh, we're jealous of you. You're up." It's like I thought you guys were up as well. No, we that mental picture that we have in our heads not necessarily the truth. And the more financially sort of aware you become, you sort of realize what the real averages are, and they might not be as
Mm.
pretty as you imagine all the time.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
You know, some of the great people have only ever made, I think it was Moochie or whatever. I think he's like made 2 good trades in his life. Sometimes it's only 1 or 2 trades that make all the difference. And same with big investors and long term. That's why you stay in long term, because there's like one day in 5 years that you get all your money back. It's a challenging thing. It's very challenging to get your head around it.
Oh yeah. Yep. I'm still waiting for this whole move to pan out because I feel like there could be, you know, I want a bit more stability to come back before I take any stabs at anything new.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
because I can certainly see further downside. I mean, the trend is down, so yeah, I can see something happening. You know, where it really puts 100K to the test, and then we lose 100K, and then we go, you know, clear out that 99 level, and
well,
yeah, something like
expectation.
that.
There's a lot of expectations on October, but then we have to see what the geopolitics is. And I mean, October's a long way away in Trump days.
Hmm.
But
Yep. And what do we got coming up? CPI next week on Wednesday. That's, you know, where's inflation at? How will that affect the Fed and with their rate cuts? Like what's Jerome Powell going to come out and say after that data comes out? One thing we don't want is inflation to creep back up and then for him to be all hawkish, like truly tough again, and, you know, undo all of the progress that we've made on inflation over the last however many months.
yeah, well, rates coming down, just forming an even worse bubble. On a different note, did you see those cockatoos drinking from the water bubbler in Sydney, Rick?
No.
It was on the news yesterday. There's cockatoos that have worked out how to use their claws to spring open the water bubblers and drink.
That's cool.
Yeah.
They are clever. They're not silly birds. Galahs are silly though.
Yeah.
Galahs. Yeah, man. Look at Tron. Like, what the hell? What are you doing, Tron?
Stop looking at the shiny
Justin's
thing.
son.
Just take out
Yeah.
all the shiny things and all the really bad things, and then oh, I don't
Yeah.
know. You can take out the middle actually and look at the shiny things and the bad things to get an indication. Remove the averages out. There's always something shiny on the day though.
Yeah. I want to see if there's any anything on the screener that's like absolutely ripping right now. I mean,
Let's
this
look at the
RVN. What is RVN? Is that Raven? That thing popped yesterday, or like
that thing's just
back over here.
that thing's just
Yeah.
that thing just. Oh, I remember in
That
2020.
pumped.
Yeah, just pump dump, pump dump.
Yeah.
Very volatile.
Altcoin apparently did something. Oh, it's been rallying.
But you'll see Raven do that when things are coming down because people are just like highly speculative and they'll just like jump into the stupid things because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah. What got absolutely trashed today?
What?
LPT, MDT, Flock.
Is that Floki? No, it's just Flock.
Yeah, it's just Flock. And then J, ticker just J.
What
J
got ripped?
USDT.
What ripped?
Yeah, ripped and wrecked. Well, the ripper was that RVN, Raven. Is that what that is? RVN? Raven? Yeah, Raven coin. That's old. That's a...
Yeah, and it was just silly. It used to do stupid numbers up and down.
But this one that pumped, I think, was like a DeFi thing, RVN, which is on pump.fund thing. Yeah, okay. Wait, maybe that's not it. Oh, I don't know. It's tough. It's hard to figure out what it is.
More of them every day too.
Oh no, it is that Raven coin, the thing that's been out for a long time. Like 2018 Raven coin came out like that. Oh, I see. RVN exploded over 50% after getting listed on Upbit. Ravencoin, a Bitcoin fork built for asset transfers, more than doubled on the news before cooling off to 0.016.
Oh, so there was some news. Okay, not just speculation.
Yeah, it's one of them. What do you call it? Yeah, platform listings. You know, exchange listings. Pump.
Short it.
Yeah. I'm curious to see like the Tron Twitter right now. See what they're all raving about. That's that pumped. Tron Foundation. Or Justin Sun. So yesterday, Circle got listed on the stock exchange, the New York Stock Exchange. Ticker
Yeah,
CRCL.
what Dbloc was saying, the IPO, watching it pretty closely. He's waiting for a retrace on it.
So that's great for you know, internet money, internet finance, cryptocurrency, you know, as an overall. Just another piece of good news.
It's a no-brainer
Just
at this point. How can you
more
not have it?
legitimacy. What's that?
How can you not have internet money? It's a no-brainer at this point.
Magic internet money, yeah.
We're not going to put any money on the internet, no.
Meanwhile, people do internet banking with their fiat.
Yeah, fake money. I wonder how long it's going to take until the average person is convinced of crypto, though, because the average person's still not. They still look at you sideways a little bit funny and don't want to talk to you. Unless they accidentally bought a big bag and they left it there and forgot it, and now it's up, and then they still won't touch it. But this whole ISO coins, they're probably going to go wild in the second half of this year. Maybe XRP might have a down to that, back to the $1.60 US, like it had a dip a couple months back.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's flushing out all that leverage.
Yeah.
It's like the cream off the top is getting, you know, getting
Well,
scooped away.
You don't get those big buys without the leverage.
Yeah. It's like, where's that foundational position at? Like, where's the solid, you know, price?
Well, I'm thinking $1.60 because it dumped right there when that whole Wall Street thing happened. Dbloc was mentioning something about $1.90 coming down there. That might be a new target because we're getting $2, but we had a pretty quick dip down to $1.60. I don't want to go too far down the XRP rabbit hole. I've been down them a lot, so. But it is the 2025 was always going to be the ISO 22022, whatever it is, rollout.
Well, 5 minutes until the daily candle closes. Poor old Ethereum. Ethereum was working on this really nice ascending triangle. Damn.
Yeah, I was just looking on the chart. I was like, I talked about XRP too much. Go look at Ethereum. Because I don't want to talk about
Yeah. Yeah. It's still up there. Like, it's still overall, I don't think anything's wrong with this picture yet.
I can't see Ethereum not
range.
doing something crazy this cycle. But, you know,
Mm.
I'm all so.
Yeah. Yeah, every time there's this step back, it's like, oh, okay, we have to add another few days, another few weeks, you know, let this pan out, get the sentiment realigned again. Yeah. It's no doubt it's confusing when this kind of stuff happens. It's like, okay, what are we supposed to think?
Well, we all have our biases, right? You have to kind of, well, without any bias, you'd just be staring at a screen like with a blank face. But
yeah,
I
well, it's when all the biases are mismatched. It's like no one can really, like, there's no consensus. Like, everyone's kind of confused. It's like, okay, what are we supposed to do now? Like, we were bullish, we were doing this, and then there's this weird day that throws off sentiment, and that's like, yeah, I just want alignment for the market not to be so
it's a relatively
like out
playing
of
out.
whack.
Well, biases seem to be like May. We got a new all-time high, and I was expecting that bullishness. Well, I was hoping for that bullishness through that period with the M2 money, but then I was also expecting some kind of pullback before the whole September, October thing that everybody's really. That's 18 months after the halving, October, I think, roughly. And that's where the cycles usually go, 12 to 18 months of run after the halving. So it's not really too out there to expect that kind of run. And then this shift of things happening at slightly different times, and maybe we extend it out into January. You know, people might be really scared of January, February after the 2021, 2022. January was quite disastrous, really. Yeah. So there's a bit of a dip from a bit further down from here. Then you've got that 84 number was weird because that was that poem, and then it was like, nah, it went below, and then it sort of hit 83,900 and completely ripped faces off. So it was a bit.
Yeah. Man, I gotta share this. This is too funny. I gotta put this in general right now. They're not slow with the memes, man. These meme makers.
Nah.
Look at this one. Look at that in general right now. Isn't that funny?
Can you do the descriptive for the meme for anyone not looking at it?
Oh, Alien versus Predator. Alien versus Predator. Elon versus Trump. Alien versus Predator. That's where it's going.
That's
There's
pretty
a meme
cool.
for that.
That is, I could imagine that. Would they
That's
just
really,
do AI
it's
redo
really
the whole
funny.
movie?
It's so funny.
Redo the whole movie with Elon and Trump. So I'm assuming Trump is the predator.
No. Oh, no. Trump's the. Yeah.
I mean, the
Sorry,
alien.
yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Trump's the alien, or what?
No. Elon's the alien and Trump's a predator or the predator.
So
according
Trump,
to the rumor of this whole Epstein connection.
oh, okay, that's where it's linking it.
I would, yeah, like they're trying to make him out to be, you know, they're trying to be suggestive. And Elon is an alien because he's very strange and kind of outlandish and not kind of like. you know,
Elon
thinking about Mars and stuff, and like he wants to get off the planet.
Yeah, he's broke. Well, I mean, he might end up broke though, because he's probably the guy who lost the most money today. You know, his stock dropped like 20%, so that's like $20 billion, no, or around how much it is for.
I don't think Elon ever thought he's getting to Mars, though. Like he said that he wants this
But he
outrageous
needs
goal,
money.
but he wants something to head towards to give it an incentive. But he was saying like they could set off 2 nukes either side of Mars and create a atmosphere, and it just starts to get a bit ridiculous by the time. Maybe. I'm not sure if that's his ultimate goal, but that's sort of where he wants to head towards to get to his goal. I'm not sure.
Real estate actually pumped today.
Australian real estate's predicted to rise anywhere up to 10.
So I think Trump is winning this fight with Elon, at least for day one. We'll see how it ends up, but because yeah, today Elon lost a lot of money. Well, unrealized gains, I guess. While Trump probably didn't lose anything, even made money.
Well, first you wreck the economy, bring the rates down, make real estate pump, create a bubble, then crash real estate and destroy everything. Isn't that how it works?
I don't know. The new daily is in. Some alts paid us to stay in long. Not a lot of them, but some did, yeah. Like Cardano. Bitcoin is positive though. Like people are buying the dips on Bitcoin. Well, more than they but the rips. Yeah.
All right, Zusi, we're going to bring this to a range. What, 97 before 108?
That's not such a risky bet. Let's make it spicy. I like the 200 before 99 one, but that's a bit extreme.
I'm trying to be more realistic now, but
How about 107 before 99? There's probably no one betting on that.
so I'm assuming there's going to be a hell of a lot of resistance again between 104 and 106.
Well, just 103 now, right?
Yeah.
Just 103 is going to be a bit of an issue on the way up here. If we even go up.
Yeah, those numbers might be meaningless in a month's time when we haven't actually made it there.
That 1065 also is well defined now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, 1045.
103 we don't know yet, right? Like we don't know if it's resistance yet. All right, time to go for me. Trade safe, everybody.
What was that, bro?
Take it easy, Zeusy. Good luck.
Oh, see you, mate.
He's just stepping out.
Ah.
Looks like everything's done and dusted, Rick. It's just a matter of
Yeah, gotta let the dust settle, man. It's still like it's murky waters right now. I feel
there's
it's
definitely
like let the technicals make technical analysis great again. Let the technicals shine.
it's definitely a
I
place to take a stab. I mean, you could go expect a 10% run up on this one. We're down at the
yeah,
bottom. Yeah.
I can see like when the world realizes it's just gossip and it doesn't actually fundamentally change anything really.
Well, I think the world's just
Yeah.
getting upset about Bitcoin. I don't think Bitcoin's getting upset about the world. That's my point of view.
Nah, yeah, I know what you mean. I like at this point, crypto is kind of just collateral damage. Like whatever crypto is feeling is just collateral damage. They're an innocent bystander or guilty by association kind of thing, you know? Because the current administration, like Donald Trump, it's all pro crypto, you know, Bitcoin reserve, this, you know, new SEC chair, that. It's all.
Did you hear all the
everything's
FUD?
kind of riding on the success of the.
Did you hear all the FUD across Australia about the Bitcoin ATMs the other day? It was all
No,
across.
what was it?
It was ABC News. They were saying that Australia's got the largest rate of growth of Bitcoin ATMs in the world. We have the third largest number of Bitcoin ATMs after US and Canada. We have 1,800 Bitcoin ATMs, and Austrac are increasing regulations on Bitcoin ATMs because they've audited a subset and found that there was a higher proportion of money laundering and fraudulent Bitcoin ATMs.
I don't doubt it, man.
That was just 2 days. I mean, of course, like who's putting cash into a Bitcoin ATM? Like the rates are terrible. And a lot of them don't. Yeah.
People used to have to do it to buy drugs online before.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I don't know. It was years ago, 2016, 17. Someone says, if you can't buy drugs with it, it's not money. And then the drugs are bought with cash.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a tool, man. Like blaming money for wrongdoing. It's like a criminal drives a car. Do we ban cars? Like, do we cancel
and fire
cars
as well.
now?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And to assume people are guilty and then give them no privacy is ridiculous. Like you don't.
Criminals breathe air, eat food, and drink water. Do we ban those things? It's that kind of thing. It's like it just doesn't. It's.
We should tax them though.
Yeah. Criminals will be criminals. Criminals were around before crypto. Yeah, people just are quick to point the finger at something new, you know.
Well,
Fear of the
one of our
unknown.
big
Shut it
banks,
down.
one of the big banks, people were depositing over $10,000 cash into those ATMs and laundering it, and no one was watching it. So I just thought the timing of because I hadn't really heard a lot of sort of money laundering, terrorist funding, crypto FUD for a few days. Wow, this is interesting. They're going after the Bitcoin ATMs.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't put cash into a pokies machine without your ID now. So putting cash into a Bitcoin machine, I can imagine they'll expect you to, I don't know, KYC before you can. I don't know how they'll do it though. You'd have to put in your credit card and PIN before you can insert the cash. Don't know, to get your Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Look at the price action on her. She's just like, oh, well, I guess it's just So it's in the same place for like what, 30 minutes? Like look at those candles. Open and close, open and close.
On Bitcoin?
Yeah, we had the
Yeah,
daily.
I'm looking at the 1 minute. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, we're just sort of stabilizing here. We went a bit below the target, and then we've kind of stabilized at the bottom of the range here. So it's basically just sitting right where it was head.
This looks like oh man, there's nothing guaranteed, but if this was really the excuse me, if this was really before the all-time high, imagine that ride up from 100 to
Well, that's all
112
I
plus.
that, like, if you grab the little wick below 101, it never went below 100 again, and you had your stop loss at 99999.
I did, but I closed it like an idiot.
You're never. Yeah,
I
we. You're not.
I took a small profit, and I was like, I'm good with that. I was expecting it, like a fast bounce back up, but once I see that didn't happen, I learned my lesson. If she's sitting there for too long, get out. Take what you can, get out.
Yeah, until the day you cash it out and it goes rips, and you're like, I didn't hold it for long enough. I'm a true believer of whatever decision we make is the right decision for us to put us in the place we're supposed to be. I don't, you know.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. If I would have followed the instinct yesterday, I would have made some pretty good money. But I need to learn more, man. I need to see how she reacts. This is like to go from being stationary basically to just a decision being made finally. Well, we don't even know
Well,
if the decision is being made
if
yet
you
because
just
it could stay
bought
here for a bit. Huh?
if you just bought the dip because you saw the dip, then fair enough. But that number's been sitting on the daily chart now for a couple of weeks at least.
Yeah. That's I had his preset there for a while. I had a little buy sitting there.
Yeah.
Are you in right now? You're still holding?
No, I haven't been trading a lot for the last year at all. I did a lot of trading a year back or so, but all my friends are here, and I still like to keep my eye on this stuff.
That's cool.
I was in the trade before, but I haven't been for a while. I've had to focus on some other stuff. I got a certificate from MEXC. I was in the top 5.5% in 2023. But I didn't realize MEXC was such a big player in perpetuals. They're the largest for perps, so I'll still wear that badge. I'm happy with that. But
that's pretty dope.
I
Congrats
took
on that.
a lot of risk, so I don't think I'll ever take that much risk again. But this is the thing, it's one strategy will pay off one day and it won't the next. There's always a pro and a con to a strategy. But then I remember back then people were like, oh, wait, you should just paper trade or keep your eye on it for a few years. And I'm like, I can't wait. I'm just going to trade the heck out of this thing. And then I kind of got out when it ripped from about 43K. It was one of the last trades I took in early 2024. And I was basically all in on that. And I'd already taken money out. So I wasn't I was already in the green no matter what happened. But I'd been babying it for a couple of months in the beginning of 2024 as the ETF stuff cooled off. And the last trade I took, I went sort of all in, and Bitcoin dipped for about probably 200 milliseconds and liquidated me, and then just ripped all the way up to all-time highs. So I couldn't look at it for quite some time. I didn't even like hearing crypto news. Yeah, and then, but I'm over that. I'm always happy to watch it and keep my eye on it. Even this run, it was a week ago or so. I took a stab around 1025, and then it ripped up to all-time high just the other week. But I was a bit aggressive and a little bit early, and I was up 5x, and I didn't cash out at the big sell wall at 105. I didn't have my eye on that well enough. It dipped a bit and then took off again. You know, you go through all these things, but I still don't ever think I'm wrong. I'm like, whatever. I mean, I made the decision at the time that I thought was the best one. It's strange though, because you kind of, trading off and you get really rewarded for taking risk, and that's just, if you get that mentality too much, it can get dangerous. So
Yeah, so Mr. Wynn got liquidated today, huh?
yeah, I heard about that. I wasn't following that one. Someone was mentioning. You know, the best sentiment I could kind of gather in the last week or so has been sort of consolidation and slightly bearish, but I still think we're in the bull market. So it feels like everything's getting slightly front run. Like you'd expect this to come down to 97, down to the support level on that dip. And it might still come down there, but then every time I think it's going to go down to the levels, it gets front run a bit and then pushes on. So, but I couldn't see it not retesting 101, at least 101.5. And those ranges have slowly been coming down in the last week, down to 101, and it's wicked below it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a waiting game. Just gotta wait it out.
Yeah, I don't tend to short too much, so it's sort of get in, try and squeeze out the profit you can, and then sit on your hands if you can and wait for the bigger retraces. It's definitely a region for taking a stab, even right now, but it's going to be I don't like it on a Friday getting excited, and then you're going to have to sit through it in the weekend, the choppiness. So it's not necessarily the best day to get too bullish about this whole thing. Plus, June's starting to look pretty red, so still slightly bearish, overall bullish, but it's probably just going to consolidate around these areas. Maybe, I don't know. It's just, we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I gotta check out my concrete. Be right back.
Thanks, mate.
BTC, the first hard currency in human history, peer-to-peer non-KYC, no big gov with their sticky icky trigger fingers deep in our pockets or savings. Hashtag Cypher fam.
Oh, I didn't realize Elon is accusing Trump of the Epstein Island thing. It's on the Sunday Morning Herald. Oh, bromance is over. Gosh. Oh yeah. Trump's banning X.com, fake news network. Just kidding. Okay. Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Thanks. I was just getting bored of the news, and now it's all back on. One of Trump's advisors was saying that Elon is an illegal and he should be deported. Yeah, I'm not sure who it was, but one of his main advisors did. Yeah. I got a theory that Elon's going to move to China and start the gigafactories over there. He can't go back to South Africa.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the head and shoulders on Bitcoin? Like the massive head and shoulders on the daily? Or is that just me? Is that not a clean head and shoulders?
Yeah, it's been noted. It's there.
That the measured move for that puts it at 93,000.
Yep. That's also halfway. That's the 50% That's the 0.5 fib between the 76,000 and 112,000 around there.
I think what's gonna happen is it'll probably we'll probably get like a little bounce here, but then most likely go to the golden pocket, right around 97. And I
Yeah,
think
well,
it's gonna drop.
97. That's your support on the 13 EMA on the daily as well.
Yeah, yeah. And then it's also I think it's just gonna trap people. It's gonna knife last night too.
Unless it's just front run because of the bullish sentiment and it doesn't make it below 100, and that was it.
You know what's crazy? There's no bullish sentiment. Like the only bullish sentiment.
No, not geopolitically, but
oh yeah,
Bitcoin still really it's not out of the bull market yet. A lot of the targets get front run a little.
That's true.
You could argue that 97 was a bit of a front run, I guess, on the bottom, but yeah.
But yeah, I was doing a little bit of research in terms of because obviously stock markets are approaching potential breakouts. A lot of stocks are, Nvidia is, the SPY is, but we've been in a downtrend, and a lot of the research points to a lot of money has moved out of crypto and is going into the stock market because it's more reliable gains as of right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of FUD though, but really this play is pretty expected to pull back to 101. It's only just wick below really the bottom of the range here. So it's not really extraordinary move yet. It was quick, the last bit of it though.
Yeah. What if the SPY goes into a super bull run right here, all the stock market with all-time highs? It's gonna be hard for crypto to get liquidity in, right? And people are unless people are taking profits, then I guess. But if people are taking profits and we're at all-time highs, I don't think anyone that's taking profits from their Nvidia all-time high runs is gonna put it into a crypto market that's pumping. I feel like they're just gonna chop us up.
There's a lot of liquidity at 111 to take out though, so a move back up would make sense.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it could take that could be maybe during QE if Powell decides to announce a cut or something, they can extend that out. I just feel like they're gonna chop us up over the summer because it's low volume, low liquidity. There's no real big catalyst for crypto, unless I guess a crypto related one would be maybe something from Trump in regards to the Bitcoin reserve, but I feel like they're not going to do anything about that either.
Yeah, I'm expecting some kind of
what would be the next catalyst for
between
crypto?
June and September. There should be some kind of pullback, so it makes sense. The next 4 months or so are going to be quite tricky,
Choppy, and so the stock markets just look like they're ready to make an attempt at their all-time high. If crypto tags along, that'd be great, but
maybe some boring sidewaysness for a few months. Who knows?
Yeah,
we've kind of hit where we were looking at, and now try and figure out after this dust settles what's going to happen.
And they brought some alts right back to when Bitcoin was at 80K. It's crazy.
Yeah, the alts got slaughtered.
Oh, so bad, man.
I haven't looked at XRP just now, but yeah, it's could lose
$2. XRP stayed, I think. Just slaughtered dolls, man.
Yeah, well, Dbloc was went through them all, and they've all sort of hit the 50 EMA on the daily, I believe he was referencing. So a lot of them got floored out.
ADA. Cardano is not bad. Dang, man. 62 cents. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think that one's sitting at a support level now.
Oh,
Apart from being the end of the week and not wanting to have to sit through it during the weekend, it's a point of interest here. I don't know. Prefer to wait until Monday to really see how this one plays out. When the volume drops right on the weekend, and then it might dip a bit further. So
tomorrow morning it's probably the biggest day of the week, and honestly, it's probably one of the biggest days of the year in terms of data that comes in. Especially this week, we've gotten like 2 bad job numbers, and tomorrow is going to be the unemployment number, and then like non-farms. And I'm telling you, man, it's going to come in bad. Like I live in an area that's losing jobs left and right. Like it's going to come in bad, and I feel like that's going to. I don't know if it's going to spook markets, but most likely we'll get like I could see like a red and then like a reversal when people price in.
That's more wait on to bring down interest rates though, and then start moving money out of the bond market and stuff. So it's really hard to tell.
That could fuel a summer run for alts, though. Like if tomorrow's non-farm and unemployment numbers come in bad, and the market immediately starts pricing in like aggressive rate cuts from the Fed, I could definitely see a pop in alts, because alts would benefit the most from that. Alts and the Russell or low caps for trying to front run the rate cut.
It's kind of a place to go long with an extremely short, like tight stop loss, I guess, around if you're talking Bitcoin, I guess. But alts, maybe this weekend might be some interesting action across these alts because they've taken such a hit.
Such a hit, man. Like oh man. Like how many round trips can we do on alts, man, before people just are like, all right, this is not gonna work out. ETH held up pretty strong, though. ETH has held up pretty strong, which gives a little bit more, I guess, credence to the fact that alts are on the verge of potentially following ETH. If ETH leads that chart. And I think the investors that are putting money into ETH right now are probably betting on
down that way.
a recession, not a recession, but rate cuts sooner than later.
Oh, let's play that way. So you leave right here. Yeah. Huh? Okay. I got it.
Open mic, someone? Open mic, okay.
Okay. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, or your level's really low. Either that or you got open mic, mate.
Yeah, I wonder if this Elon Trump beef has any effect on the Doge price action. Or if it's like bullish or bearish for Doge, or neither. Total liquidation, according to CoinGlass, on this drop was 983 million. Almost a billion. That's got to be enough fuel to go up, right?
It certainly looks that way, but maybe between 103 and 104 might be a bit of resistance. Maybe people will sell off into that on Friday.
What's going on, gang? Just getting back to the lab now. Got some dinner. Give me a second to get things set up. What's going on, family? How are we feeling? A little bit of that adrenaline wear off?
What's up, Dbloc?
Everybody's coming down. What's going on, bro?
Not much, not much. Hey, Dbloc, I sent you a message with a video. When you get a chance, I would like to hear your option or your thoughts on that.
I saw it. I told you like 4 people sent me that same thing. Dude from Crypto Banter saying that the cycle is broken.
Yeah, I don't really believe it.
First of all you have to do is look at the length of the video. It's like 13 minutes long. Like, come on, really? You gonna explain to me in 13 minutes why the cycle's broken? Nah, his argument is that the cycle doesn't matter anymore, only M2 does. Stupid argument. That's just clickbait, bro. He wanted to put a cycle is broken video out while everybody's freaked out. That was 1000% clickbait.
Yeah, that I didn't really believe it, man. I that's just funny. We spoke about this a couple months ago. For the cycle to be broken, there would need to be a lot more things happen.
No sense, bro. Second red week after 7 green ones, and all of a sudden the cycle's broken.
Hey, Dbloc, I got a quick question. So, I've been mining Pi for a while, and I just recently moved it into the exchange. How do I calculate like the average price of that since I was mining it? How does that work? It's more for like taxes and
Well,
stuff.
I mean,
It's just
I believe when it's mined, it's like earned income, right? So it's taxed at a regular rate. I would just throw it through a crypto hopper or something and let them figure it out, bro. I don't know how
gotcha.
long you've been
Appreciate that.
mining it or what
Bro, I've been mining it since it came out.
So that's tons of price points, yeah.
Yeah.
It is lazy, Sith. It's easy. That's easy clicks right there.
Yeah,
So
that's
if I were
proper
to put out
clickbait
a
right there.
video with my face with an oh shit face and big red letters saying what the hell just happened, you know what I mean? Slick, it's in my pin message. We're looking for this 50 EMA mean reversion here. And then possibly a higher low if bulls are trying to make a move. We don't see that higher low, we go under 100, and that's when I start to deploy more funds. Slick. I called all the guys ladies the other day and nobody said anything. I was like, what's up, ladies? How are we feeling? And everybody started answering. I didn't even say anything. I just laughed, like to myself. I didn't say, I didn't even say anything after. I just kind of chuckled.
I definitely wasn't there for that one.
Damn, I really screwed up by not having Elon in that little news box, man.
Yeah, you were on a roll with it too. You got Nvidia in there, Putin.
Well, Trump is in there. He was the subject of it, so I guess that counts.
His duck face. Yeah. Could just throw a little rocket over the mushroom cloud with Elon riding on it, even right on point.
Now we're here. Right, that's all good and all, but now we're here. We don't want to spend too much time playing around down here. A couple days at the most. Yeah, that's what I said when I got up. The nuclear cloud is Elon dropping bombs on Twitter. But then somebody told me that Iran claimed to be in possession of enriched uranium or some crazy shit today. I was like, well, that works. Putin and China signed a deal, so we knocked that out. The Tether FUD ended up being USDC IPOing, their biggest competitor IPOing on Wall Street. Only thing we didn't get is any sort of Michael Saylor FUD or Powell FUD. And I was just happy with one. Like I would, we were just trying to cover our bases, right? This by no means was supposed to be the shit show of news that we got today.
What percentage you got there on the dominance? It's not showing up.
Oh,
64.59.
64.5, yeah. Full flag played out, unfortunately. What's important is that we hold these highs, though.
GMD. What up, bro?
Going on, yo?
Oh, good. I love how that the bottom of the box is where we actually bounce. I have a quick
Crazy.
question. So we got a couple of those red vectors on the upside, right? And it's marked pretty near the 50. We got to mark those, right?
Yeah, that'll be part of the vector. That's why I have the vector gap there. That'll be part of the move up to retest the 50.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty healthy. Yeah, yeah. Yo, Dbloc, I'm a little worried about dominance. We came from 115 to about 101K. I was expecting like dominance to be at least at 60, 61. Why are we still at 64?
Because alts are dropping
What is
heavier. Dominance is dropping. Dominance drops when people have faith in alts. When people
That's
have
why.
faith in alts, or when people lose faith in the market completely and then they go into stables. The problem is that, for the most part, nobody wanted to get rid of their Bitcoin, right? And
Well,
then if
that's
they
the
did get
first
rid of
exposure you can
anything,
get, right?
if you did sell anything out of your portfolio, chances are you sold your alts and ran to safety.
Yeah,
So
that is
you
true.
either went into stables, which would make dominance go up, or you went into make dominance go down, or you went into Bitcoin. So by that we can see, okay, there isn't enough fear to make people flee the market, but they are moving from higher risk to lower risk for a second.
Yeah, I'm kind of guilty of that. When you called that bearish channel, I kind of slowly moved
Yeah.
you were right. It's not yet time to buy alts. I kind of moved I moved my alts into Bitcoin. So when I looked at the Bitcoin pairs, all the alts were just having a hard time. I was like, oh, I don't want
Yeah.
to I don't want to F this up. So I kind of moved like a huge portion of my alts into Bitcoin first. I'm gonna wait. And surprisingly enough, we went down. I was like, woof.
The
Like
one
sigh of
coin
relief.
that I thought I maybe waited too long to get was Litecoin, and it made new lows on its BTC pair today.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're still in BTC, then that was a
Yeah.
good call. I should have made the call earlier. I guess I just had like a little too much faith on the big caps. But when I saw the bearish channel and I saw the difference of the price action of BTC and I looked at the alts, I was like, alts just didn't have the strength to. I mean, except for ETH, I just moved there. I moved a huge portion of it, like more than 50% of it back to BTC. It's just not ready yet. Yeah, I'm happy with this dip.
I'm happy that YouTube chat isn't freaking out. I'm happy that nobody's panicking. Nobody's screaming, what the hell happened today? That's
You
what
know
makes
why?
me
Because like
happy.
look at your chart. If you zoom out your chart, you've been keeping watch on what we had planned every day. You haven't missed a day except for those storms. I mean, like
Yeah.
even when you were gone and you were away because of like disconnection and you had problem with the guy with your internet when they cut you off,
Hmm.
like everybody was still keeping everybody, like everybody was keeping watch
Yeah,
on
that's good.
everybody, which was kind of cool. Like everybody stepped up and talked to the guys who were new. It was really nice. That's that's rare actually. That's pretty rare in the community.
You're right, Gloomy. Adam hasn't come in yet. Oh man, Adam is gonna have a word for the Bears when he steps in here. Bears beware.
I like it when Adam and High Def go at it.
Dev got mad at me, came in here and told me stop. He's like, just let price drop. Like, bro. Within the next 48 hours, yeah. Yeah, I do. Anything underneath 100K, we want to end up being only a wick on the weekly. Right? So any move that we make underneath 100K has to sort of mitigate itself before the end of the weekly candle. We don't want weekly candle. We actually need the weekly candle to be higher than that. If we look at why is every Bitcoin chart the same like chart? What happened to my layout? You're just trying to get me. All right, give me a second. While we're here, anyways, the setup that I was watching this week, Soul, LTC, Link, and Guns have all made their moves. I would be a little bit worried about Guns if it didn't just look like a carbon copy of Link. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't anything structural or anything fundamental with the game. This is just, you know, everything made that same correction. Same rejection off of the brakes.
Yes, sir. Look at them. They all look alike. That's what dominance does, huh?
For Bitcoin, let me show you show you on Bitcoin. Now this is for the weekly.
Pretty much the same.
What we want is, so we've got two levels here that are important. We've got our highest weekly close, or our old highest weekly close. And we've got this second level here at 1026. So there's 2 days left. It's a bit of a big ask, but the best case scenario for the bulls is that we eat this weekly candle back up and close above that dashed line, and then you can avoid some bearish divergences that are sort of popping up on the RSIs. I don't have a lot of faith in that happening personally, but coming down to these levels, which is where we are now, Right, this wick on the weekly. So that support at 107. These are the levels that matter for us here. 107, 102.5, and 104.4. Daily close and open underneath 100K opens up the door for 97. I want to be clear about that. Remember, I do think we can come down under 100, but it needs to be a wick on the daily. Daily open and close underneath opens us up to come back down to this range here. This is 97, basically 96.9. But that's the playing field for me. This is the bearish case. I mean, the base case. Bull case is that we close above the weekly close. Bear case is that it falls apart and we end up coming down to 97. And that would be, on follow our vector, guys, that would be this vector that's been bothering everybody because it hasn't been recovered yet. Me, not the biggest deal in the world. As long as it recovers 50% and things are bullish, I don't think it has to happen. And we've all but recovered that. So the most important thing is that we're down on our 50 EMA now. We touched our 50 EMA. We wicked off of it. We're closing. We're opening a daily candle above. We've been waiting for this forever. You guys are tired of hearing me talk about this having to come back down to its 50. Yeah, if you want a wick on the weekly underneath 100K is actually what you want to see. Nice big wick.
I saw an Elliott Wave person look at gun and they said, I know you're not really a wave person, but
Yeah, no, it's fine.
it's in a 5-wave correction to 3195, and then their upside target after that is 6644.
Yeah, I'm loading up in the threes.
Hopefully their prediction is right.
I mean, I'm looking at it like I was happy to load up in this. If it would have popped and just kept going, I would have been happy to load up in the sixes. So how am I going to turn around now and think that, nothing has changed? Right? We're only closer to mainnet than we were before, and I'm getting it for 30s. Take it.
Yep, that's exactly the thesis. I actually quit doing leverage on gun. Now I'm just buying it on spot. When I saw it go below 40, I was like, oh wow, this is gonna be on sale. I just took all of the dry powder I had on it and just like turned it into spot. Because like if you're right about the Elliott wave and it just goes back to trying to hit its highs, this is a really good price. Anything below the that 40 that 4065 range, that last low that it kind of popped from to get to this 6 area. As much as I want to play guns, I just gotta step away from games. Because if I get too
I
involved,
feel you. I haven't had time to do any of that shit either. Not too much, anyways.
yeah, that's true. just that this cycle, it's one of the things I kind of like offered to the gods. I was like, I'm gonna give up something I really enjoy. So let me do good on my trades. I'll go back to gaming when I'm kind of done with the cycle.
We got the bear market for gaming.
Yes, sir. Let's go. I can't wait for your content during the bear market. It's gonna be fun.
Gaming is, I mean, gaming is a good way to get that stress out too, bro. Like, I like going
Yes,
to
sir.
the gym and shit when I'm, you know, if I'm too, either I'm feeling FOMO or I'm stressed out, but gaming's good for that too.
You know, during the pandemic, that was it. Like, it was nice because like a lot of my buddies in high school, like the people I kind of lost communications with for a long time, we all got back together, started playing, you know, NBA 2K, playing like COD. You know what I mean? Like almost on a daily basis, just meeting up with my buddies and just playing Madden online. Ah, so fun. It was nice. It was a nice way to step away from the stress, and especially during that time, I couldn't train. But now, when everything gets a little confusing, like rolling on the mat, like going back, like, training on the mat. There's a couple guys here who do jujitsu also. It's just the best way to just get your head on straight. Come on, Betty, let's go down. Let's hit that 100K. Did we eat that vector already?
Yeah, it needs a lot of work. Cause once I got all my attachments for my weapons, I'm unstoppable, bro. They got to do something with the weapon balancing. I mean, I'm having fun, but that's basically gonna make it pay to win, or at least pay to compete for the most part.
Well, isn't most crypto games like that? I think that's the point of being a crypto game,
I
right?
mean, most of the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to let people be able to buy cosmetics, but you're not
Well, that's the
supposed to be able
concept,
to
right?
make them buy. You're not supposed to be able to let them buy anything that makes them OP. Right, if you can just come
See,
in, slap your credit card down, and buy all the shit you
yeah,
need to win, people tend to frown on those type of games. You know what I mean?
yeah, but the cosmetic path, it only works when you're using a global brand. Like if COD didn't have the Call of Duty brand behind it, it wouldn't have made all those billions of dollars during the pandemic, right? The reason why it did well just being a cosmetics
Fortnite did
that's
it.
how they
Fortnite came out of nowhere with a free to play model, sold nothing but cosmetic items, didn't sell any weapons that were stronger than any other, and they revolutionized the game. Right? The reason that
oh, but
Warzone
they
exists is
piggybacked on
because
they
they
piggybacked
did
on
that.
but they piggybacked on brands, right? I mean, like one of the huge parts about Fortnite, why it became so popular was because it hopped onto Disney, Marvel,
That's
you know,
after it got
everything.
big though. Kids were running up their parents' credit cards like $2,000-$3,000 for V-Bucks way before that. Just for the
That's true.
stupid little dances and shit like that. Like,
That is true.
That game was good though.
Bro, if you had 100 people on a map and it was a 15-minute per game and it provided you that much action every 15 minutes, that's a dopamine hit every 15 minutes.
oh yeah, the game is
Like
good for that.
yeah.
I wiped the whole team. I got a 3-peat with a sniper the other day, and I'm still buzzing off of that. I clipped it. I haven't clipped something in so long. I felt like I was 16 again.
Post it. Post it.
About to send it to Phase. See if I can get my.
Get that.
You
Get
know,
your data.
everybody was. We're kids in our bedroom doing 360 no scopes, trying to get on Phase Clan.
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, Phase was awesome when it started. Got a little toxic a little afterwards when they had way too many people.
Now
paying
it's
for
just
them.
like some influencer shit. Now that they just stream and chill.
Yeah. I loved it though when Phase came out, they became popular, and then 100 Thieves came out with Nade Shot. It was a nice rivalry they had there. 100 Thieves did it pretty well for a while.
Soul looks good, man. I'm starting to worry that I might not get my last two. I'm starting to worry that I'm not going to get my last two entries.
Did you hear about Pump.Fun releasing a coin next week?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
Like if
scary.
they haven't extracted enough already.
No, because they lost 66% of their revenues. They're down 66% per month. And they're going to come out with a coin with a $4 billion FDV. Oof. And then 10% of it is going to be airdropped. I'm like, oh, wow, this is going to hurt.
I'm not touching that shit.
Yes, sir.
What do you guys think with unemployment tomorrow?
We might have to scoot Powell over to the right a little bit.
Well, I mean, how big can the unemployment numbers move?
I mean,
right?
let's see
It's
what
not a lot.
let's see what the forecast is.
Yeah. Not about above and below. It's how big the difference is going to be.
Tomorrow. It's forecasted to stay the same. And non-farm employment change is forecasted to come down a bit. But I mean, we had the craziest. Hold on, where is it? Look at this shit. Non-farm employment change was 60K previous, right? It was forecasted to go to 111. It came in at 37. Way off. Like you hardly ever see the forecast that way off.
That's what I'm thinking with unemployment tomorrow, because man, there's been so many
Well,
layoffs
these
recently.
and I have to check. I have to double check, so don't hold me to this. But time-wise, these would be when the Doge federal job cuts would have started to show, and they would show in non-farm. So that makes sense. But I have to do the timeline and see exactly to make sure. But just off a hunch, when I saw it, that's the first thing I thought. I was like, oh, there go all those federal jobs. And then unemployment claims also went up, right? They were expected to come at 236. They went up to 247. But with non-farm coming down to 37, that makes sense. You would expect that. And tomorrow, yeah. Average earnings, average hourly earnings forecasted to go up. I don't see how, but okay. Anybody get a raise in the last 6 months? Anybody's boss just show up and say, "Hey, we're going to go and give you that raise." And then non-farm employment change and unemployment rate. There you go, Los. Los is putting in work. Employee of the month over there at the job. Damn right. Damn, that's a nice little raise, bro. 20K a month? I mean, 20K a year? Damn right. Well, shit, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does go up. It just feels like people are making less, but maybe it's just that the amount that they're making more isn't keeping up with how expensive shit is getting. You know what I mean? Like you almost need a raise just to be able to buy the shit that you could buy last year. That's what video games are good for, Slick. Keep you busy. Keep you from doing something stupid. I feel you though. I'm dying to trade. I want my natural instinct right now is to overtrade. It looks like it's gonna roll over. What it looks like. Didn't even make it up to its mean reversion. Let's zoom into the move. So this is what would have taken us to our mean reversion. This is the invalidation of that W and also the invalidation of the stopping volume candle that I believe is on the 5-minute. I'll check in a second. Alright, so we roll over, take that out, then we're looking for new lows. Yeah, the 5-minute. So this stopping volume candle here is actually more important than the invalidation of the W. Take that out. Remember what we said earlier when I flipped the chart around and I said, pretended to move up and we've run out of liquidity and you're waiting for a drop. You know those times where you take profit and prices dropping and then you see shorters jump in real aggressive and you're like, damn. Right? Because you know what's going to happen. Like, you know they're going to come up and take them out because they're being too aggressive. Right? So it's the same thing. It's just in reverse. Right? Same deal. Came down, cleared all those liquidations. Would have come up for mean reversion and to eat some of this liquidity, but bulls are getting a little bit too close, you know. So they'll come back and grab them. But we are building a lot of short side liquidity here. Your uptrend. Now, if you're a bull here, you see a W. If you're a bear here, you see a rising wedge. Both are true until one invalidates. Let's see. We'll play a little episode of Bulls versus Bears. Alright, so the red is your bearish target. Green is your bullish pattern. That would be the measured move of your wedge. And this would be the measured move of your W. Now, before we get too excited, that measured move on a W just brings us up to our 50 EMA on the 5-minute, right? Which is the mean reversion that we were looking for earlier. So it still doesn't mean we've found bottom. None of this is convincing volume-wise, structure-wise. But that's the fight. What side am I on? I'd have to say I'm Team Bear right now. Gun to my head, forced to choose a side. And I can't change it once I pick it. And I've got to choose right now. I'm Team Bear. Problem is, the things that have me feeling bearish about it can change in a second. Right? The lack of volume, that can change in, 1 second candle. Structure wise and sort of market flow wise, you have to be in the camp that this 15 EMA, that this 50 on the 15 still needs to be retested. So for that measured move to play out, it's got to retest and break, which is another thing that sort of leads me to the camp of bear camp. Even with another push up here, if the volume stays the same, we'd probably be looking at something like this. come up and hit that 50 and then reject and break down. But we are down on like the 1 minute chart here, so not get too carried away. Just trying to keep it interesting. That's funny you say that, Rodolfo. Most people think I'm more a bear than a bull. I'm barely bullish. Not like barely, like bear, barely bullish.
Made me lol. No pun intended. Put Diddy at 68K. If we go to 150, that's where Fifth is. Diddy's waiting for us at 68. Yeah, have you been watching the court updates on Diddy? Like it was interesting the first few days, then it got kind of like really dark after a week worth of testimonies. I stopped watching.
I stopped watching when they played the tape from Prince in the courtroom. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna wait for the movie. Gonna wait for the movie. I don't even want to ruin it watching it in real time. I want the rest of this shit to be a surprise.
Oh man, it just got dark. Like how they actually killed Prince and the bodyguard and everything. Because now the cameras on that certain date like really showed that bodyguard went to Prince's house the night of his death. Anyways, like I stopped watching when more people came in with like really nasty stuff. I was like, okay, this is not a healthy watch anymore. I'm gonna wait
Yeah,
for 50's docu. 50 is making the documentary, right? He's
yeah.
trying to he's the one creating it. Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Nah, Serbo, it was crazy, bro. They they wheeled that shit in and pressed play, and it was Prince's voice from beyond the grave just snitching on Diddy. When Prince thinks you're doing too much, you're doing too much. I don't even need to know what was done. I just know if Prince had a problem with it, yeah, you were way past the line. Yeah, Surviving Diddy is a documentary they're making that's gonna be, I'm sure he's just waiting for the court case to be over. Yeah, what people decide to do with their personal lives doesn't take away from the talent that they have, for sure. Prince was nasty. It's like Hendrix. Most of these people got shit that I go back to the days where I didn't have to know anything personal about celebrities and I could just enjoy the art. Come on, it's Prince, bro. That's just not even. I don't even think Prince would call it crazy. He would just call it shit. Like, I'm into shit. Crazy for everybody else, but it's Prince. Man came on the MTV Awards with his ass out. Like, if he thinks you're doing too much, you're doing too much.
Yo, fifth on another level of petty, man. Okay, I'm gonna spend $5 million so I can make a docu about you.
Oh, he's gonna. Are you kidding me? He's gonna make a bag on that though, because everybody
Oh
wants to
yeah,
watch his.
for sure,
Just
for
because
sure.
you know it's gonna be petty.
It's good, but it's gonna be factual, but it's gonna be everything.
Yeah.
I ain't holding back.
Nah, he's crazy, bro. He changed his name to a symbol. He was doing all types of shit. Changed his name to a symbol, although that was to screw the record company. Signed away his name to the record company, and they were holding all of this shit back. So he said, "You know what? Cool. I'm not even that guy no more. I'm this. I'm this symbol. Good luck. Good luck in court." This update to the simulation that we got this year, the 2025 Earth simulation, is wild, bro. I just did a little thinking, just a quick think back at what's happening this. We're only halfway through the year, yeah. 6 months. You think they're running out of ideas? Apparently not, bro. This season got the best writers ever. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I don't know what the name of the series is, but the name of the episode is gotta be Skibbity Toilet. The birth of brain rot. All right, here's that push through the 50. Let's see, can you get out of the cloud and dig into those liquidations? That's when we'll really get a move, and then that would just be to the vector gap that we were looking at earlier on the 15. So, what are the chances that the Dems don't jump on all of this shit that Elon said? And there's some sort of push from the Democratic side to release the Epstein files. Seems like a layup. Yeah, it seems like a layup. Problem is, probably a bunch of them on those files too. Listen, it's so much of a layup that if they don't do it, then you know what time it is. If there isn't an immediate call for the release of those documents from, you know, and I'm not even talking just the left, I mean the ones that have been trying to like crush Trump, right? If there's not an immediate call from them to release those documents, we know what time it is. My bad, YouTube. I just gotta tell the truth sometimes.
What if Trump moves in and seizes all his assets and all his companies and
I
everything?
don't think they can do all that. Everybody's like, it almost feels a little disrespectful just the way that people are talking about Elon now. Like, oh, Trump's gonna kick him out the country and he's gonna take all his shit, and it's like, what makes you think that Elon stopped being one of the most powerful people in the world because this man was elected? In 3 years, Trump is no longer president. Elon is still Elon.
Yeah, but he's got the power right now, right?
Yeah, but I
Trump has
mean,
all the
he's everything that he can do to make it difficult for Elon, he did today in their little spat, right? He took away the tax credits for the EVs, and he some other shit I think too, where it's actually a extra tax, which is kind of insane. But other than that, I mean, Trump's already done a lot of damage to Elon when it comes to public sentiment, at least for half of the public. which is why I think this whole public spat had to happen. Remember, we were talking about it. We didn't know what the fight would be about. We didn't know how it would happen, but eventually they would have to have something, and it would have to be public, because the point is to get back some of those people.
Yeah, but I mean, Trump is also gonna lose big deal if he doesn't save face. So somebody has to save face here.
Well, this, I think, got out of control. I think what happened is one of those things that, like, we agreed to have a little fight, and then you hit me harder than you were supposed to, and then I hit you harder than I was supposed to. Now we're fighting for real. You know? Because that whole, like, throwing him under the Epstein bus is crazy work. I guess maybe Trump thought, well, that's a known thing. I mean, maybe Elon thought, well, that's out already. He didn't say anything new. Like, people have seen, there's pictures and videos of him with Epstein at Epstein parties and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess, I don't know, Trump took that as hitting too hard, and then now you got Bannon calling for Trump's deportation. And talking about cutting all government contracts, and then Elon's like, cool, how are you going to get to the space station?
I mean, that's why that Bannon said, no, he'll take over everything like you just mentioned. So if they, I mean, it's not like it's not happened earlier, right?
Yeah. It's interesting, though. I mean, whenever two billionaires go at it, one's the president of the United States and the other one's the richest man in the world on paper, it's bound to get interesting, right? Clash of the egos. I was surprised that they, I mean, I knew that one would have to be subordinate to the other. I was just surprised at how fast after that dynamic changed, right? Once Elon left and he no longer had to, how fast it, like, flipped. I thought it would be a sort of slow bleed.
I mean, there's no way to go back now on any one side. Like, they both are on front.
You can't unsay or undo some of the shit that was done today. What's great for us is that it doesn't have a huge effect on our assets or anything, and it's just a cool little, you know, soap opera we get to watch on the side while, you know, Bitcoin's retracing. Yeah, and I still really do, like we said the other day, I think Trump punched Elon in the eye the other day before that speech, bro. I really do. I thought so then. I think so today. I think so even more today.
Yeah, probably.
I think he looked at the bill and said, "Look, if you don't take off this whole, if you don't leave my EV tax credits, I'm gonna tell everybody that you were with Epstein." And then Trump punched him in the eye because Melania was standing right behind him and like, well, "How you gonna say some shit like that in front of my wife?" Punched him right in the eye, and then they cleaned it up a little bit, went out for the public, did their little split.
I swear.
I can't prove it, but I choose to live in a world where that's what happened. Right? I take your reality and I replace it with my own my own more
So who
entertaining
punched?
reality.
Yeah, Trump punched him right in the.
But
Oh
it's gonna
man.
cause so much uncertainty, right? I mean, overall.
I mean, for not really, right? This, I don't expect this to go anywhere politically for the reason that we just said. Right? There's people on both sides on that list, and there's people on both sides that probably benefit from that never coming to light. And two, the Democrats have just spent such a long time talking about how they hate Elon. Are you gonna come to Elon's defense now because you hate Trump more? You're gonna look crazy, right? So you figure this is one of those things where they're sitting back and just letting them fight it out, and then waiting for any sort of morsel that they can use to, you know, weaken the other side. I guarantee you, all of this comes up during midterms, though. Midterm elections.
Hopefully, I mean, we get a run before that. But I mean, looking at the situation, I don't know how we're gonna get there.
I don't think that today changes anything. That was really the point of having this box here with this news and the, you know, insert news. And it was gonna be something. I'm not saying it didn't. Obviously, it happened, but the fact that we're so hyper focused on it when it's really just Elon and Trump egoing each other. Like I said, Elon's credibility has been dropped so low that the only people that are really hanging on this Epstein Trump story are people who just kind of don't like Trump and are already looking for reasons not to, you know. Again, it's something that we've known for a long time. There's pictures and videos of, you know, whatever. What I'm waiting for is Elon to come out and say he was at Diddy's parties too and post those pictures because I've seen those as well. But like I said, the left has already took such a strong anti-Elon stance that it's like, what do you do? You know what I mean? You're like, what now? Do you take the I hate Elon sticker off your car, or do you take the I hate Trump sticker off your car, or do you just stay in the house for a while because you don't know what the hell is going on? But as far as the markets, I don't expect much uncertainty. I expect Tesla to see some volatility for sure, or the EV market in general, which should be good for, well, depends because all the American manufacturers have EV. It's just bad. That's just a bad decision in my opinion. Like, why would you take away the tax credit on EVs? It seems like intentional, right? Like, who does that hurt the most? It also hurts American companies. Like I said, they've all, you know, they all have rising EV sales, and you're getting discounts. You know, you're getting a discounted price. You're getting basically tax credit, which equals like a discounted price on the car. No, I think the market just needs a couple green candles away from 100K to pump again. Market doesn't really need, it doesn't need good news to pump, just like it didn't need bad news to dump. What we needed was to come down and grab liquidity, and we did that, right? So all those imbalances that we had down to 100K are gone, right? Market makers mean reversion to that SR has already been accomplished, except for what, 280 bucks on $100,000, you know, even if it doesn't come down, whatever. Now we play the liquidity game, right? When do the bulls stop pushing? When does this stop being tasty? The same way we do on pumps. You know how when everybody's shorting the tops, but the shorters keep making it pump? This is going to be the same deal, right? Everybody wants to long the bottoms, but if everybody longs the bottom on high leverage, then you're going to get sweeps.
I wonder how the Chinese markets reacted to this.
I don't know. I gotta see if that. I have to look into that. Like, I didn't know that it was 200,000 cars, but Elon was complaining about it, like it affected him. What'd you say? Sorry about that.
Me?
Yeah.
I said, how did the Chinese market? It would be nice to see how the Chinese markets reacted to this.
Let's see. We'll see when. What time is it? Again.
And I wonder how JD Vance thank you fits into this.
This is also what we have to watch here, guys. Remember when we were looking at USDT and we were saying if we break out of this downtrend and pop up and come after this vector, that alt would go lower. I didn't even put vector gap here because what was important is if we went after this vector, we would fill it on the alts. So While we're watching for Bitcoin to recover, we also need to be watching for USDT to clear this vector and lose this 50. We don't want another run up here.
If it runs up, does that mean people are just going into USDT?
Yeah, it means yeah, and it means that it means a whole lot of sidelining basically. Where are we at? Well, there's not much of a recovery in the SSE. This is the CSI 300, so this is the top 300 companies. They came and cleared that gap. Right, but then they gave it all back. Looks like that move was just to clear the gap. And then rejected off the 50 on the daily. And then we can check, well, what is it? China 450. I mean 850. Yeah, here. Looks a little bit better. These are the largest 50. Right, so we were looking at the 350 before. This is the largest 50 companies. Came down and cleared a bunch of those vectors that they left behind. Not a whole hell of a lot of reaction on any daily news or anything. All right, we're invalidating that inverse. I mean that inverse. What's wrong with me? We're invalidating that rising wedge. We just got to close above. Appreciate it, Sonny. Took a lot of patience. We got all the FUD to go with it too.
You're just missing Elon up there.
This is Elon tweeting. This is Trump's reaction to Elon's tweets.
Wait, what did Sailor do? Why is he in the box?
We didn't know what the news would be. The only thing we're waiting for is some sort of Sailor news and some sort of PAL news within this range. We're not out of the range yet. If we get bad unemployment tomorrow, we'll knock Powell off the list. And then, there's always Sailor FUD, bro. I guarantee you I'll go on Twitter right now and I hear about somebody saying that Sailor's going to get liquidated or something. And what's going to happen to crypto if Sailor gets liquidated.
To be honest, I actually did hear something a couple days ago though that Sailor is against um what is it called? The Bitcoin protocol of holding your own Bitcoin and stuff.
Yeah, I bet he is. Nah, it has to happen in this range though for it to count. And I'm just talking shit. The whole point of this was to catch one of them, right? We're like, it's gonna be one of these, but to knock 4 out of the 7 out, and then right when I didn't think there was any tether FUD, USDC IPOs, and Twitter's talking about how it's the death of tether. All right, we can get rid of our rising wedge now. The bulls are firmly in control of momentum for the second. See how price came down under the 50, but the 13 didn't. So we still have bullish momentum here.
I bought the dip.
Nice.
And then I bought some sushi, which dipped into my wallet.
Oh, I thought you meant like the DEX.
But nothing like this must have ever happened in the history of any country, right? Like at least a major power with like president and the richest man.
What do you mean, like with the back and forth with Elon?
I mean, like washing dirty linen in public, kind of a thing.
I mean, some French presidents have gotten into some shit. I'm sure Zusi was here. He could tell you some stories.
Oh yeah, I mean like Italian and yeah, like
Yeah,
Bertolucci
some of
and
the Italian presidents have been. Yeah. Yeah. I did buy some Soul today. Bought a little Litecoin today. I'll be right back, yo. Yeah, I'm gonna run to the gym real quick. I'm gonna be back before anything crazy happens. Be back in like an hour.
Yo. Anyone there?
Yes, sir.
Got some breaking news.
What breaking news?
Trump's administration is having a call with Elon in the morning. They're gonna
Oh,
hash it out.
oh, they're gonna kiss and make up. Oh,
Pretty much. Or he's gonna be like, "Hey, bro, stop blowing up my spot."
we're just kidding. We're just kidding. We're gonna put a 90-day pause on the breakup.
Yeah, imagine doing a 90-day pause on the breakup. Man, I was so close from buying Tesla too. I was like, yo, this, I was looking at the technicals. I was like, it's gonna bounce strong. I just couldn't see what was gonna make it bounce. And then it's bouncing pretty hard. It's almost up 10%
Oh,
after hours.
okay. Yeah, man. Man, this kind of stuff, it's just so, it just feels so orchestrated.
Dude, it's so orchestrated. Like
Yeah,
if
it just
you
feels
take a
that
look
way.
at Tesla's chart, it was formed. It had formed a head and shoulders, and I saw it. And I actually talked to my girlfriend who owns a lot of Tesla stock, and I was like, I think you should take profit here, right around like 348, 349. So she sold some, and I was like,
Mm.
great. It will eventually complete the head and shoulders within like I don't know next week or something like that. And literally, it happened in 2 days, just instantly.
Oh, man.
Like, it was to the T,
Wow.
and then it found support exactly at the measured move, but then the FUD was too strong at the end because it was supposed to find support right around 295, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy right here. That's what I should do. But then they started going back and forth on Twitter and started heating up. I was like, then Trump started threatening Tesla. I was like, whoa, maybe this isn't
Oh,
gonna
yeah. There were just so much, there was so much going on there. It's like you didn't know where to look. It's
Bro,
like,
it was
oh,
everywhere.
Tesla, oh, Bitcoin, oh, the
Tesla,
index,
Bitcoin,
oh,
ETH,
what does this
Solana,
mean?
SPY, everything was going down. It was
Mudslinging. Yeah, yeah. And
Epstein
those
files. Is
kind of,
Trump going to get impeached? I was like, yo, is this the end of his administration?
yeah, I started jumping to the ultimate worst conclusions because I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna out him for like the Epstein stuff. Like, is he gonna go to jail? Is he gonna have to give the presidency to JD Vance? Like, what does this mean?
Yeah, I didn't really react the best. I had the news because I have Elon's tweets on notification, so I saw it right away, and I was like, oh wow. I was like, and I looked at the market when he said the Epstein thing. I was like, oh, the market's not really reacting. Everything's good. And then I think it was just a delayed reaction.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think these kind of things. This is what I guess I don't know. You know, the quote unquote market makers, like, this is kind of what they want. They want you freaking out over news and reacting to things emotionally. This is how they get you. But it's if if you position it right, you can take advantage of these moments, like these little blips and freakouts.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
You gotta definitely have a strong understanding of where everything stands, something technical. You
yep.
can't just
And it's like,
finally throw a dart at it and be like, oh, hopefully,
yeah, it's
you
like
definitely take
what's
advantage of it.
what's gossip and what's drama? Like gossip and drama, and what is actually fundamentally like influential to something. Like the last truly, like, things like regulation, law, like bills, like things that actually make an actual impact on things. Those are the lasting effect announcements, or pieces of news that we get. If it's something like that's just personal attacks on notable people, it's just gossip. It's yeah. I don't think
That was
it's
my initial thought. I was like, this isn't nothing. Like, I was like, oh, that's a big scandalous thing to say,
yeah,
Epstein files. I was like, market's not gonna react on it. I didn't imagine it
yeah.
would just puke that fast.
I think also the market was in a position where it was waiting for the next big thing, right? Like,
we were in a flag. Bitcoin was in a flag at least, starting to like show signs that it was trying to break down. Then we had that positive unemployment claims number that came out and actually lifted things. So it was like, oh, we're moving in the right direction. And then that corrected, like the stock market corrected off that. And then there was that, Trump and China had a phone call or something. I don't know what happened with that.
No, that was
But
bullish
then,
too. It was in the middle of being bullish and bearish. It was both.
yeah. And then all this is just like, oh, okay, there's our bear flag. There's our like outcome of the bear flag
What's
that we were in
crazy?
anyway. Like,
I completely forgot about the Trump China thing. Like the Elon thing took over everything
I know
after
it
it
made
happened.
you
No one's even.
definitely it derails the attention and the focus. Just like 9/11 derailed the attention and focus on the missing $3 trillion or whatever the hell it was. You know how they just all of a sudden, oh, we don't know what happened to all this money. And then like a couple of days later, boom, something derails the focus, shifts the attention. Not trying to suggest anything. I'm just saying like other events like come out in the media and they completely swamp whatever was, starting to come out or make headlines,
You know the level, the most like do you know that in a Fibonacci sequence, the 886 level? I don't know if you've ever.
Oh, I mean, I've heard it mentioned, but I don't use it. Like, what? So, what's that all about? That's almost 100%.
Right, but yeah, right. It's almost 100%. So that's usually the point where, in crypto especially, crypto always respects it and usually gets rejected hard on the first attempt. The SPY was approaching its 886 and it tapped its 886, which was 598, and boom, that's when the
Ah,
sell-off initiated. So actually, I was with my buddies, and this is when SPY was around 560, and I texted him in Discord. I was like, "Watch 598," because I saw like we're about to pop. So at least there we had tested and supported the golden pocket. We had tested the 786. I was like, next stop is either we break through and we go shoot for an all-time high, or we get rejected at the 886. And I was like, watch for a black swan type event around 598. And today it
yeah.
wasn't technically a black swan, but it felt like it with the amount of like
Kind of, yeah.
circulating
'Cause, I
stuff
mean,
that's going around.
Black Swan is when you don't see it coming, kind of thing. Like it just drops on the world, and everyone has to react at the same time. Yeah, it's like a rush for the door kind of thing.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that. It did feel like that.
Yeah, unless you were like suspecting that there was going to be this big chaotic fallout, then yeah, I don't think many people saw it coming. And like, yeah, maybe there were hints because there
Well,
was the
no,
whole
that's the thing. Like
Doge department, and
it's
he
the
was
886, and it's at basically once you break that level, you're pretty much at 100%, and then that's an all-time high. So you would expect something major event like to happen. That's why like Dbloc was mentioning the news at the bottom, but you'd expect something
yeah,
to happen to derail it and cause that rejection.
yeah. Oh, there's the hourly close. Hourly.
I still don't know about crypto though, because
Yeah, it
it's just
was collateral damage, like from whatever that was. Is that what you mean? Like,
yeah. Well, I
about it?
think I was saying last week, crypto front ran a potential like push for an all-time high on the SPY, and then it was
Oh,
pulling back in anticipation of basically the 886 to 598 to be a rejection level and something happening, and it kind of just front ran all that like. And
Yep.
now that if we'll see, I guess what happens after tomorrow's jobs numbers to see if we're able
You
to get
know,
over that level, or we're gonna go visit like go test the golden pocket.
yeah. So I think I was thinking about this earlier, like yesterday, day before. So a lot of Bitcoin's recent growth since the ETF approval last year has been inflows of Wall Street, like funds getting in on and getting exposure to crypto via the ETF. So it's like a de facto, So whatever money went into Bitcoin, like, because basically the providers, like BlackRock, for example, Fidelity, Grayscale, they have to match the ETF purchases with Bitcoin, like 1-to-1. You know what I mean? So the Bitcoin that these providers bought to back those ETF inflows, that does not automatically put it up for grabs to the rest of the market, like to see rotation of that money into altcoins. Like, I'm not trying to FUD the alt season or anything, but like, open mic.
Húmedo, olía así, revisé la maleta con todos los repuestos viejos, la batería vieja, tuve que conectar todo ese afuera, poner el forro a la moto, que la moto llegó.
You've got an open mic, Sonny.
You've got an open mic.
Wait, who is it? Is it go to the gym, bro?
Yeah, go to the gym, bro.
Yeah, someone wrote it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it's
so
Jay Sapolo or whatever.
So
I don't know.
so the money that all of these providers like Grayscale, BlackRock, Fidelity, you know, what's the other one? ARK Invest, like all these Bitcoin spot ETF providers, right? When Wall Street demand comes in by buying those ETFs, those providers have to buy real Bitcoin to back that demand. You know, that's how it works, and it gets custodied by Coinbase. So just because like all of this inflow money came into Bitcoin, right, does not mean that that Bitcoin can now, that money can shift into altcoins, like the prior cycles. Like that's kind of like that's the shame about it. It's like it's strictly Bitcoin money, and that's why we've got this dominance level. Like, yes, there's still going to be rotation. I still think we can get the altcoins to perform, but it's not going to be from all that giant ETF money. Like, the way to get the alts to boom is to make ETFs for them too. You know what I mean? Like, we got an Ethereum one, so that's great. That's a good start, but we need, like, you know, if you want that kind of Wall Street exposure to pump your stuff, it needs an ETF essentially. But you know, the cool thing is that the altcoins, like you know, the meme coins, that kind of stuff, that's all still strictly crypto. Like, that's that'll still play like it did in the past, I guess. Like when things pump in the right environment from like previous cycles, we just need that environment again, and they'll do the same. Like, why wouldn't they? And all that is like, you know, the rate cuts that we're looking forward to eventually, because they will have to happen eventually, right? They can't keep the rate high forever. It'll have to come down at some point. And quantitative easing, those two things. And also a stock market breaking out into price discovery certainly helps. That's like a really good sentiment headwind for crypto. Like, if that's on price discovery, crypto's like, well, of course we can do that too. You know, we've got permission to go up.
Well, no. So actually, I was looking at that, right? So last week, this whole week, ever since crypto's been downtrending while the stock market's been uptrending, I just popped it into Grok and asked it, and it gives you like a detailed explanation, like a complete analysis of what is happening. And essentially, it boils down to a lot of investors, especially institutional buyers, they see the same uptick that, you know, they've got their professionals, they've got charting, they've got way more data, but they're seeing this uptick that's happening in the market, and it's a safer bet to ride versus a speculative, volatile crypto asset. So a lot of that money is continuing to flow into like your Nvidias, your Apples, your Meta, your, you know, your staples that are having significant gains. And then the second reason was strong earnings growth. Like, they're continuing to have earnings growth. Like, all the majors are continuing to have earnings growth. What was the other thing? There was a couple more things, but those are the two major things that stood out on what's happening. And there's just not there's just money is just not shifting. It's shifting out of crypto and into easier bets, pretty much, right? Like you have it way more easier to put in $2 million into Nvidia and not have to stomach the random craziness of a crypto asset, which it's super sensitive, especially even Bitcoin, to geopolitical or any type of macro tariff related news. Like it will nuke like 20-30%, where Nvidia might nuke 10%. Like it can as an investor, it's a safer bet in that aspect. And then you also have continued earnings growth and stuff like that versus crypto. So basically, what was Grok saying? I think it said, I don't know if I don't. And then I asked like, "Yo, when is this gonna change?" Right? I was like, "When do you expect it to flip?" I can't remember what it said though. I don't know if it said like end of maybe like July or something, but most likely it will happen when all the stocks are topping out. Like when they're topping out, when they're getting to their like extended levels, like Nvidia's maybe trending at double where it's at right now, like at 250 or something, or pushing 200
coins, that original retail, like public money, I'd call it private money because it's not institutional. It's not like listed on balance sheets for the public to see. That it's like that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. As always, we'll see. That's how you have to always wrap it up, is we'll see, because a lot of things we discuss is speculation, and then we have to see. Like that's the final step. Just have to wait and see.
Sure. I do know that everything on the SPY, the S&P, they look incredibly bullish. Like the ES minis has formed like two back-to-back bullish patterns. It had the inverse head and shoulders, which has a measured move to 6138, and then it followed up with the most likely it looks like a cup and handle. It's a little ugly of a cup and handle, but it's a cup and handle type thing, which has also a measured move to the exact same 6138.
Yeah. It's
crazy. It has an inverse head and shoulders from May 19th to like May 28th. The head is down there on like May 23rd on Friday. And that measured move takes you to the exact same spot that this cup and handle that I just measured out. Same measurement. Which is to your point earlier, it's all orchestrated. Like you got, as long as you know what to see and what to look for, like, and obviously you could be wrong and there could be like anomalies where it just doesn't work out that way. But if you know at least what to look for and what you're looking at, it could definitely serve you well.
Well, yeah, like there's definitely sometimes there's like harmonies with news events that just, oh, look at that. It's like completely lining up time-wise with my trend line. It's all playing out textbook, like they're watching it, like they're waiting for this data release because of the bull flag or something. You know what I mean? Like certain
They
events
have to
happen
be.
and
They have to be.
they can harmonize with the chart. But there are times where news events and data drops will actually ruin a setup, like a technical setup, and
That's
there's
Trump.
discord
That's what
to it.
Trump's been. That's why that's why it's been so hard. He is that, like, he's been
Yeah,
constantly, that's why
a
they're like
wild
always
card.
uncertain. He's been a nonstop wild card. He's been disrupting it all.
Yeah. Yeah, he has been very wild card to the market.
Which is why I think
Yeah.
we've recovered so high and so fast, is like it wasn't in the cards for us to have that drop off the way we, or maybe it was actually, maybe that wasn't.
Or maybe the magnitude was like wild. You know, didn't see like a COVID level crash coming out of nowhere like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
But then
guess
the recovery's
it was
also been pretty astonishing too. So it's like
it
they
was just
cancel each other out.
yeah, the testament to how high sorry, the degree that you know the magnitude of the drop was just testament to how much leverage was in the system. You know, how much was there to fall.
Grok mentioned that too. So like the
Yeah.
carry trade that, remember when the carry trade started getting unwound last year? That has a lot of like reminiscing of like effects still. It's specifically altcoins. Like that also could be, I forgot how it gives you a nice little explanation. I can't explain it as well as Grok, but it basically revolved around the carry trade blow up from last year is still having like effects on the crypto market. And I think in particular to alts, because if you remember when the carry trade was blowing up, ETH out of everything took the biggest nosedive. Like it was ETH, like hands down. I think it had like a 20% plus down day. Like it was a straight knife because it was a Sunday night. Because I remember I was like trying to catch a falling knife, and it just kept going and going. I was like, this is no way this is happening. And the whole time I didn't understand this carry trade was blowing up. The people are just they're getting margin calls, and I just didn't see that all happening.
Sorry, I was just ordering food. I'm in a drive-through right now.
Are you good?
I could hear you though. All right. Yeah, it's I don't know, maybe I'm speaking too soon, but it looks like crypto's trying to recalibrate or like it's realizing that this was nothing to be so dramatic about, I guess. Nothing
Yeah.
too fundamental. Like it's like, oh, maybe we didn't need to do that, you know? Let's get back in. Not financial advice.
And I think you're right. Market makers just saw and took advantage of it. They
Oh
probably knew
yeah.
what it wasn't. It cleared out some leverage, liquidated
Mhm.
a bunch of people, and then
People,
hopefully,
yep, responding emotionally to it. Mhm.
I don't even think honestly. I don't think a lot of people were the ones selling. Maybe. I think it's just the market
Some of
just
it.
doing it. Some of it for
It's
sure, but
it's
not
it's
like
like
mass
it's like a
quantities
domino.
sold at the exact same time. It's
Nah, yeah. It's like it's like domino effect. Like first it's the algorithms that would be responding to news, right? Things that are just like linked up like that.
yeah. I think it's mostly. Well, how what would you say? It's driven like what percentage is it driven by
Oh,
algos versus like
that
actual human behind their
I
computer or on their phone
well,
saying, "Oh my God, bad news!
mm.
Sell it all."
Well, algos are set up by humans, of course. Like they're not like sentient artificial intelligence or anything like that. you know, you program them. You program them to scan media, or like, you know, for instance, you could have an algo set up to scan Elon Musk's X posts and watch for and comprehend what the post is about and respond very quickly, like faster than a person can respond. You know what I mean? And same with, like, you know, Donald Trump's Truth Social page. Like you'd probably get, you know, algos watching that like a hawk and positioning, like, before you can even read it or refresh your page. You know what I mean? Before any human can respond, you've got the bots on it very quick. As far as like what percentage of the market, I would have no idea. No clue, man.
I'd say it's like 95%. I'm not gonna lie.
No.
In
Yeah, you
crypto,
never know.
maybe even traditional markets, but traditional markets, I feel like there's more traders. But crypto, especially since it's 24/7, I just feel like it's probably like maybe 90, 85, 90% algo driven.
Like, yeah, like bots and things like that. Probably. Yeah. At least the big money. But then, yeah, you would also have big money that's manually controlled, not just a person trading like you and me. Just that their account is huge. I think that would be a statistic that's very hard to find out, because, you know, the system that would come close to knowing would be the exchanges themselves, because they'd see, you know, who's plugged in, what APIs they're using, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't think we definitely wouldn't have any way of accessing that kind of information. We do get a lot of information though. Like for people that are participating in the market in their pajamas in their bedroom at home, you know, we've got a lot of information at our disposal.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
look at
Like
the
I saw
website
that Elon.
Glass
I saw that Elon tweet like
Glassnode.
before. I feel like I saw that
Mhm.
Elon tweet before the algo saw it, but I just didn't. I
Yeah.
wasn't able to analyze it quick enough to be like, this is bad. I was just like, wow, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you think
There's
about it,
actually
this is actually good. We're gonna
there's
rally into non-farms and unemployment numbers. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was saying that I think it's going to be a bad number, or something's going to be bad on it. Like it's going to be a bad number, bad report, bad
Mhm.
data, but it's going to be bad news is good news for the market. But the initial will be like a drop, and then it will be a pop, like off of
maybe.
potential for a rate cut. So if we are higher, right? Maybe Bitcoin's sitting at like 103 when the numbers drop, and it's bad. The initial was a nuke on everything, stocks and everything, and then a recovery into the day when speculation starts going around that, you know, or maybe, but
Mhm.
there, I bet you'll start hearing July rate cuts at that point, if that plays out.
Yeah. In regards to news dropping and like trying to see it as it comes out, one of the best places for that, well, X is good, but you have to be obviously following and have the notifications on for the right channels and whatever. But there's a website called cryptopanic.com. It's a news aggregator, and it's like it gets updated live. Like, so it's a platform that's just like ticking away live, and it's it shows you big news-based events
Oh, this
of
is awesome,
anything.
dude.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
awesome.
So you can get little tip-offs about something happening, and it helps for anything. It helps for stocks too, because it's not just it'll say how long ago the report came out and what the source is and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, a news aggregator is what it is.
And this is just strictly crypto.
I think crypto panic. It's been a while since I've gone on there, but yeah, if you're big into news and like reacting and responding to headline stuff hitting, then yeah, these
No,
things
this is
are
awesome.
good.
This is awesome.
Mm.
55 minutes ago, Dogecoin gains bearish momentum. I was saying Dogecoin has not popped off really well, and I was trying to figure out. I was like, what is Doge doing? It's just chilling. And I think I asked this question earlier. I was like, does this feud between Elon and Trump have a bearish or bullish effect for Dogecoin? And no one said anything, but there's an
Mm.
article right here saying gains bearish momentum.
Yeah.
Buying opportunity or warning sign.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have the
So
news of the phone call though. That's what's pumping
yeah,
Tesla
I
stock
think
and
you might be able to sort of dial it back and tailor what you're seeing in there. You know what I mean?
yeah, I'm gonna mess around. This is awesome. Thanks, man. I'm gonna
Yeah, that's
and
all
it's
right.
free too. That's great. I would
Yeah,
think
it's
this is
free.
like paid.
Mm. I'm sure there's really good paid ones too, but I've never messed with any paid services. But yeah, you can look at what's trending, like what's gaining, like what's bullish, what's bearish. Important is like an interesting one as well.
What up? What up?
Yo.
Just in time.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna eat. I'll be right back.
Okay. Went all the way for the 205. Mm.
Let me show you what I'm eating. Now I'll get a photo of it. I'll put it in general.
Does it look like a coca?
A what? A quokka? Nah.
Now we were talking about the coca yesterday. Very cute.
Hell yeah. Quokkas are cool. I made sure to get my steering wheel in the shot so you know that I'm not rich. Look at that, man. It's a bowl of health.
All right. There's something about when it's Friday in Asia, and we know that Friday, the U.S. market on Friday is coming over. I get excited because usually like Asia starts the little move, and then you get a real decision as soon as the U.S. market opens. It's kind of exciting.
Did you see Tron pump while everything was falling from the sky?
Well, I mean,
Everything was
depends on
bleeding
his
and
temper. If he's pissed off from what he was doing yesterday with with Elon, let's see what he does. You know, Trump's always like, he's a happy man on Monday because he had a good game of golf on Sunday. It just kind of gets sour as the week transpires.
yeah.
So we just gotta see. Very interesting. Very interesting.
I've got a hunch, man, that this ain't over. You know,
No,
between Elon
exactly.
and I think there's more to flare-ups to come.
Oh, especially if it's gonna
We'll
be a
see.
weekend. It's gonna be a fun weekend. Let's see what they do. Gonna have more time.
No, the news
They're busy
dropped
sleeping.
10 minutes ago that they're having a phone call, or the White House and
Oh
the
yeah.
Trump administration is having a
But
phone call with Trump tomorrow morning.
but imagine if that blows up. Like, what if that's a terrible phone call, like inflammatory? You know?
I don't think so. I think honestly, if you watch Trump and Elon together, I think they genuinely, or Trump genuinely likes Elon for sure. You can tell he does. Elon is just Elon. I think they'll work it out, honestly. I think Elon just got offended because Elon didn't directly come at Trump, but when Trump started coming at Elon, and then he lied and said like he saw the bill, he knew exactly what was in it. You're like, the fuck? Oh my bad, I didn't mean to curse, but he was like, I didn't see anything, and that's what set him off
Well,
when he
the next
directly
time
lied.
Elon gets on camera, he's gonna have another black eye. I betcha. No, I don't know.
It's good job. Good job. It's good job. It's good job. Attack.
Wait,
It's
someone,
good job.
are you saying something, dude? I can't understand what you're saying.
Rose, do you have an open mic?
I going to your dad's today.
Yo, go. I think you got an open mic, dude.
Oh.
this creeping up movement looks like something similar that we had yesterday. Really any down, but yeah, it's just slowly creeping up.
Anybody awake? I hear you, man.
What's going on, everybody? Bitcoin's almost at that measured move. Like the gap.
Yeah, what's
cleared.
up, D?
Not much. Just going through some Twitter FUD.
Yeah, there's lots of things going on Twitter. On X.
Mm-hmm. Nice, steady little recovery.
Yeah.
What's good, you two? Really nice to see everything green with the alts. Even if it's temporary.
Yeah.
Alex W membership. Hate you.
We do have a little bit of vector gap above us. Just in between the weekend trap.
As we could have easily got front run at 100 by $300.
Yeah.
Easily. And I would not be upset at all. Nice, good shit, DJ. Well, we talked about it earlier, right? The game plan is to try to close this weekly candle if we can, which would be absolutely amazing. Above 14451. And we've put in one hell of a wick here so far. The absolute most bullish play out here is if we go and we close that candle and leave nothing but a massive wick to the downside. It's a bit of wishful thinking right now, right? Because we still got a bit away from that. And we haven't seen what we need yet to lock that in, but Doge with the 10 gifted. Appreciate you, Doge. W Doge in the chat. Alright, so what do we need here for consider this thing a recovery? Let's come down into the micro, into the micro just a bit. We're basically right there, honestly. If we can get above this wick and hold, let's be a little more lenient. We can get above 103.53 and hold and turn this back into support, then this whole thing could have been a deviation out of the range. Problem is on the weekly we have the same issue, right? So on the weekly we have our range here. Right, for the most part. Getting above that, rejecting, putting in the bearish engulfing, and following up with this have given us a deviation out of that, right? The reason that we want to close back above is because when something deviates out of the range, you don't want it coming back into the range. When it comes back into the range, the natural price action will want to take it back to the bottom of the range.
Yeah.
Right? For us, that's not good. So what we want to do is close this weekly candle in 2 days and 18 hours above that range, if at all possible. That's for the shortest recovery, right? That's to get us out of here ASAP. So, I mean, we're literally right here. Let's make it a range and not just a line, because it really is a range more than anything. That's where we want to climb over. That's going to be amazing, bro. We drop down to 100K and close above 100 and 104.5. Going to be scratching their heads trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah. Let's see how the US market's gonna behave today. I hope they're gonna recover as well. So it's gonna affect the BTC as well. So hopefully we'll close above. But the alarming situation, what I'm seeing is the weekend.
What about it?
Yeah, because we do drops on Friday nights and Saturdays, and then we go up to, pump on Sundays. So I don't know this time they're gonna drop or they're gonna pump. Normally we seen in the past we stay close to the CME close, above or below. Let's see this time how we're gonna see the BTC price action on the weekend. We have a lot of blood bought yesterday. Hopefully we'll recover some. We'll close above. I'm confident. Everything turning into green now.
Yeah, it looks decent.
Yeah, but if Trump and Elon Musk wakes up and make another tweet, do another tweet, that would be a stupid thing ever.
I don't know if it'll affect price any. Like I said, I don't think it had any effect on price today, unless you're talking about
Yeah.
Tesla.
Yeah. And he might have learned his lesson by dropping the price.
Elon's
by
gonna
his
wake up
tweets.
tomorrow morning and say, "Trump, I was hacked," and then Trump is gonna be like, "Elon, I was hacked. We have to do something about all these hackers."
Yeah. Like if you remember when the BTC ETF was approved, there was a tweet that was done by, I don't know the exact name, but it was a tweet that the ETF has been approved and the price went skyrocket.
Yeah, I remember.
And it came back down in the next minute. And the tweet came out that, sorry, the account has been hacked. And everybody was surprised. How can it be hacked?
And then a week later, the actual approval came in.
Approval came out, yeah. So they just tested it and everybody was flying. Look, there's the God candle coming. And they dropped below the actual price within 2-3 minutes. Oh my God, that was a hilarious day.
Wow, some pretty impressive recoveries here. On others, total 2, total 3.
You know, I was pretty confident about your chart, but I was expecting the price down within, I mean, 24, 36 to 48 hours. That's what I was expecting actually. But it came down so fast.
Yeah, yeah.
I was expecting that. It was in my mind from the day once. I mean, we've been keeping that in mind from last 2-3 weeks. Not 2-3 weeks actually, from months actually. Even when the price was at 102, 101, little above that, we were considering that it will come back a little bit more, and it has to come back.
That's
But
how
from
this shit
last
moves,
2-3,
man. Slow and
yeah,
boring, and then all at once.
yeah. That's why we created that banner yesterday. You remember? It was so funny. Spot on.
Gun made the same sort of dip, and then dead cat and dip.
Like a link, yeah.
Yeah, that like Link and Soul.
LTC, yeah,
Everything,
they're almost the same.
everything basically made. I've been buying in the 3s though.
Yeah.
Definitely been buying in the 3s. I'm actually thinking about folding my Ronin gun. Really don't like the way Ronin performed today on this dip. And if we look at it now, it's still down 6% while everything else is recovered.
Yeah.
Sort of what I look for. It's come all the way back down into this accumulation. I don't think I might get a more explosive move out of guns. They're both going to rely on the gaming narrative, so you know.
They will join the rally because lots of people right now are busy in the big altcoins, big coins. So they're gonna join the rally very soon.
Yep, everybody's accumulating, man. At this point, if you don't have a Bitcoin piggy bank, don't want your life.
I took my girls' coins to the Coinstar. There's $55. They took their fee, and I bought her 18.5 Sui with it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I bought some deep today.
Oh yeah. Me too. I bought it over Cetus because I didn't like the way Cetus wasn't recovering from the stip either. So deep looks pretty good.
Like that it's on
Yeah,
its
yeah.
200. It held its 200. We were waiting for that. Came down to the second accumulation that I wanted. And it's still within the bull flag. So it looks good. Just have to watch it to make sure it doesn't come after the rest of this vector.
I've been watching that 13 cross the 50, but my bull flag parallel lines on mine, the bottom was tagged with that stopping volume candle.
Oh yeah.
But I like yours too. But on my chart, we already tagged to the bottom of the channel, and it stopped. Wow. Was that like a 12% recovery?
I think just V-shapes. Like this just reminds me of the daily chart. Like while everything in put in their W's, like this thing, this thing just said, "Okay, I'm gone." You know, and then when it comes down into retracements, like it's just V-shape. Tends to V-shape, hit the 50, and then vector out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't stay in 13 cents for very long.
V-shape, gone. You wait for a high or low on this thing. Same thing here. V-shape, gone. Like you wait for a high or low, you get screwed. Little high or low here. That just shows mind share too. It just shows how many people are sitting there waiting. V-shape, gone.
Gone. Rocket.
Crazy.
The only thing I didn't like about Sui's chart was the breakout. I don't know if Deep did it too, but the breakout from a few weeks back, like the one that you see on every altcoin, basically, and then maybe I guess it could be not just Sui, but none of them really retested the breakout of their falling wedge.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's been difficult to chart because it's like, yeah, most of these altcoins are having a bull flag scenario. Which ones are recovering the entire pull and which ones aren't? Because there's no retest.
Usman, yeah, it's just to connect the community for research. There's trading rooms where you can jump in with people who are trading same coin and sort of do some group TA but yeah, it's for the community more than anything. There's no Discord trading bots or anything like that, if that's what you're asking.
Everything on the screen, Usman. Everything is on the screen. Just spend some time here and you'll understand everything.
Yeah, that rising wedge on Bitcoin looks different than one that would want to roll over. We've seen so many of those ones.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
one
we
doesn't.
were looking at the rising wedge and the W earlier, but once we got to this point here, once we got to here, it's like, okay, like you're violating that. Guess you could cheat it and you could go like this, but you would have had to move it and move it and move it again, and then you're just trying to make shit happen. You know what I mean? But if you came into the pattern early, your top would have been there across these tops. Not gonna lie, I did go to sleep last night. And a really quick thought came across my head. It didn't stay there for long, but it did kind of float across my head like, you're gonna look really stupid if nothing happens tomorrow.
Yeah. Actually, they were tweeting like school-going kids.
What happened?
I mean, Trump and Elon, they were
Oh.
tweeting like a school-going kids. I don't have access to the X because it's not allowed in my country. But I was looking at the YouTube on different.
Oh, it's bad, bro. It's as bad as it
Bad,
gets.
yeah.
And it's not even like bad, end of the world bad, oh my god, our bags. It's just like, what timeline are we in right now? Like, really? This is real life?
I mean, they are the most influential people on the earth. You can say that. One is the more powerful, one is the more financially strong or technical or whatsoever, and they are acting like junkies.
Yeah. Yes, the most probable outcome is a continuation until we hit resistance. And then we'll have to test to see if we're gonna get a higher low. But this is very different than being at 107 and starting to roll over and thinking you could possibly take out the lows, right? Like it's gonna take some work to get back down to those lows now. And listen, anybody who might have been, maybe you didn't put in enough or whatever, I still have standing orders under 100. This is not the type of risk you want to take.
Yeah.
We much rather it get front run than start closing daily candles underneath 100K. Trust me on this.
So when do you start chasing?
I don't chase. I just kind of look for something that still looks good. Like luckily for me, all my all my ETH BTC pairs took a shit today. Like Link put in new bottoms. I think Doge put in new bottoms. Like there's so many choices when you're moving from BTC into the alts. And there's not really a big rush because I'm honestly not even. This recovery looks great, but I'm not seeing this recovery on the BTC pairs yet. But if I was in all USD and I was buying my coins with USD, I would start to worry once we got back up into this range. So this is the weekend range that we were in the whole time, right? If we manage to get back into this range and hold it as support, chances are that was the liquidity sweep and you missed it. You know? But buying right here and buying right here and buying right here and buying right here were great places to buy if it wasn't for the flush that was, you know, coming. So getting back into this range and having to buy right here because you waited so long, whatever, at least you're buying here with the confidence that this liquidity has been taken. Right? It's big difference than buying here and then being up all night because this hadn't happened yet. So some people will wait for this thing to recover because what they're waiting for is to invest in the confidence that it's over. As
Yeah.
degens, we're gonna swing at the risk. But we are definitely not out of hot water yet. This could easily come back down to 100K, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. Excuse me, but I
Yeah.
am surprised at the strength of this up push, and I'm also surprised at the fact that it is retail driven. Like, look on the 30
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah, it's all retail data.
The market maker only stepped up $3,000 off the bottom to break this 50, and then retail picked back up.
Because you know the retail now they think is the best time to buy. We are down a bit, and like you were saying earlier, I remember a few days back, if you're not buying here, you might be scratching your head when the price goes high.
Yeah.
So these are those people who are thinking, and it's good. It's a normal price action. I like it. But I don't like these, you know, when I see these green vector candles and red vector candles. Even though it's my favorite for the trades, but I still don't like them.
Yeah. What you mean? Oh. If the flag is like that, right, that's our complete flag.
Yeah.
So if our flag is like that, and our measured move has to be placed on the break of the flag, that means that this has to be moved up to here, to where it broke,
Yeah.
which means that we more than hit. Even if we set it to where it originally broke, that's a pixel perfect hit.
Pixel perfect, yeah.
Not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. So we cleared this vector, we can get rid of that, or actually we can move it up. Small vector gap right there. Larger vector gap above. It's quiet in here, bro. I hope people went away but didn't take their eyes off the chart, because there might be a lot of surprised people to wake up tomorrow and find ourselves back in the weekend trap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you wake up tomorrow and it's just up here and going sideways and boring again, you'd be like, what the?
Yeah. You remember the couple of weeks earlier, we were bouncing off in the same range. And now we are back into the weekend trap. Just close is knocking the door. Here we are again. Let us in for the weekend to play. Job's well done, you.
I mean, I came really close to putting Elon on yesterday. One of the reasons I didn't is because I was running out of space, and two, I was like, what kind of Elon news can really move the market? And I still stand by that. It's not like it moved the market. But had I put Elon up there, I 1000% would have had them cheek to cheek. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Nah, no pause. Fast forward. I had them cheek to cheek. We are almost out of the FUD zone, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's called Bit Bonkers. Bit Bonkers. Damn, Brooklyn came out of me really bad with that Bit Bonkers. Ada, yeah. So made that drop we wanted and some. Gave us a little bonus drop here at the end. Thanks to Bitcoin today. Just shitted on both our bullish patterns that we had. But it couldn't get above the 50. It tried. It wasn't for lack of trying. I don't know. This thing's really close to support, man. There's really nothing. I mean, what you want to see it do is crawl back above its daily downtrend. Right? You can crawl back above this downtrend and hold it, support. Then you can save yourself having to come any lower. Right? So far, it kind of looks like that's what you're doing. But if you lose this support, there's really nothing underneath you until you get to 605. Not if it holds the support. I mean, it can come down to 5.6. If that doesn't hold, the bottom of the support range is about, actually 5.6, you might be pushing it. 5.9 is really